Chapter 1: Activate the Dog King System. Shanghai, you are just a skinny guy, and you want to be my boyfriend? South City. On the rooftop of an 18-story building.
Shanghai, the main character of this book, was looking at the chat content on his mobile phone with red eyes.
He replied on his tearful phone. Ruoshue, why are you doing this to me? You said that as long as I bought you an LV bag and the latest iPhone, you would be my girlfriend. Are these all fake? After Shanghai sent this text. About an hour.
The note on the phone read, "The most beautiful goddess in the universe, Ruoshue," and he replied with 2 words.
The bad pen. Shanghai typed another long string of text and clicked send. But what I got in return was a red exclamation mark.
Yang Ruoshue is the goddess that Shanghai has been secretly in love with for 3 years. She is also the goddess she has been licking for 3 years. But the goddess in his heart had almost achieved the glorious achievement of killing 100 people. And Yang Ruoshue is also well known for worshipping money. As Shanghai grew up in an orphanage, he naturally doesn't have any RMB on him. But as a senior Sea King, after Yang Ruoshue knew that Shanghai had a crush on her,
how could I let him go?
After taking the initiative to add Shanghai's contact information, Yang Ruoshue asked Shanghai for valuables every few days, such as clothes, shoes, bags, etc. As a result, Shanghai spent most of his 3 years in college eating steamed buns and instant noodles. This time, the RMB was used to buy LV bags and fruit phones.
Shanghai bought it by exchanging a kidney on the black market.
However, Yang Ruoshue did not fall in love with Shanghai as promised, but ruthlessly put him on the blacklist. Shanghai, who never drinks, drank a bottle of beer that he bought with the 5 yuan he had on him.
He stood up and walked towards the edge of the roof.
Closing his eyes, Shanghai prepared to jump. End his tragic fate. Successfully found the king of licking dogs. The Dog King system has been automatically bound.
The next moment, a mechanical interface appeared in his mind.
Host, please call a female who has insulted you and fight back verbally, then the system will be successfully activated.
After activating the system, you will get unlimited goddess coins. Goddess coins can only be used for S-level goddess consumption.
Whenever a goddess favorability towards the host reaches 80%, the goddess coin spent on her will be returned as 1% of Chinese coins. When the S-level goddess's favorability towards the host reaches 100%, she will receive a special reward.
Wow, what? System?
As a senior novel fan,
how could Shanghai not know what the system is? After calming down, he dialed the first number in his phone book. The beautiful girl AAA wants to see every day.
This person was none other than Yang Ruoshue, who had just blocked him. But after hitting it several times in a row, even the phone number was blocked.
Damn it! You stinky bitch! Now Shanghai really sees Yang Ruoshue clearly, so he couldn't help but curse her. Mainly because I now have a system father. If before, come down from the roof.
Shanghai immediately borrowed a cell phone from a passerby.
Called Yang Ruoshue again. Beep, beep, beep.
After 3 rings, a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Hello, hello.
For the previous Shanghai, every time he heard this sound, he would get very excited and felt that hearing this sound more often would be a luxury and a reward for him.
But now I hear this voice again.
Shanghai just felt a little disgusted. After calming down, he slowly spoke.
Is it Yang Ruoshue?
Yes, who are you?
Fuck you. I'm your dad. Shanghai's sudden outburst startled passers-by who were waiting to borrow his phone.
Yang Ruoshue on the other end of the phone was also stunned.
Then he reacted immediately. Are you Shanghai? Damn you.
Before he could even curse, Shanghai hung up the phone because this moment was on his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the system. S-level goddess found, automatically bound to the host.
Name, Gao Jing.
Charm value, 86.
Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 94. Number of applause, 0.
Applause can be seen as the number of times you recharge your love.
Favorability, 10. Current consumption 0 yuan.
When the favorability reaches 100, you will be completely loyal and get rewards at the same time. Shanghai, who was in a hurry to make a call just now, did not realize that the person who lent him the phone was actually one of the 3 most beautiful girls in his school.
Gao Jing.
At this moment, because of the system prompt,
Only then did I notice.
Gao Jing has a fair complexion and a pair of bright and beautiful big eyes like a lake in autumn.
The long, shiny black hair was tied up high.
Paired with a white shirt and a black mini skirt, she looks very pure and charming. Compared to Yang Ruoshue, whom he had been licking for 3 years,
Gao Jing's beauty is simply a dimensionality reduction attack.
Especially the pair of little white rabbits, which were so white and round that Chen Hai's ears almost stood up.
As a result, I was a little distracted for a while. He didn't notice Gao Jing's angry look at all. You filthy rascal. Bah!
Gao Jing snatched back her cell phone and turned away with her cheeks red with anger. Previously, because Chen Hai was dressed simply, he was a little anxious.
Only then did I lend him my cell phone. But unexpectedly, Chen Hai cursed as soon as he answered the phone.
And he was staring at me with a lustful look on his face. At this moment, her impression of Chen Hai dropped to 0. Gao Jing's favorability towards the host 10, current favorability is 20.
Fuck. I didn't do anything, why did Gao Jing's favorability towards me drop to 10? I thought I had just obtained the system. However, the system's criteria for judging S-level goddesses are extremely strict. After all, S-level goddesses are 1 in a million, and they have perfect figures, looks, specialties, and so on. Very hard to find. But Gao Jing is a ready-made S-level goddess, how could he let her go? Excuse me, pretty girl. I didn't mean it.
Chen Hai chased after him with a wry smile on his face.
The words are full of sincerity. But in Gao Jing's ears, this was just a low-level way of picking up girls. If you come over here again, I'm going to call the police.
Gao Jing pretended to turn on her cell phone and make a call.
Ah. I really didn't mean it. How about this, I'll buy you whatever you like as an apology to you. Although Chen Hai pursued Yang Ruoshue for 3 years, he still did not succeed.
I have never been in a relationship until now. But she is a virgin who has been there for more than 20 years.
How can I understand why the girl is angry? I just apologize first and then buy something to make amends.
This was all taught to him by Yang Ruoshue.
Okay. If you want to buy me something to apologize, then buy me the latest LV bag.
Gao Jing might also be afraid that Chen Hai was following her. After all, if she really called the police, it would be very troublesome. So she just said it casually, trying to scare Chen Hai. Essentially, I don't really want him to buy me a bag.
But what Gao Jing didn't expect was Chen Hai actually nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Chapter 2, Dog Eyes Look Down on People. Thank you, tall school beauty. I'll take you to buy a bag right now. Just kidding, Chen Hai now has unlimited goddess coins. Money is just a number to him. Okay, you are not only a person without quality, but also a gangster. A braggart.
Gao Jing's favorability towards the host 10, current favorability 30.
Fuck. Why did it drop again? It must be because she doesn't believe it.
Thinking of this, Chen Hai didn't care whether Gao Jing was willing or not. I took her phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to her.
You.
Before she could speak,
Chen Hai then returned the phone to her.
And at this moment, there was an extra text message on her mobile phone. Longxing reminds you that your bank card with the last number 1617 has received 100,000 yuan.
Looking at a long list of numbers, Gao Jing's eyes widened. Although her family conditions were not bad, they were just an upper middle class family. 100,000 yuan is a huge sum of money for her. Click on Longxing app to view.
She found that there was indeed an extra 100,000 yuan on her card. Given her upbringing, it would be impossible for her to accept the 100,000 yuan.
But when an ordinary person really sees 100,000 yuan more on his mobile phone, how can I not be moved? How could he be willing to return it to Chen Hai?
Just when she was confused, Chen Hai's voice came again.
Hey, now you believe I'm not bragging, right?
Come on, beautiful lady, I'll take you shopping for a bag.
This. Without waiting for Gao Jing to reply,
Chen Hai stopped a taxi and sat in the front seat like a gentleman. Get in the car, beautiful lady.
After Gao Jing got on the car in a daze,
Chen Hai said to the driver who was looking at him with envy, Vank Plaza. Glancing at Gao Jing in the back seat, the taxi driver complained with envy in his heart.
It's like a flower stuck in cow dung. No. It's stuck in pig dung.
The place where they got on the bus was not far from Bank Plaza. It took only 5 minutes to reach the destination. As soon as the taxi stopped, Chen Hai quickly opened the door and got out. Because he didn't have even $1 on him at the moment, how could he pay the high fare? Gao Jing in the back row didn't notice anything. I just paid the fare and got off the bus. Little beauty, stay away from this poor loser. Look at his clothes. He must be in such a hurry to get off the bus because he has no money to pay the fare. You should pay attention to your safety when you are alone outside.
Thank you, master.
Gao Jing replied politely and immediately followed Chen Hai's steps.
Are you kidding?
He just transferred 100,000 yuan to me without even blinking.
How could he be a loser who has no money to pay for the bus fare? Following behind Chen Hai, Gao Jing felt very nervous. After all, someone transferred 100,000 yuan to him. How could it be possible that he did it just to apologize? Does he want to?
Think of those college students who are kept by men online.
Gao Jing unconsciously pulled her skirt down. There are so many people here. If he wants that, then I will call the police for help. At worst, I can return the money to him.
But this is 100,000 yuan. Just as Gao Jing was hesitating, Chen Hai's voice came into her ears.
Tall beauty, how about we go eat first? Eat? Does he want to get me drunk first and then? No. No way.
Although she was roaring inwardly, Gao Jing still replied.
Where are we going to eat?
Pointing to the independent 3-story building next to the mall, Chen Hai replied leisurely, Zhenlai Xiang.
Qian Lexiang is said to be the best restaurant in the entire South City.
Of course, the price is also the highest. Even an ordinary bowl of egg fried rice can be sold at a high price of 88 yuan there. A meal costs at least several thousand yuan.
Ordinary families simply cannot afford it. Therefore, Qian Lexiang is also jokingly called Qian Lexiang.
Gao Jing was no stranger to this name, as this restaurant could be seen from time to time in her circle of friends. However, because the price was too high, she never came.
I also really want to go in and taste the taste of money. Nodded.
Gao Jing followed Chen Hai obediently. Although Chen Haikai transferred 100,000 yuan with a wave of his hand, he did not make any move towards the beautiful woman behind him.
This actually made Gao Jing like him more.
Gao Jing's favorability towards the host increases by 10 points, and the current favorability is 20.
See the improved favorability.
Chen Hai complained in his heart.
Is this woman sick?
When I transferred 100,000 yuan to her, her favorability didn't increase at all.
Instead, I said I would take her out for dinner and it increased by 10 points? Women are really complicated creatures.
No, this Gao Jing is still a girl.
Thinking of Gao Jing's 0 applause count, Chen Hai couldn't help but turn around and look her up and down.
Especially when he saw her twin peaks of San Francisco, Chen Hai swallowed his saliva.
Humph. Hooligan.
With a cold snort, Gao Jing rolled her eyes at him and turned away deliberately.
Chen Hai was too lazy to care about the tall school beauty. Because at this moment, Qian Lexiang's high-end, classy signboard was already hanging above his head. And the reason why Chen Hai came to eat first was because he had no money. However, you cannot use the system's unlimited goddess coins.
Unless you gain 80 favorability from an S-level goddess in the future, you will get a 1% cashback in Chinese currency.
But it's still a bit too early to say this now. So, rather than saying that it was Chen Hai who invited Gao Jing to dinner, it would be more accurate to say that Gao Jing invited him. When they arrived at the entrance of Qian Lexiang, they were about to walk in.
Suddenly, a waiter stopped Chen Hai.
She looked at him with disdain and shouted, "Hey, kid, are you lost? This is Qian Lexiang. The minimum consumption inside is over 1,000. Get out of the way. Don't block the way here."
Maybe it was because Chen Hai was dressed rather simply, the waiter's attitude was so awful. Especially when he saw Gao Jing behind Chen Hai, his voice rose octaves, as if he was afraid that others didn't know that he was making things difficult for Chen Hai.
Obviously, the waiter just wanted to embarrass Chen Hai.
But there is no way, Gao Jing is so beautiful, most men can't help but show off in front of her to attract her attention.
It's called pretending to be a cop. Chen Hai looked down at the cheap goods on himself and understood why the waiter said that. But why is he so arrogant when he is just a waiter? If you don't know, you might think Qian Lexiang is owned by his family. Hey, which idiot didn't zip up his pants properly when he went to the toilet? How could they let a stinky thing like you out?
And you're spraying everywhere here. After Chen Hai finished speaking, he deliberately fanned his face with his hands, as if he really smelled something strange. This scene made Gao Jing, who was standing beside her, laugh so hard that she covered her mouth and giggled. You! The waiter was about to speak again when Chen Hai had already stepped into the hall of Qian Laixiang. Following behind him was Gao Jing, who was as beautiful as a fairy.
Damn it! Just wait and see.
The waiter cursed in his heart, his eyes turned cold, and he quickly ran towards the restaurant manager.
Welcome, sir or madam, do you have a reservation?
As soon as I arrived at the front desk, a waitress greeted me warmly with a very good attitude. Not at all like that guy at the door who looks down on others.
No.
Seeing that the waitress had a good attitude, Chen Hai responded with a smile, and at the same time secretly scanned her information through the system.
Name, Li Yan. Age, 28. Charm value, 76. Number of applause, 3. Favorability, 0. Chapter 3, Attitude Reversal Manager Wang.
I saw this woman before and she was pretty. Chen Hai thought that her score could reach above 80 points, which is the standard of an S-level goddess.
What a pity.
Seeing how nice her attitude is, he even said that he would keep her as his concubine. But the charm value is not even 80 points, which doesn't even meet the standard for using goddess coins. Sigh to oneself.
Chen Hai and the other person followed Li Yan into the hall.
Sir, where do you two sit?
To be honest, the decoration here is really luxurious.
Even with such high consumption. But the seats were almost full.
Beauty, don't you have a private room here? There are too many people here and I'm not used to it. Li Yan smiled and said, Of course, sir, but the minimum consumption for a private room here is 5,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Hai's pupils dilated and his face was full of disbelief. Li Yan didn't react to his expression. Instead, I think it is normal.
After all, 5,000 yuan for a meal is not a small amount of money.
It is not something that an ordinary family can afford.
But Chen Hai's next words made her a little confused.
It's so cheap, only 5,000? I thought Qian Laixiang was so expensive? Are there any other better private rooms? Li Yan didn't react for a moment.
The reason why she warmly received Chen Hai was, one reason is that she has undergone rigorous training and will not look down on any customer. The second reason is that many students bring their girlfriends with a month's living expenses to Qian Laixiang to spend money just to make the beautiful woman smile. It is obvious that Chen Hai is the kind of person who uses his living expenses to show off and get slapped in the face.
But now he actually asked if there were more expensive private rooms? Of course there is. Nodding, Li Yan explained with a smile.
Of course, sir. The bill for our room 666 is 6,666 yuan, and the bill for room 888 is 8,888 yuan. Chen Hai was too lazy to listen to her and interrupted her with a wave of his hand, Just take me to the most expensive and best private room. Just kidding, Chen Hai just got the system and now he is worried about where to spend the money. Since you have chosen to spend money in Qian Laixiang, you must arrange the best and most expensive ones. But Li Yan had no idea about this.
The minimum charge for our best private room is 18,888 yuan. Are you sure you want this, sir?
Sure. Chen Hai replied firmly.
But, just as Li Yan continued to speak,
the waiter who was at the door earlier ran over. A middle-aged man in a suit followed him. Manager Wang is this person. Manager Wang looked Chen Hai up and down, with disdain in his eyes. Especially when he noticed Gao Jing who was wearing a short skirt next to him.
Manager Wang's eyes revealed anger when he looked at Chen Hai. An anger that evolved from jealousy. Boy, do you know where this place is?
Chen Hai, however, was not in a hurry and looked calm.
Why, you can't read. Straw horse. Boy, you are so cool.
The manager's expression changed, and he called several security guards in the hall, ready to give Chen Hai a combination of punches. However, the thin Li Yan stood in front of Chen Hai and the others and stopped him.
Wait a minute, manager. This guest is here to consume. Consumption? The premise is that he has to have money to spend, right?
Seeing this scene, Chen Hai complained in his heart, Fuck.
Does this guy have to force me to pretend and slap him in the face?
Chen Hai took out the black bank card he got when activating the system and shook it, then raised his head and looked down at Manager Wang.
Who told you I don't have money? I can buy this store if I want. Chen Hai said this very calmly.
After all, he had just obtained the system, and at this moment he had unlimited goddess coins, which was equivalent to having unlimited Chinese coins. So there is a sense of unquestionability in the words. When the manager saw the black card, he was slightly stunned and filled with horror. You have to know that those who can obtain bank black cards are either rich or noble. Although the black cards issued by different banks may differ in specific rights and services, they are generally aimed at providing cardholders with the ultimate financial service experience and highlighting their distinguished status.
The end of a sentence. That means those who have black cards are definitely wealthy bosses. As the lobby manager of Qianlaixiang, Manager Wang naturally knew this. At this time, the waiter next to him said, "Damn it, I admire people like you who brag so seriously. I almost believed it just now. You're a moron."
With a slap, Manager Wang slapped the waiter in the face. "Hurry up and apologize to this distinguished guest." Manager Wang pointed at Chen Hai amid the waiter's confused look. In fact, the slap he gave was considered light.
If this black card really belongs to Chen Hai, then considering Chen Hai's age, the biggest possibility that as someone from a top family, if this is true, then I am just a lobby manager. How could I possibly offend such a person? Look. Apologize to me now.
Seeing that the waiter was still in a daze, Manager Wang fired him on the spot and personally received Chen Hai to the 3rd floor.
Because the best private room in Qianlaixiang, Cloud Feast, is right there.
What happened just now made Chen Hai very confused. I don't know why Manager Wang's attitude suddenly changed.
Didn't you look down on me before? Why did you suddenly say that you are a VIP? And because I fired the waiter on the spot? Chen Hai's mind was full of questions and was very confused.
But Gao Jing was extremely sober. She clearly saw that it was after Chen Hai took out the black card that Manager Wang's personality changed drastically. Although she didn't know what this black card represented. But she is chasing dramas. She had seen the same scene on TV countless times.
Most of them are about how the domineering president falls in love with me.
There is no woman who doesn't like a domineering president.
Gao Jing is no exception.
So Gao Jing, who was following behind Chen Hai, also had different feelings in her heart. Actually, if you look closely, this guy is quite handsome, with a high nose bridge, willow-like eyes, and he's very rich. Gao Jing stared at Chen Hai's back and thought about everything.
In the end, I don't know what he was thinking about, but his little face suddenly turned red. Gao Jing's favorability towards the host plus 30, current favorability is 10.
Chen Hai, who was lost in thought, was startled by the sudden reminder sound. Just as he was about to step into the private room, he paused. Turned to look at Gao Jing. His eyes were full of doubts.
What did I do just now? Why did the tall beauty suddenly increase her favorability towards me by 30 points?
Plus Gao Jing has slightly red cheeks.
Chen Hai was even more confused. Could it be that I accidentally revealed my majestic body?
But when he looked down, he saw his own ribs.
I immediately dismissed the idea. What are you looking at? Hooligan.
After entering the private room, Chen Hai ordered a lot of food, especially the expensive ones.
After a meal, the dishes and drinks ordered far exceeded the minimum charge for the private room.
There are more than 30 dishes such as Australian lobster baked in honey, foie gras fried with truffles, snails stewed in burgundy red wine, etc.
I ordered 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite.
But Chen Hai really couldn't get used to it, so he asked for 2 more bottles of Fat House Happy Water. Wait for the dishes to be served one after another. Gao Jing, who had only seen this scene on TV, immediately took out her cell phone to take a picture. She took a selfie with the Lafite, then pretended to put the caviar into her mouth. She took pictures for more than 10 minutes before stopping. On the other side, Chen Hai had no time to care about these things. The fork and chopsticks were constantly exchanged, and the mouth never stopped. Later on, it is even more straightforward.
The famous scene of eating a pig in one mouthful was staged.
The whole person was like a starving ghost, wolfing down the food.
Chapter 4: Those Years of Being a Dog in Nanjing University.
After eating and drinking, Chen Hai also called Li Yan. Please help me add 10 million to this lady's card.
What? What? Li Yan and Gao Jing exclaimed almost at the same time.
Are you sure, sir? Faced with Li Yan's questions, Chen Hai was too lazy to talk nonsense.
After all, once I have the system, my time is money.
He took the POS machine from her hand, took out the black card and swiped it casually.
The whole action was very smooth.
Only a beep sound was heard. It shows that the transaction was successful, and a receipt with all zeros is slowly spit out from the POS machine.
Shock. Confused. Quiet. Not to mention Li Yan, even Gao Jing's pupils suddenly dilated at this moment. 10 million. That's 10 million.
Chen Hai recharged 10 million without saying a word, and it was not for himself.
Let's deduct the cost of this meal from this. Li Yan, who was in shock, came to her senses after hearing Chen Hai's voice. She replied with trembling lips, okay. Then he immediately turned around and ran to the front desk. Gao Jing's favorability towards the host plus 10, current favorability is 20. Taking a deep breath, Gao Jing asked, "Who are you anyway? And what's your name?"
Even though they had only known each other for an hour. But Chen Hai had already spent 10 million on her and transferred another 100,000 yuan to her.
But she didn't even know Chen Hai's name.
This made Gao Jing feel a little flattered and a little embarrassed. Turning his head and looking at Gao Jing calmly, a faint curve appeared at the corner of Chen Hai's mouth.
Ahem, my name is Chen Hai. Chen Hai? Such a familiar name.
Gao Jing thought for a moment and suddenly thought of someone.
Are you Chen Hai, the #1 bootlicker in Nanjing University?
As soon as she blurted out these words, she immediately regretted them.
How is it possible? The person in front of me just spent 10 million without blinking an eye. A full 10 million. How could it be that big bootlicker from Nanjing University?
I'm sorry, I didn't say you were a bootlicker, it's just that the #1 bootlicker in our school has the same name as you.
Shit. Damn it.
Chen Hai complained in his heart.
Then he said embarrassedly, "Is it possible that the person you are talking about is actually me?" "Ah, Chen Hai, you are so humorous. How could that loser be you?"
"I am also a student of Nankai University, just like you.
So how could it not be me?"
Chen Hai looked at Gao Jing with a playful smile on his face. I want to know how she responds. I don't know why, but when this topic was mentioned, Gao Jing suddenly became excited and talked more. Because he's very poor.
Just for that reason alone, it can't be you. And he's the most servile bootlicker I've ever seen in my life. Even a TV show can't portray that. Let me tell you, this Chen Hai, I'm not talking about you. Gao Jing smiled embarrassedly.
Seeing that Chen Hai nodded without saying anything, Gao Jing began to speak again.
This Chen Hai is a famous bootlicker in our Nanjing University. He ate instant noodles for 3 years just to pursue a girl.
I remember that girl's name seemed to be Yang Ruoxue.
And I heard that he would bring breakfast to Yang Ruoxue every morning, rain or shine.
What's even funnier is that Yang Ruoxue never agreed to be his girlfriend. The point is that Yang Ruoxue has had no less than 10 boyfriends in the past 3 years, and that big bootlicker with the same name as you has persisted all the time, even bringing breakfast with Yang Ruoxue's boyfriend.
Haha, you don't know, this Chen Hai has become a huge laughingstock in our school. This year our school almost couldn't recruit any students because of him.
He said it was embarrassing to go to the same school as him.
Gao Jing was very excited when she spoke.
Chen Hai listened silently at the side, but there was no trace of shame in his eyes.
Instead, his face showed an unprecedented calmness.
Also, as soon as that girl waves, Chen Hai will run over no matter what he is doing. Even if he is using the toilet, he will immediately pull up his pants without even wiping his butt.
Ha ha ha.
Gao Jing became more and more excited as she spoke.
At this time Chen Hai spoke up. He sounds very mentally retarded, right?
Gao Jing was stunned for a moment, then nodded. If he is mentally retarded, he shouldn't be, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get into Nanjing University. He should be considered mentally retarded.
What the hell? Is there a difference between mentally retarded and mentally disabled?
After complaining in his heart for a while, Chen Hai spoke seriously for once.
If you like someone, you can't help but want to give to them, even if there is no return.
Gao Jing snorted disdainfully.
You can't degrade yourself like this. You have no dignity at all.
If his parents knew about this, they would be so sad.
And I also heard that some time ago, in order to buy a birthday present for Yang Ruoxue, this Chen Hai actually went to the black market and sold his kidney. I remember what he bought seemed to was an LV bag and the latest iPhone Pro Max.
After saying this, Chen Hai subconsciously touched his right kidney that had been removed.
Yes. These are the two things. Oh, how did you know that? Do you know him, too?
With a faint smile, Chen Hai said as if jokingly, because this person is indeed me.
You? How is it possible that you and he? Gao Jing didn't believe it at all and wanted to say something. At this time,
Li Yan, who was going to the front desk to apply for a membership card, was walking towards them at a very fast speed with a middle-aged man who looked as fat as a pig.
Hasn't reached Chen Hai yet.
The man then bent his body slightly and stretched out his hands. He said with a smile on his face, "I didn't expect this gentleman to be so generous at such a young age. He is truly a young and promising man."
Ha ha ha. Before Chen Hai could react,
his big hands held Chen Hai's hands.
"Who are you?" "My name is Yu Chaogue, and I'm the owner of this Qianleixiang restaurant."
After saying that, he winked at Li Yan beside him.
"Why don't you introduce this boss's name to me?"
This.
Li Yan was a little embarrassed at the moment, because she really didn't know what Chen Hai's name was.
It turns out that asking for the names of such big customers is a basic procedure in their work. But Chen Hai's investment was 10 million.
Li Yan forgot about it for a moment. "Huh? What is this?" Yu Chaogue couldn't help feeling a little annoyed when he saw her hesitating.
After all, he came to find Chen Hai to ask for something.
"Hello, Mr. Yu, my name is Chen Hai." Although Chen Hai is a real bootlicker, it doesn't mean he is stupid.
At this time, he hurried to help Li Yan out of the predicament.
"Ha, it turns out to be Mr. Chen. I've heard a lot about you, a lot about you."
I complained in my heart, "This fat pig is really famous, what the hell?
Have you heard about the years I spent as a bootlicker at Nanjing University? Why do I always feel like this old bitch wants to ask me for something? Could it be that he is short of money?"
Thinking of this, Chen Hai suddenly became excited. "I was just worrying about not being able to find a place to spend money, and Yu Chaogue actually came to my door."
"Don't miss this opportunity. Mr. Yu, please tell me what you want to say, but I have to make it clear first. Apart from money, I can't help you with anything else." "Oh shit. Awesome. Top boss." Chapter 5 Purchase of Land.
After Chen Hai said this calmly, the views of the people present were refreshed once again.
"What the hell? Can't help you accept money? Is there any problem these days that money can't solve?"
An expression of great shock appeared on Li Yan and Gao Jing's faces at the same time.
The difference is,
this time there were 3 people, and all 3 were shocked and confused.
"How much wealth do you, Chen Hai, have that you dare to make such a bold statement?" Ha ha, Mr. Chen is really smart. I can't hide anything from you."
"Take a step forward." Yu Chaogue bent down and made a pleased gesture.
"Mr. Chen, let's talk here."
After waving his hand, Chen Hai did not move a step.
"Mr. Yu, if you have anything to say, just talk here.
Our school will close the dormitories in just 2 hours, and my girlfriend and I still have a lot of things to do." As soon as Chen Hai said this, a blush appeared on Gao Jing's snow-white cheeks.
Girlfriend? Who else could he be talking about? It must be me. Who said I wanted to be his girlfriend? But it seems like it would be nice to be his girlfriend. He's handsome and rich.
In fact, Chen Hai is quite good at cleaning up.
But with the state he is in now, how can it be related to being handsome? But rich people are really handsome.
And he is a man who easily makes 10 million.
He is not just handsome, he is very handsome. Let us get back to the topic.
Yu Chaogue actually wanted Chen Hai to talk to him alone.
After all, there are other people here. It's really not a place to talk. But Chen Hai's attitude was already very clear, and Yu Chaogue couldn't say anything more, because he was really anxious at the moment.
"I really need a rich boss to help me get through this difficult time." Previously, Chen Hai paid 10 million. There was no way Yu Chaogue could receive text message alerts. When he first received the text message, he thought it was a prank by that idiot. But when he took a closer look, he found that the text message was actually sent by the bank.
Quickly opened the bank app and clicked to check.
After seeing the extra 10 million, Yu Chaogue immediately asked his men. After learning that it was Chen Hai who helped a girl to top up her card in Qianleixiang, he immediately rushed out of the house.
He drove over non-stop.
"You can take out 10 million at any time, and there is no limit." Then the strength of Chen Hai should not be underestimated.
Besides, I heard that this 10 million was spent just to pick up a girl?
Before Yu Chaogue met Chen Hai, he only had 2 words to describe him.
Idiot. A stupid idiot with lots of money. There are many ways to pick up girls with 10 million, but he chose to top up a restaurant membership card for someone?
After seeing Chen Hai, it turned into 3 words.
Big idiot. Because Yu Chaogui never thought that the person who could spend 10 million yuan at one time to pick up girls was actually a student? What's more, this student was wearing cheap clothes. I estimate that the total amount is unlikely to exceed 100 yuan. How could such a person still afford to eat at Qian Lakexiang? And even recharge a membership card worth 10 million? With this little money, why don't you use it to tidy up yourself first? Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll make it short.
After getting Chen Hai's nod, Yu Chaogui began to tell him what had happened over the past period of time. I believe Mr. Chen can see that the restaurant I run, Qian Lakexiang, has very high business and profits. But at a drinking party some time ago, I was introduced by a friend and invested in a piece of land to develop real estate. But what we didn't expect was that just when we were almost ready, the government suddenly notified us that we couldn't develop the land. They said that the city planning had changed, and some ancient ruins had been discovered near the land, which had high archaeological value, so the development of real estate projects was strictly prohibited. The initial investment was quite a lot, and I was in trouble all of a sudden.
Mr. Chen, can you lend me a hand? As long as you are willing to help, I will reward you handsomely in the future.
Yu Chaogui said with a sad face.
Chen Hai also understood roughly.
In fact, no matter what purpose Yu Chaogui had in asking Chen Hai for help, he would agree to it. After all, this money is not yours.
But it is systematic.
But the prerequisite is that the money can only be used with the permission of the system.
That means you have to spend money on S-level goddesses. And now I know that there is only one S-level goddess.
That is Gao Jing, who is listening attentively at the moment. After looking at the cute Gao Jing, Chen Hai asked Yu Chaogui how much money he needed.
500 million, 500 million. What? Not only Chen Hai, but even Gao Jing and Li Yan were shocked. Good guy.
Yu Chaogui really dares to say that.
He is not related to me in any way and this is the first time we meet, but he dares to ask for 500 million yuan from me?
Yu Chaogui was helpless at this moment.
The bosses who were usually on good terms with me ran away one after another when something happened to me. I borrowed everything I could.
But it is only tens of millions.
It's less than 1/10 of the gap.
Qian Lakexiang restaurant, which could originally be sold at a good price, is now being forced to lower its price everywhere because of its own difficulties. Looking at the restaurant he had painstakingly run for many years, Yu Chaogui would not be willing to sell it at a low price unless he had no other choice. So even though he thought Chen Hai was a little stupid, he can only pray that he was a real big shot who could help him. Mr. Chen, if you are willing to help me, I am willing to transfer Qian Lakexiang and the 3 bars under my name to you. When Yu Chaogui said this, he seemed to have made some kind of decision.
Judging from Qian Lakexiang's current profits, 500 million is indeed a lot. But the location is very good. And in the long term, it will definitely pay off. It just takes longer time. But Chen Hai finally found a place where he could spend a lot of money, so how could he let it go? Buy it? Then I'll have to find somewhere to spend the money later.
Besides, he had just recharged Gao Jing with 10 million. I don't know how long it will take to use up this 10 million.
I'm not interested in your kelp.
Chen Hai's words completely extinguished the hope that Yu Chaogui had finally built up over the past few days.
Okay, Mr. Chen,
But I am quite interested in the land you developed.
What?
These words pulled Yu Chaogui out of his low point.
Mr. Chen, if you are willing, I will immediately transfer 1/3 of the land under my name to you. And I guarantee you that this piece of land is definitely a prime location.
When the government allows development in the future, the interest earned will definitely be multiplied tenfold.
Chen Hai didn't take the second half of his words to heart. Are you kidding? There are antiquities and ruins on this piece of land. Who knows how long it will take for the government to allow development?
If this place is the same as the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, Shenling Mausoleum and other places, then perhaps I will never see the day when this land is developed in this life, the next life, or the next life. This is also the reason why Yu Chaogui was unable to raise money in a short period of time. After all, no one dares to bet on how long it will take to see the day of profit after giving him the money.
It may even be like spilled water that cannot be taken back.
In the end, he lost both his money and his life. Chen Hai leaned close to Yu Chaogui's ear. Said softly, There is no problem with what I said to you, but the prerequisite is that the 1/3 of the land must be transferred to her name. Look in the direction Chen Hai pointed.
Yu Chaogui saw Gao Jing with a silly look on her face. Chapter 6. Why did Chen Hai lick her and not me? Ah. Mr. Chen, this is. Yu Chaogui didn't react for a moment.
It's fine if you use 10 million to flirt with girls, but this is 500 million.
A full 500 million. I don't even dare to use happy beans like this. Shut up.
Chen Hai covered Yu Chaogui's mouth with his hand.
If you want me to invest 500 million in you, don't say anything.
Yu Chaogui was startled by Chen Hai's serious expression. He quickly shut his mouth and stopped talking.
Don't even mention 500 million.
I can even give you 1 billion, but the prerequisite is that you have to transfer the land to Gao Jing's name without her knowing.
Yu Chaogui glanced at Gao Jing and nodded quickly. But my heart is full of envy. I wonder what the charm of this seemingly young girl is. There is actually someone willing to spend 500 million on her.
Just to make the beautiful woman smile.
In my next life, I must be reborn as a woman. I also want others to spend 500 million on me.
If Chen Hai heard Yu Chaogui's inner complaints, I believe the latter would definitely jump up and give her a big fight.
My brother is just as ugly as you? And reincarnated as a girl?
If that were the case, Yu Chaogui would definitely be beaten if he dared to enter someone else's private room. He wouldn't even be able to eat the fruit plate.
Wait. That's not right?
If Chen Hai just wanted to make the beautiful woman smile, then why didn't he let me tell her?
What on earth does Chen Hai want to do?
No matter what, as long as this guy is willing to give me the money, he can do whatever he wants. Nodding, Yu Chaogui quickly thought of a solution. He called Li Yan over and whispered a few words to her. Yu Chaogui invited Chen Hai into an empty private room.
Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I will never let Miss Gao know about this.
Chen Hai nodded and closed his eyes to rest. This guy seems to be from a prominent family.
In his eyes, 500 million is just like $5.
When I think about how I have been working hard for most of my life and only earned a few hundred million. But the person in front of me is only in his early 20s, but he has so much wealth.
So angry.
But what Yu Chaogui didn't he know was under Chen Hai's closed eyes.
Also full of excitement. 500 million, based on the system's cashback mechanism. Once I conquer Gao Jing, I will get 5 million.
5 million, you can't spend it all in your lifetime. Thinking of this, Chen Hai couldn't help but let out a foolish laugh.
What's wrong, Mr. Chen?
Yu Chaogui was also in a good mood at this moment. After all, the problem that had been giving him a headache recently was finally solved.
Certainly.
The premise is all because of the young man standing next to him. So from the moment you enter the private room you start waiting. Yu Chaogui has been paying attention to Chen Hai's every move.
I was afraid of angering my financial sponsor. It's okay. Isn't Mr. Yu done yet? It's almost there. In the casual chat between the two, Li Yan quickly walked in with a contract. Mr. Chen, do you think there is anything that needs to be changed? Take a contract. Chen Hai just took a quick glance. No problem. After getting his reply, Yu Chaogui first signed his name and put his fingerprints on it.
Then he handed it directly to Li Yan. Bringing the contract to Gao Jing, Li Yan just whispered a few words, and Gao Jing readily signed her name and pressed her fingerprints.
Strange, what did Li Yan say to her? She actually signed the contract directly.
In fact, Yu Chaogui's method is very simple. Previously, Chen Hai recharged Gao Jing's membership card in Kia Lexiang with an amount of 10 million yuan.
He took the opportunity to tell Gao Jing. Because the amount is so large, a contract is required. To avoid trouble in the future. The simple-minded Gao Jing naturally thought that there was no problem. After all, 10 million is indeed not a small amount of money. This old fox Yu Chaogui is still quite something. Take the signed contract and confirm it. Chen Hai readily transferred the 500 million yuan directly to Yu Chaogui. This shocked the latter once again. Being refreshing is one of them. The most outrageous thing is that 500 million yuan can be transferred directly by private individuals? Or is it a one-time transfer? What kind of magical operation is this? Could it be that the bank is owned by your family? Stand up.
Yu Chaogue bent even lower and also held Chen Hai with both hands.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. If you need my help in the future, please let me know. I will never refuse. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yu, for your kindness. Haha, we are all brothers. Since Mr. Chen has already had his meal, why don't we go have a drink?
I took out my pineapple phone, the screen of which was broken into 1/3. Chen Hai glanced at the time and saw that there were only an hour and a half left before the dormitory was closed. No need, Mr. Yu, my girlfriend and I still need to go shopping. When the latter heard this, he looked as if he understood.
Obviously, it was a misunderstanding.
Okay, Mr. Chen, let's get drunk together if we have the chance.
Ha 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 ha.
Chen Hai and Gao Jing got up and walked out of the private room. Yu Chaogue was determined to send the two of them out of Qian Lakexiang.
Looked at the sky. Chen Hai suddenly remembered an important thing. That is, he has no money to take a taxi later. By the way, Mr. Yu, do you have a car? Mr. Chen, you must be joking.
Although we don't have luxury cars, we still have ordinary sedans.
Do you want to use the car?
Yu Chaogue pretended to hand the car keys to Chen Hai.
I don't have a driver's license yet. I just want Mr. Yu to take us back to school later. Okay, no problem. I'll take you there in person later. Nodding, Chen Hai didn't say anything extra and led Gao Jing directly to the 3rd floor of the mall.
The 3rd floor of Vank Plaza is filled with high-end, classy merchandise. The LV store is the first shop when you exit the elevator on the 3rd floor. Chen Hai led the way in front with great familiarity.
Chen Hai, do you often bring girls to LV to buy bags?
At this moment, Gao Jing was no longer following him, but walking side by side with Chen Hai.
And he was getting close to Chen Hai intentionally or unintentionally.
Although Chen Hai is lustful, he is very timid.
With such a good opportunity, why didn't he hug Gao Jing and use a combo of Yagami's moves? It is really a shame for our generation. If you were the readers, I'm afraid you would have already. He evil smile.
I've only been to this place once, and that was to buy a birthday present for Yang Ruoxue.
Gao Jing was speechless. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at Chen Hai. Could it be that he is really Chen Hai, the #1 bootlicker in Nanjing University? But why does he still act like a bootlicker when he is so rich? Gao Jing has also met Yang Ruoxue in person.
Although she is really beautiful with makeup on, without makeup she is only slightly prettier than an ordinary girl. Besides, even if Yang Ruoxue put on makeup, she wouldn't be as pretty as me.
Why did Chen Hai lick her and not me? Wait, what am I thinking about? Gao Jing's face suddenly turned red when she thought of this.
Because Chen Hai was close to her, she subconsciously pinched his arm.
Ouch. It hurts so much. What the hell are you doing, miss?
Gao Jing ignored him, snorted, and walked forward quickly. Women are such strange creatures.
Well. Chen Hai shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and could only follow helplessly. Chapter 7, I met Yang Ruoxue by chance. Was I shot even when I was lying down? When you walk into an LV store, you are greeted by a luxurious yet low-key atmosphere. The lighting in the store is soft but just the right brightness, as if it were an exclusive stage specially created for each item on display. The walls are covered with textured beige wallpaper with faint LV classic prints, which highlight the brand's unique charm in a low-key manner.
The shop assistants were dressed in neat and elegant uniforms and had polite and warm smiles on their faces.
They are professionally trained and will not treat guests differently based on their attire. Chen Hai walked into the store and looked around casually. He was not very interested in these luxury goods, he just accompanied Gao Jing to go shopping. Seeing a shop assistant coming over, he greeted him politely and asked the clerk to take Gao Jing to see the goods. Chen Hai found a place to sit down, took out his mobile phone and watched doing short videos to kill time. At this time, a beautiful female voice came. Brother Dong, I really like this bag. Chen Hai subconsciously turned his head to look at the source of the sound LV's bar. When he saw the bag, his heart was shocked. She was a woman that made countless men salivate, and at this moment she was standing with a tall and strong young man. When the woman turned around, 3 words suddenly popped up in Chen Hai's mind. Yang. Ruo. Shui. Alas, it's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. Chen Hai sighed inwardly. He recalled every little detail of his time with Yang Ruoxue, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. However, this time Chen Hai was not as impulsive as before. He wanted to run to Yang Ruoxue immediately to please her. Just continue looking down at your phone.
However, his ears were unconsciously paying attention to the conversation between Yang Ruoshue and the man.
Baby, it's not that I don't want to buy it for you, but I only have 50,000 yuan left in my pocket money this month. The man said helplessly. But I really like this bag, and look how good it looks on me.
Yang Ruoshue responded coquettishly, picked up a silver white crossbody bag on the bar, put it on her shoulder, and turned lightly in front of the man.
Didn't your little licker just buy you one a while ago? I remember that guy's name seemed to be Chen Hai.
The man's words made Chen Hai turn his head and look, and he happened to see Yang Ruoshue holding the man's hand and acting coquettishly.
But I want it, baby.
Yang Ruoshue's voice was so coquettish that Chen Hai couldn't help but curse in his heart, FK.
Wait, why does this guy look so familiar?
Chen Hai stared at the figure of that person, trying hard to recall, and finally it suddenly overlapped with the person in his mind.
Wang Dong.
Chen Hai couldn't say that he was familiar with Wang Dong, he could only say that he had met him once. Moreover, the two of them had only met when he was selling his kidney. Because when Yang Ruoshue asked Chen Hai to buy a bag before, Chen Hai had no money, so Yang Ruoshue gave him an idea.
That means selling your kidney on the black market.
The introducer of the black market was none other than Wang Dong.
Oh my god, this is not right. Could this man be Yang Ruoshue's current boyfriend?
This thought flashed through Chen Hai's mind instantly.
Damn. I was tricked.
The anger in Chen Hai's heart was instantly ignited, and he almost couldn't control himself. He wanted to rush up and punch and kick the two men.
But reason finally prevailed. There's no way around it.
Wang Dong's height is over 1.85 meters, not to mention his strong muscles. Chen Hai has such thin arms and legs that he would probably be slapped unconscious before he even gets close to the person.
My kidneys are dripping.
Roaring inwardly, Chen Hai covered his waist with his hands, and a line of tears almost fell out. In the past, people sold their kidneys because they had no money. But now Chen Hai is no longer short of money, but that intact kidney will never come back.
If you want it, go find that damn liquor Chen Hai and I'll sell you my other kidney to buy it. Wang Dong said jokingly. Yang Ruoshue seemed a little angry.
She didn't say anything, but just put the cross-body bag on her shoulder back on the bar.
Okay, baby, I'll take you to Qianleixiang downstairs for dinner. The owner there is a good friend of my dad's. I'd like to introduce him to you.
Yang Ruoshue, who was originally a little angry, felt much better after hearing Wang Dong's words.
Because any meal at Qianleixiang costs thousands of yuan. Not everyone can afford it.
Therefore, many celebrities in City Z like to check in there. And the gold digger Yang Ruoshue is no exception. Just as the two were about to leave, Gao Jing happened to come over and looked at the bag that Yang Ruoshue liked on the bar with shining eyes.
Ma'am, you have a good eye. This crossbody bag is a new product that has just arrived in our store.
It is also our treasure. It is made of high-quality crocodile leather.
This material.
The female clerk who was receiving Chen Hai and the other man was now enthusiastically introducing the material and workmanship of the bag.
Gao Jing walked towards the bar unconsciously while listening.
Wang Dong, who was about to take Yang Ruoshue away, stopped unconsciously when he saw Gao Jing again. His eyes scanned Gao Jing's face frantically. When he saw her curvy figure, Wang Dong swallowed and scratched his crotch unconsciously. Seeing this, Yang Ruoshue pinched Wang Dong angrily and made a sound at the same time.
Gao Jing?
Gao Jing, who was picking up the crossbody bag and looking at it, was stunned. At the same time, look towards where the sound comes from.
Gao Jing and Yang Ruoshue were not familiar with each other.
They had only met a few times and chatted for a few minutes. Under normal circumstances, Gao Jing would definitely not be able to remember it the first time. It might be because of Chen Hai today.
Gao Jing recognized Yang Ruoshue at first sight. Are you here to buy a bag too? When Yang Ruoshue finished saying this, she deliberately lifted up her LV bag.
The bag Chen Hai bought by selling his kidney. In fact, Gao Jing didn't have a very good impression of Yang Ruoshue.
Plus it's because of Chen Hai.
She ignored Yang Ruoshue, just nodded and continued to look at the bag in her hand.
Ruoshue, do you know her? While Wang Dong was asking Yang Ruoshue, he was staring at Gao Jing's chest.
The right hand behind the back was still secretly measuring the size.
Moreover, the way Yang Ruoshue was addressed was changed from baby and darling to her name. Yang Ruoshue naturally noticed this.
He replied in a cold tone, yes, she is one of the 3 most beautiful girls in our Nan University. There are a lot of tall, rich, and handsome men pursuing her every day.
What's wrong? You want to chase her too? Hearing Yang Ruoxue say this on purpose, Wang Dong just laughed it off. How is that possible? I just want to get to know her and make friends. Of course, if this beautiful lady wants to go beyond friendship, then I think that's fine. You. Yang Ruoxue was a little angry at this moment, and her face turned red. Wang Dong, you shameless bastard. You damned. With a paw sound, Wang Dong turned around and hit Yang Ruoxue in the face. How dare you scold me? You stinky bitch, what do you eat and wear that I didn't buy for you? Wang Dong pointed at the LV bag on Yang Ruoxue's shoulder and said, by the way, wasn't this bag bought by that slut Chen Hai? If you have the guts, ask him to sell his kidney and buy you another one. At this moment, Chen Hai, who was sitting on the sofa watching the excitement, could no longer sit still. I was shot even when I was lying down? Chapter 8 Favorability Soars. Scumbag. Bah. Gao Jing couldn't bear to watch it anymore. What she hated most in her life was men who beat women. Even though she didn't like Yang Ruoxue. But at this moment he still stood in front of Yang Ruoxue and spoke up for her. You damn scumbag, your whole family will die. Gao Jing, right? Gao Jing nodded. Wang Dong continued, Gouda campus beauty, this is our family affair, and Yang Ruoxue also likes me beating her, she says I look very manly when I do that. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. After saying that, Wang Dong hugged Yang Ruoxue in his arms. You're talking nonsense. How could Yang Ruoxue? Before Gao Jing finished speaking, Yang Ruoxue, who had tears on her face just now, glared at her. My brother Dong is right, he is very manly and attractive. I just like him to beat me, is it your business? By the way, don't you like this bag? This bag costs 188,000 yuan, you can buy it if you have the ability. Gao Jing was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What's the meaning? I was trying to help you out of kindness, but you still blamed me? Chen Hai on the other side was also speechless. Before, Yang Ruoxue was like a girl that Chen Hai held in his hands for fear of spoiling, or held in his mouth for fear of melting. Although the most intimate time between the two was just holding hands. But what about now? In front of so many people, Wang Dong slapped Yang Ruoxue in the face without saying a word. Not only was she not angry, but she also spoke up for Wang Dong? And there was actually some enjoyment in his eyes? Chen Hai. How did you, a fool, fall for her in the first place? You even acted as a bootlicker for her for 3 years? The more Chen Hai thought about it, the angrier he became. The more I think about it, the more speechless I feel about my past stupidity. Suddenly, I slapped myself in the face. Bang! A crisp slapping sound was heard in the LV store. Wang Dong and his companions were attracted by the sound. They all turned their heads to look. Chen Hai? Wang Dong and Yang Ruoxue were both confused. They didn't expect to meet him here. Speaking of the devil, you're going to sell your kidney to buy a bag for my baby? Wang Dong said jokingly and sarcastically, while glancing at the woman in his arms. Chen Hai ignored Wang Dong and the others. Instead, he walked to the LV bar and took out the black and gold bank card. Card swipe. Handing the bank card to the bar clerk, Chen Hai pointed to the crossbody bag in Gao Jing's hand. Confused. Quiet. The whole place was silent. What? Credit card? Ha ha ha. Big brother, you're going to make me laugh to death. With your appearance, you probably don't even have 18 yuan on you, right? How dare you pay for others? Did you really sell another kidney? Brother, do you know that this can kill people? Wang Dong was holding his stomach and laughing. Chen Hai, no wonder you dared to scold me on the phone, so you found a new buyer? Yang Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Gao Jing. I felt very unhappy. If Chen Hai really had the money to buy this bag, he must have sold another kidney. But in the end he bought it for Gao Jing, not for himself? If Gao Jing wasn't there, this bag would definitely be mine. The dog who would lick me for many years has now become someone else's dog. Yang Ruoxue actually felt a little uncomfortable. But at this moment, Chen Hai is no longer the bootlicker Chen Hai before. Now that he owns System Dad, he is a genuine rich man. Wrong. It's a super rich man. He just doesn't bother to deal with people like Wang Dong and Yang Ruoxue. His strength will prove everything for him. The right hand holding the black card moved.
Chen Hai once again signaled the teller to swipe the card. Yes sir, please wait a moment. The teller took it with both hands and swiped it on the POS machine at the same time.
After hearing a beep sound,
the teller returned the black card to Chen Hai with great respect. Hello, sir.
This time I spent 188,000 yuan. Here is your receipt. Well, help her wrap it up.
Chen Hai's face was very calm, as if the 188,000 was really 18 yuan.
Chen Hai, are you really going to sell your kidney again? How could you do this? Didn't you say you would only lick me?
When Yang Ruoxue saw that the payment was successful, she felt extremely upset.
Logically speaking, this bag should be yours. But now it has become Gao Jing's? The bad pen.
After simply replying with 2 words, Chen Hai took Gao Jing, who was looking excited, out of the LV store. Gao Jing's favorability towards the host plus 10, current favorability is 30.
This Chen Hai is really awesome. He's willing to sacrifice his life just to lick a girl? At this moment, Wang Dong really admired Chen Hai. Any normal person would not think of selling a kidney to please a girl.
What's more, in Wang Dong's eyes, Chen Hai actually sold 2 kidneys.
This could be fatal. Awesome.
Wang Dong gave Chen Hai a thumbs up in his heart, and said to Yang Ruoxue, let's go eat.
Yang Ruoxue looked at Gao Jing's back with mixed feelings.
To be precise, it was the LV bag in her hand that made me feel complicated. After leaving the LV store, Chen Hai immediately took Gao Jing on a shopping spree.
Chanel, Gucci, Dior, and more than 20 other brands. Anyway, the two of them were carrying a lot of bags. At first, Gao Jing didn't want Chen Hai to continue spending money. After all, he had already spent too much on her. However, faced with the huge temptation of these fashionable clothes, she couldn't resist it after all. After all, shopping is for girls. It's a natural instinct. After a long ideological struggle of 1 second, she finally chose to compromise. Name, Gao Jing. Charm value, 86. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 94. Number of applause, 0. Favorability, 35. Current consumption, 52,195,000 yuan. The crazy shopping just now made Gao Jing's favorability towards Chen Hai increase by another 5 points. Chen Hai felt that everything that happened today was very unreal. A few hours ago, he obtained the system that countless people dream of. Almost at the same time, I was having dinner with the dream lover of countless male classmates in Nanjing University. And I didn't expect that in just a few hours, Gao Jing, who originally had a favorability rating of 20 towards me, has now soared to 35. What does this prove? This proves that Gao Jing's relationship with Chen Hai has evolved from strangers to friends, or even more. It's only been a few hours. So if we can come for 2 more days, I'm afraid we will have no problem capturing Gao Jing. Chen Hai was excited when he thought that he would get the cash back in a short time. Even if he had a system that allowed him to spend unlimited money on S-level goddesses, he still couldn't use the money on himself. Compared with the Huaxia currency obtained from cash back, the Chinese currency is what Chen Hai needs. Alas, I have only spent 500 million on Gao Jing. Even if I get a cashback, it's only 5 million. Chen Hai pondered in his mind and felt that the money was being spent too slowly. He decided to go back and study it carefully tonight. How can we spend money faster? It would be best if we could spend hundreds of billions in one night. Checking the time, Chen Hai turned to Gao Jing, who was still excitedly looking at the merchandise in her hand, and said, "The dormitory will be closed in half an hour. Let's go back first." Gao Jing had a charming smile on her face. She walked forward lightly and took Chen Hai's arm. Stand on tiptoes at the same time, leaning towards Chen Hai's face. Chapter 9. Chen Hai, who has a huge fortune. Feel the sweet lips gradually approaching and the slightly hot breath. What the hell? Is my first kiss today going to disappear? Chen Hai's heart was pounding wildly. His old face turned red. Closed his eyes. Unlike what Chen Hai imagined, Gao Jing did not kiss him, but just whispered softly in his ear. Thank you, Chen Hai. You are the first person who was so kind to me. What? Chen Hai complained in his heart. Damn it! Am I being called a nice guy again? However, Chen Hai was already accustomed to this kind of thing and quickly adjusted his state back to normal. He smiled faintly at Gao Jing. Okay, then I'll call Mr. Yu first. Gao Jing nodded obediently and continued to hold Chen Hai's arm.
Gao Jing's favorability towards the host plus 25, current favorability is 60.
What the hell? What's going on?
The sudden 25 points of favorability made Chen Hai ecstatic. For him who has the task of system cashback,
even if it is just a tiny bit of favorability, its value far exceeds the first kiss that symbolizes youthfulness and ignorance.
Although Gao Jing and Chen Hai have not known each other for long, but with a woman's keen intuition, she could clearly feel that Chen Hai was not the kind of person with ulterior motives. Especially when Chen Hai spent a lot of money on her without hesitation, he never made any excessive or even ordinary requests.
No.
To be exact, from beginning to end, Chen Hai never asked her for anything.
Just now.
If Chen Hai desperately forced Gao Jing to stay with him tonight, perhaps Gao Jing would not flatly refuse. After all, they have invested so much in me, but I have no way to repay them.
Maybe then.
All Gao Jing could do was to obey, and that was the only way she could give in return with her body. However, if things really develop to that point, I'm afraid that the goodwill that Gao Jing has worked so hard to accumulate towards Chen Hai will be gone.
From then on, there was no possibility of further development between the two.
It is also difficult to increase the favorability again.
On the other side in the private room 555 of Qian Lakexiang. Uncle Yu, this glass of wine is for you.
At this moment, Wang Dong was holding a glass of wine and bending down to toast Yu Chaogui.
Waving his hand, Yu Chaogui replied, Xiaodong, I have something else to do later and can't drink.
At this moment, Yu Chaogui was like a high and mighty king, sitting on the throne. His eyes were full of disdain, which was completely different from his humble attitude towards Chen Hai before.
Okay Uncle Yu, with your distinguished status, you must be very busy.
After Wang Dong finished speaking, he drank the wine in the glass and pulled Yang Ruoshua aside to introduce.
Uncle Yu, this is my new girlfriend, Yang Ruoshua.
She has been begging me to bring her out to see the world, so today I am bringing her to meet you.
Yu Chaogui just glanced at Yang Ruoshua indifferently and responded casually. In fact, Yu Chaogui didn't want to pay any attention to Wang Dong today.
Even Wang Dong's father, Wang Lihai, is nothing more than a fawning lapdog in Yu Chaogui's eyes. However, since Wang Dong kept begging like a fawning dog, and he had to wait for Chen Hai, Yu Chaogui could only come in and sit down reluctantly.
Hello, Mr. Yu. My name is Yang Ruoshua. I am currently a junior student at Nanjing University. After graduation, I will.
Yu Chaogui, who originally had an impatient look on his face, suddenly had a look in his eyes that lit up.
Nanjing University? That seems to be the school where Mr. Chen attends? He coughed lightly and interrupted Yang Ruoshua's words. You said you were from Nanyang University? Yes, Mr. Yu. Yang Ruoshua nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Since you are from Nanyang University, you should know Mr. Chen Hai, right? Yang Ruoshua, who was originally unhappy because Chen Hai bought a bag for Gao Jing, became furious when she heard Chen Hai's name. Chen Hai? Of course I know that shameless guy who keeps pestering me all day long. And not just me, but everyone in the entire Nanjing University knows him. They all know that he is the one who has been chasing after me for 3 years. Besides, he is just a poor loser who looks like a skinny bamboo pole that is turned into a spirit. And he still wants to pursue me? How ridiculous. As she finished speaking, a look of pride and complacency gradually emerged on Yang Ruoshua's face. He didn't notice at all that Yu Chaogui's face had turned black. With a pop sound, Yu Chaogui slammed the table, stood up and shouted, "Shut up! How dare you, a nosy person like you, insult Mr. Chen with foul language? With Mr. Chen's wealth, would he be interested in a bitch like you?" Yu Chaogui, who entered society as a teenager, is a very loyal person. Very grateful and repaying. Chen Hai had just helped Yu Chaogui overcome difficulties, and now someone was humiliating Chen Hai in front of him, and he was just a junior. So Yu Chaogui got angry immediately. Wang Dong and Yang Ruoshua were both startled by his roar. Wang Dong swallowed his saliva and said in a very low voice, "Uncle Yu, you must have recognized the wrong person. The Chen Hai we are talking about is really a poor loser. Even buying bags for girls requires selling a kidney. Oh, and he asked me to sell it. I swear to God, it's definitely a coincidence." Wang Dong is a smart man. He knew that the Chen Hai that Yu Chaogui mentioned was definitely not a simple person. Otherwise, Yu Chaogui's eyes wouldn't be full of respect when he mentioned him. And that huge fortune. There was no way it could be the poor Chen Hai they knew. Humph. It's better not to be the same person. Otherwise, if you mess with him, even that idiot Wang Lihai won't be able to protect you.
In Yu Chaogui's eyes, Chen Hai and the forces behind him were definitely not people he could afford to provoke. Just kidding, these days, among people in their early 20s, except the guy named Wang, it's hard to find another person who can readily take out 500 million yuan.
And it's a personal transfer. There is no limit on the kind. Who knows what kind of strength is needed to achieve this?
In fact, whether Wang Dong and the other two offend Chen Hai or not has nothing to do with him.
But this guy's father is an old acquaintance of mine.
He also didn't want to see them offend a terrifying existence.
Don't worry, Uncle Yu, we are definitely not talking about the same person.
Wang Dong was also frightened by Yu Chaogui. He turned around and glared at Yang Ruoxue, secretly cursing her for talking nonsense.
Well, that's best.
The boundless horizon is my love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills.
Just then, Yu Chaogui's phone rang.
After the call was connected, a young man's voice came from the other end.
Hello, is this Mr. Yu?
Yu Chaogui was very familiar with this voice. Because this was the financial sponsor who helped him overcome the difficulties, Chen Hai.
Yes, Mr. Chen, shall I come and pick you up to go back to school now? Well, I'll wait for you at the intersection. Okay, Mr. Chen.
After hanging up the phone, Yu Chaogui immediately stood up and trotted away. He completely ignored Wang Dong, who looked confused.
Who on earth is this Chen Hai? How could Uncle Yu respect him so much and even personally send him back to school? Then I thought that this person was also a student of Nanjing University. Then he must be very young, which instantly aroused Wang Dong's curiosity. Let's go and see who this Chen Hai is. Chapter 10. Pa Wang Dong was slapped in the face. I just hung up the phone.
Yu Chaogui came trotting over, dragging his fat body.
Mr. Yu, where is your car parked?
After taking a deep breath, Yu Chaogui replied, it's not far ahead.
Mr. Chen, please wait here. I'll drive over right away.
Looking at the bags in his hands, Chen Hai was too lazy to move and nodded. Yu Chaogui had just left to drive. Wang Dong and the other person came to a place not far in front of Chen Hai and the other person. The four recognized each other from a distance.
Oh, it's really haunting. Chen Hai was devastated and tried to look for Yang Ruoxue but couldn't find her.
Now I don't want to see her, but I can see her everywhere.
Hey, isn't this Chen Hai?
When Wang Dong first saw Chen Hai, he was really shocked. He thought that the person in front of him was the one Yu Chaogui was talking about. However, when he looked around carefully, he did not see Yu Chaogui.
Only then did he feel a little relieved.
After all, when Yu Chaogui answered the phone just now, he clearly stated that he wanted to pick up Mr. Chen Hai. Now that Yu Chaogui is no longer around Chen Hai, it can only mean that they are not the same person.
It's just a coincidence of names.
Wang Dong walked up to Chen Hai and looked at the pile of bags in his hands which were printed with the logos of various high-end brands, and continued to utter sarcastic words.
I'm not saying anything, brother, you probably sold more than just one kidney this time, right? Did you sell that thing too? Otherwise, how could you afford so many things?
After saying that, Wang Dong's eyes looked towards Chen Hai's center in a strange way.
Chen Hai, how could you do this? You didn't buy so many things for me before. How could you be so generous to a bitch like her and spend so much money on her? Did you steal all the bank books at home? Yang Ruoxue was extremely jealous at this time.
As a typical socialite, she knew the value of the items in the hands of Chen Hai and the others.
Chen Hai was speechless. He really didn't want to pay attention to these two idiots. But often the more you don't want to pay attention to someone, the more that person will become more and more demanding. What is even more speechless is, after all, I have been pursuing Yang Ruoxue for 3 years, but this stupid woman doesn't even know that I am an orphan?
The words of the two also made Chen Hai a little angry. Where I get my money is none of your business, you two bastards. Also, who I spend money on is none of your business, you two idiots. When Wang Dong heard that Chen Hai dared to insult him, his eyes turned red instantly.
Boy, do you want to die?
He clenched his fists and walked slowly towards Chen Hai. In the past, with Chen Hai's personality, he would definitely be frightened by Wang Dong's aura to the point that his legs would go weak and he would turn around and run away.
But today I don't know why. He didn't even have the slightest thought of this.
Instead, he remained expressionless, making people feel extremely calm, as if Wang Dong's tall figure was just like a child in front of him. When Chen Hai recalled this incident later, he couldn't understand where he got the courage to face Wang Dong directly. Maybe it's because after becoming rich, a person's aura and courage have changed.
Just at this moment,
there was a roar of a car. Everyone turned their heads and saw a Maybach speeding towards them. The car braked suddenly and stopped next to a few people, and Yu Chaogui pushed the door open and walked out. When Yu Chaogui saw Wang Dong and the other man glaring at Chen Hai, he instantly understood the reason.
"What are you two idiots doing?"
Yu Chaogui's fat face was full of anger, and his voice was deafening, which scared Wang Dong so much that his body trembled violently.
Wang Dong couldn't believe it, and pointed at Chen Hai and asked, "Uncle Yu, is that the person you are talking about?" "Damn it! Could it be you, you idiot?"
Yu Chaogui roared at Wang Dong.
"Mr. Yu knows him?"
Chen Hai obviously noticed that Wang Dong was very afraid of Yu Chaogui, so he asked subconsciously.
"Don't get me wrong, Mr. Chen. I'm not familiar with this guy. I just had some friendship with his father in the past."
"Oh."
Chen Hai nodded with a smile. "By the way, Mr. Chen, did this kid offend you just now?"
With a roll of his eyes, Chen Hai spread his hands.
"I don't know. Anyway, he said he was going to beat me to death right away." "What?"
The thing that Yu Chaogui was most worried about finally happened. He never expected that Wang Dong, this idiot, would actually offend Chen Hai.
"Fuck you." Yu Chaogui kicked Wang Dong with his foot, then raised his right hand and slapped him hard.
There was a crisp sound of pop. Wang Dong received a solid slap in the face. In fact, if Wang Dong wanted to fight back, Yu Chaogui might not even be able to touch him, and might even be killed instantly with one punch.
However, he didn't dare at all. Because even his father didn't dare to provoke Yu Chaogui easily.
"Okay, Mr. Yu, if we delay for a while, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to school."
"Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll take care of this bastard some other day."
After staring at Wang Dong, Yu Chaogui made a gesture of invitation to Chen Hai.
"Downstairs of the NCU female dormitory. Can you finish it by yourself?"
Looking at Gao Jing, who was thin all over except for her breasts and buttocks, Chen Hai couldn't help but ask.
"You underestimate me, humph."
Gao Jing curled her lips and trotted upstairs carrying more than 20 shopping bags. Looking at Gao Jing's back, Chen Hai suddenly thought of a passage on the internet. Women are really contradictory organisms. They can't open bottle caps but can tear packages with bare hands. They are not good at playing games but can unbutton their bras with one hand.
They can't see blood but can stay calm during their periods.
They can't carry buckets but can walk around the streets for 8 hours without breathing heavily.
Just at this moment,
a message alert sounded from Chen Hai's tattered trigger. When he opened it, he saw that it was a message from his 3 sons in the dormitory.
"Aren't you coming back yet? Are you going to spend the night outside with young Ruoxue? Mu Tao. I agree with the boss. Chen Hai can finally lose his virginity today. Ha 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 ha." Li Chengjun. So the incident with Lao Si taught us a lesson, that is, persistence is victory. Lu Wei. The third brother is right, Mu Tao. +1 Li Qingjun. Everyone in Nanjing University was laughing at Chen Hai, except his 3 roommates. They are also Chen Hai's only friends in this school. So the relationship between them is very good. They became sworn brothers one night. So they can also be called Chen Hai's only relatives. The rankings of the 4 are: Boss Mu Tao. The second one Li Qingjun. The third one Lu Wei. The fourth one Chen Hai. Staring at the conversation between the 3 people on the screen, Chen Hai sighed in his heart. During the 3 years that he had been young Ruoshua's bootlicker, a lot of the living expenses subsidized by the government and the income from part-time jobs were all spent on her. As a result, Chen Hai often couldn't even afford to eat. If it weren't for the 3 of them, Chen Hai might have starved to death in Nanjing University long ago. They were so supportive of me pursuing young Ruoxue. But I persisted for 3 years and never succeeded once. Thinking of this, Chen Hai felt that he was very sorry for the trust of the 3 people. "Now that I have system dad, I will definitely let you live the life you want." Whispered secretly. Chen Hai replied on his phone, "Leave the door open, I'm back," and walked towards the menace dormitory. "Chen Hai, don't leave yet, I want to tell you something." As soon as he heard the voice, Chen Hai knew who it was. Yang Ruoxue. Chapter 11: How a Scumbag is Made. Stop. Chen Hai didn't even turn his head and said directly, "There is nothing more to talk about between you and me." His tone was full of ruthlessness. "No, Chen Hai, didn't you say you like me very much? Didn't you say you would only like me in this life? Now that I agree to be your girlfriend, please don't leave, okay?" Yang Ruoxue finished speaking with tears in her voice. At the same time, he ran behind Chen Hai and hugged him. Feeling the softness behind him, Chen Hai was not as excited as he had imagined, but a feeling of nausea. That's right, if it were in the past, what Yang Ruoxue said just now would definitely make Chen Hai excited to the point of crying. Not to mention actively hugging yourself. Then Chen Hai would definitely faint from excitement. But now, if you're done, let me go, because you're really disgusting me right now. No, Chen Hai, you can't do this to me. Yang Ruoxue's sobs became louder and louder, and she hugged Chen Hai more tightly. Roll. Chen Hai growled and forcibly pulled Yang Ruoxue's hands apart. Chen Hai. Seeing Chen Hai leave, Yang Ruoxue sat down on the ground. She couldn't believe that the little licker who used to follow her around all day would treat her like this now. How dare you yell at me? Okay. Are you sure you want to treat me like this? I'll never talk to you again. Gao Jing still thinks Chen Hai is the same as before. He actually wanted to use this method to make Chen Hai stay. Only Chen Hai never looked back from beginning to end. All that was left for her was her back. He left you with his back, without saying a word about love, which made you cry until your eyes turned red. Dear readers, do you think this song is very suitable for this scene? Since Gao Jing's dormitory was on the 4th floor and she was carrying a lot of things, she was already sweating profusely when she returned to the dormitory. Jingjing, did you go on a date today? Why did you come back so late? Gao Jing's roommate asked while lying on the bed after hearing the door open. Well, I think so. After hearing her answer, everyone in dormitory 405 poked their heads out. Especially when they saw the bags in Gao Jing's hands, they all exclaimed wow. At the same time, Gao Jing, are you being kept by someone? Someone asked curiously. No. Gao Jing quickly denied it. Who bought these things for you? The roommates continued to ask questions. Gao Jing looked down at the pile of things she was carrying, her face flushed, and she answered hesitantly, Chen Hai. Chen Hai? You're not talking about the #1 bootlicker in Nanjing University, Chen Hai? Someone asked in surprise. Seeing Gao Jing nod, the girls in dormitory 405 were in an uproar, and everyone asked about the cause and effect of the incident. On the other side, in the 301 male dormitory. Although Mu Tao is the boss in the dormitory, he is the shortest and his skin is much darker than that of ordinary people due to long-term exposure to ultraviolet rays. Fuck, fourth brother, you really came back? Why didn't you get a room with Yang Ruoxue? Mu Tao asked in surprise. Don't mention Yang Ruoxue anymore. I have nothing to do with her anymore. Chen Hai's tone was calm, but there was a hint of determination in his eyes. What? Mu Tao was so shocked that he almost jumped off the bed. The other roommates were also stunned and couldn't believe their ears. You know, Chen Hai pursued Yang Ruoxue for 3 years, was her bootlicker for 3 years, and was laughed at by the entire Nanjing University for 3 years. Over the years, he has never given up and has always persisted silently. But now, he actually said that he had nothing to do with Yang Ruoxue anymore? At this moment, the faith of the entire men's dormitory 301 seemed to collapse in an instant. Especially the second brother Li Changjun. Although his family was not wealthy, they were definitely not poor, and he was the only son in the family. He has always admired Chen Hai's persistence. As a northerner, he is 1.88 meters tall, with fair skin and 3-dimensional facial features, especially his almond eyes, which make him look particularly sunny. Therefore, Li Changjun can be considered a tall, rich and handsome man. There is never a shortage of girls around him. Although the quality varies, there are so many of them. Despite having such good conditions, Li Changjun had been an absolute scumbag before coming to Z University, and could be called a sea king. I even contracted sexually transmitted diseases multiple times. However, the situation did not change until he met Chen Hai. Li Changjun was moved by Chen Hai's persistence and began to take him as an example and work hard to learn from him. Of course, he is not trying to learn how to be a humble bootlicker, but is determined to become a good man. A dedicated person. But now, even Chen Hai can't hold on any longer. Well.
With a sigh, Lee Changjun jumped down from the upper bunk, walked in front of Chen Hai and patted his shoulder gently. Old 4, although I can't teach you how to be a qualified bootlicker, I can teach you how to be a scumbag and make others become your bootlickers in return. The fat boy Lu Wei, the third oldest in the dormitory, came over and interrupted. Second brother, please don't lead the fourth brother astray.
Mu Tao followed suit and echoed, that's right. Wait. Chen Hai interrupted.
After all, for him who now has the system, the most urgent thing is how to win the girl's heart.
And isn't Li Qingjun the person who can solve this problem?
Chen Hai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Li Qingjun expectantly and said, Second brother, please teach me. Li Qingjun raised his eyebrows and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
First of all, you need to change your image. Your current dress is too ordinary.
Secondly, you need to learn how to play hard to get.
You can't always be nice to girls without reservation.
Chen Hai listened very carefully and nodded continuously. Li Qingjun continued.
Another key point is to create a sense of mystery. For example, disappear for a while occasionally so that girls are curious about you and can't guess what you are doing. While listening, Chen Hai was thinking about the feasibility of these methods. Also, don't always reply immediately when chatting.
You should extend your reply time appropriately so as to arouse the other person's interest.
Sometimes you should also chat with the other person and make some dirty jokes.
Second brother, this sounds a little difficult to grasp.
Chen Hai scratched his head. That depends on experience.
You should also develop more hobbies, such as basketball and musical instruments, so that you can show your unique side in front of girls.
At this moment, Mu Tao suddenly interrupted and said, Old 4, which girl are you trying to attract by learning all this? Do you have a new target? Chen Hai smiled mysteriously, keep it secret for now.
Tonight, under the leadership of Li Qingjun, the atmosphere in the entire men's dormitory 301 was extremely warm. The four of them were talking at the same time, chattering non-stop.
Their topics always revolve around one core, that is, how a scumbag is made.
The brothers in the dormitory supported Chen Hai with all their might, just like they supported him in pursuing Yang Ruoxue, contributing money and effort.
They chatted until late at night before going to bed.
Chen Hai lay on the bed and took out his cell phone, only then he noticed that there were several unread messages. He clicked on it and found that it was sent by Yang Ruoxue and Gao Jing.
Chen Hai ignored Yang Ruoxue's message and directly clicked on Gao Jing's message.
Thank you, Chen Hai, I really don't know why you were so nice to me.
I don't know how to repay you. See you tomorrow. I'll give you a little surprise. Good night, have a sweet dream.
Chapter 12. An explosive scene, the dog turns over. When he woke up the next day, Chen Hai glanced at his phone out of habit.
This has been his habit for the past 3 years as a bootlicker.
When Chen Hai opened his phone, he received several unread messages.
Just like yesterday, it was Gao Jing and Yang Ruoxue. Gao Jing, good morning.
This is the first time in his life that a girl has taken the initiative to send a good morning message to Chen Hai. It was worth it that Chen Hai spent so much money on her. A relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Chen Hai's fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard. Good morning, tall beauty.
After exiting the chat interface, Chen Hai looked at Yang Ruoxue's more than 20 unread messages and finally clicked on them.
Chen Hai, how could you do this to me? Didn't you say you would obey me absolutely? Didn't you say you would treat me without reservation? Then why didn't you tell me that you were so rich? Don't you like me very much? I promise to be with you. As long as you give me the things you bought for Gao Jing, I can even reward you once. Chen Hai. Why don't you reply to me? Do you think you can ignore me now that you have money? Okay. Chen Hai, are you sure about this?
If you don't reply me tomorrow, I will post all the chat records of you licking me over the past few years on the internet. Looking at the messages sent by Yang Ruoxue, Chen Hai's mouth twitched and he cursed inwardly.
Is this guy a jerk? At this moment, 2 delicate figures were standing downstairs of the men's dormitory of Nanjing University.
They were holding breakfast in their hands and looking around the door of the men's dormitory, as if they were waiting for someone.
Oh my god. Isn't this Yang Ruoxue? She's the most beautiful girl in the dance department. That's right. It is said that she is very good at twisting. She is nicknamed the Little Electric Motor. If I could be with her, he. TSK, who is this Yang Ruoxue? Didn't you see the girl next to her? Oh my god. Who is this? So beautiful? This dimension is at least D. You don't even know her?
She's one of the 3 most beautiful girls in our Nan University, Gao Jing. Look, they both have breakfast in their hands.
It's obvious that they are here to deliver breakfast to people. Yes, I think so too. Do you think there is a possibility that they are all waiting for the same person? Oh my god, it's that damn guy who is so happy. Why isn't that person me?
Amidst everyone's envious looks and jealous words, Chen Hai slowly walked down the stairs.
Same as always. He was still sloppy and didn't even wash his hair.
He was still wearing the same white t-shirt as yesterday, with black breeches on the bottom.
Just walked out the door. He then saw 2 people at the door. Chen Hai.
When Gao Jing saw him come out, she waved her slender right hand in the air.
He walked straight towards Gao Jing and said with a smile,
"Good morning, tall and beautiful lady.
I don't know what you like to eat, so I just bought something. Here, for you." Gao Jing smiled sweetly.
At the same time, he handed the breakfast in his hand to Chen Hai.
Fuck.
I never thought I'd get breakfast delivered to me in this life.
And it's by a top beauty like Gao Jing.
While taking the breakfast, Chen Hai scratched his head embarrassedly.
Hey, thank you, beautiful lady. This slightly intimate scene between the 2 of them made many onlookers express envy. Damn it. Isn't this Chen Hai, the #1 bootlicker in Nanjing University? Yes. It's him. Oh my god. The goddess I've had a crush on for many years actually sent him breakfast? Why? Why?
Why did Goddess Gao Jing not bring breakfast to me, but to this poor loser who is a licking dog?
Don't worry, I remember Yang Ruoxue is the goddess that Chen Hai has been licking for 3 years, right? That's right, you see she is holding breakfast in her hands, could it be?
After hearing the last 2 sentences, many people looked at Yang Ruoxue.
At this moment, Yang Ruoxue's face suddenly became very ugly, and she screamed, "Chen Hai, what do you mean?"
In fact, Chen Hai had noticed her a long time ago.
I just pretended not to see it. I made it very clear yesterday.
Chen Hai glanced at her coldly. "You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Please stay away from me in the future."
What? Oh shit.
Polar reversal. Countless people standing outside the men's dormitory were all confused and shocked beyond words. At first, when the campus beauty Gao Jing handed the breakfast to Chen Hai, they were already in disbelief.
Unexpectedly. As expected, Yang Ruoxue also came to bring him breakfast. And look at Yang Ruoxue's posture. Obviously jealous. That's right, I'm jealous. Oh my god. Big news. The #1 bootlicker at Z University has turned over and become the master? Quick, record this scene and put it on the campus website. It will definitely get a lot of hits. Brother Hai, you are awesome. You can actually make Yang Ruoxue jealous of you overnight? Just as everyone was talking to each other. Yang Ruoxue suddenly became angry and said, "If you dare to abandon me, I will send the chat history now."
Chen Hai was dismissive of this and just shrugged.
It's up to you, but you'd better think about the consequences.
This behavior is an invasion of privacy, and I'm not afraid of damaging my reputation.
Anyway, I don't need to please you now. Yang Ruoxue didn't expect Chen Hai to be so tough and stood there in a daze for a moment. Is this still the same bootlicker Chen Hai? Why does he treat me like this after not seeing me for just 1 day? Why? Why? Is it because of that bitch Gao Jing? That's right. It's because of her.
Yang Ruoxue looked at Gao Jing with red eyes, cursing at the same time.
You stinky bitch, how dare you seduce my man? Gao Jing was also angry when she heard this. Immediately fight back. When did Chen Hai become your man? You ignored him before, why are you actively looking for him now? None of your business.
Chen Hai has been pursuing me for so many years, but because of the appearance of you, a bitch, he actually dared to ignore me.
Gao Jing snorted coldly after hearing this. Snort. If Chen Hai had no money, would you still do this? Gao Jing's words really hit the nail on the head for Yang Ruoxue. People are like this. When someone treats you well, you don't know how to cherish them. You only realize it after you lose them, but it's too late. So readers, if you don't add it to your bookshelf, it will be too late to find it later. This is what Yang Ruoxue is like at the moment. The only difference is not because she thinks Chen Hai is so good. But it's because Chen Hai has changed. Become rich. Okay, Xiaojing, don't waste your breath with her, let's go. Chen Hai couldn't bear to listen any longer. He took Gao Jing's slender hand and left the place in the shocked gaze of everyone.
Gao Jing, who was being held by Chen Hai, just blushed. There was no resistance. Instead, he clenched Chen Hai's skinny hand.
No! Chen Hai, come back here.
Yang Ruoxue collapsed to her knees at this moment, tears streaming down her face.
Just now the process was too exciting. The crowd watching were all stunned and didn't make a sound.
At this moment, when Chen Hai left, the crowd exploded instantly.
Chapter 13 Playing with Little Yellow Hair. Fuck! Brother Hai is awesome. The poor loser that everyone talks about is actually hanging around two beautiful ladies, and they're actually jealous of him? Yeah, we misunderstood Brother Hai before. How dare he mock the human emperor and call him a bootlicker? Compared to him, we are the ones who are licking dogs, right? That's right, it seems that Brother Hai's nickname will have to change in the future.
He should be called Brother Hai, the #1 Sea King of Nanjing University. Hey, look at this guy wearing cheap clothes and he can attract 2 top girls.
Look at us, we are nothing. By the way, who among you has Brother Hai's V? I want to become his disciple. Fuck. Why didn't I think of that? Brother Hai, wait for me. After this incident, Chen Hai's identity in Nanjing University has undergone a drastic change.
He is transformed from the #1 bootlicker to the #1 Sea King. Sometimes, being a Sea King doesn't just mean owning a lot of fish ponds.
Just like Chen Hai,
Gao Jing and other 2 girls, whose looks and figures are enough to beat many people, are jealous of him.
That's for him. Don't other girls have their hands full? So if he wants to be Aquaman, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? And it was because of Gao Jing and the other 2.
It even leads some people to think that if they could switch roles with Chen Hai, they would be willing to live 10 years less, no, even 20 or 30 years less.
In fact, when I met Yang Ruoxue in LV,
Chen Hai once used the system to scan her charm value. The result was just as he expected.
Yang Ruoxue's charm value reached 80, which just met the judging criteria for an S-level goddess.
It's just that Chen Hai didn't want to spend money on her anymore, so he didn't choose to bind her. On the other side, Chen Hai was eating his breakfast when he suddenly remembered the surprise Gao Jing told him on the phone yesterday.
So he asked, Xiaojing, the surprise you mentioned is not this breakfast, right? Gao Jing didn't mind Chen Hai calling her by her nickname. Of course not. Chen Hai then asked, what is the surprise you are talking about?
Gao Jing walked up to Chen Hai and suddenly stopped, winking at him and keeping him in suspense.
I won't tell you yet. By the way, do you have classes this afternoon?
Chen Hai drank the warm soy milk in his hand while shaking his head like a rattle. After getting a positive answer, Gao Jing said see you in the afternoon and trotted away towards her classroom. Chen Hai glanced down at the soy milk in his hand, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Time passed quickly and soon it was noon.
Chen Hai, who had just stepped out of the classroom, received a message from Gao Jing.
I'll wait for you outside the school gate. Good.
After replying to the message, Chen Hai also walked towards the school gate.
Off campus, a BMW 5 Series was parked at the gate of Z University.
A handsome yellow-haired guy in the car was playing with his mobile phone out of boredom, waiting for his girlfriend to leave the campus.
This man's name is Wang Kai. He is a junior from another university in the South City. He is also Chen Hai's high school classmate.
While he was waiting, he saw a beautiful figure standing at the school gate. Gao Jing.
Fuck. This kind of looks. This kind of figure. She's simply the best in the world.
Wang Kai threw the cigarette in his mouth to the ground, opened the car door and walked towards Gao Jing. In his hand, he was holding 99 roses that he was going to give to his girlfriend.
Hello beautiful lady, are you alone? Do you mind sitting in my car?
Wang Kai handed the rose to Gao Jing and deliberately pressed the car key in his hand. Then the BMW 5 Series parked nearby made a beeping sound.
Gao Jing frowned and took a step back. No, I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Who are you waiting for? How about waiting in my car? I have some fun stuff in my car, hee hee.
There was a proud look on his face, but his eyes were full of vulgarity.
After saying that, he pressed the car key in his hand again.
For an ordinary college student, a BMW 5 Series may be a dream that they will never be able to achieve in their lifetime.
But after seeing Chen Hai's inhumane spending,
To Gao Jing, Wang Kai in front of her was just like a clown.
Really, no need, I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Ah.
When Wang Kai heard that Gao Jing was actually waiting for her boyfriend, he felt disappointed. I didn't get to meet such a beautiful woman earlier.
What a pity.
Just when Wang Kai was about to continue fighting, Gao Jing waved her arms towards the school and spoke to Wang Kai.
Sorry, my boyfriend is already here.
Fuck. I want to see who can win the heart of such a beautiful woman.
Just as Wang Kai followed Gao Jing's gaze, an unexpected figure appeared chin high. Oh my god. Could it be him? No, it's impossible.
How could a poor loser like Chen Hai be the boyfriend of such a beautiful woman? Wang Kai, you really are stupid because of school. Wang Kai shook his head and looked towards the inner chamber of Nanda.
I want to find a boy who is worthy of Gao Jing. But after taking a look,
he found that there were no other boys except Chen Hai.
Have you been waiting for a long time?
No, I just got here. When Chen Hai came over, Gao Jing immediately stepped forward and took his arm.
And aside.
Wang Kai, who was still looking around inside the Nanjing University, was so shocked by this sudden scene that he was speechless.
It's you! Damn it!
You're her boyfriend. Wang Kai opened his eyes wide and pointed at Chen Hai in shock, as if he had seen a ghost.
Incredible!
And Chen Hai immediately recognized this old classmate.
Wang Kai? Chen Hai, do you know him? Gao Jing asked subconsciously when she saw this. Yeah, my high school classmate.
Oh. Although the two knew each other, their relationship was not harmonious. So Chen Hai didn't exchange too many pleasantries with Wang Kai, but pulled Gao Jing up and prepared to leave.
Wait a minute.
Wang Kai hurriedly reached out to stop the two of them, and looked Chen Hai up and down carefully. A yellowed white t-shirt, a pair of faded black breeches, and a pair of worn flip-flops on his feet.
This is Chen Hai's outfit. Damn it, Chen Hai, how did you, a fool, catch up with such a beautiful woman?
Wang Kai put one hand on Chen Hai's shoulder and gently patted Chen Hai's chest with the other hand. The two people's actions seemed intimate, like old friends. However, Wang Kai did not deliberately lower his voice when he said this.
Gao Jing naturally heard it too. Oh? Chen Hai narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, want to learn?
I'll teach you.
Yes.
Of course. When Wang Kai heard this, he nodded vigorously, his eyes full of excitement.
1,000.
Chen Hai raised a finger and waved it in front of Wang Kai.
After hesitating for a moment, Wang Kai turned on his phone. Payment code. Okay. Ding. 1,000 yuan has been received via payment code. Seeing the receipt notification, Chen Hai was secretly delighted. It was so easy to make money from these rich second generations.
Okay, then I'll tell you why Gao Jing likes me.
Because of my handsome appearance.
Wang Kai, who was approaching with joy, suddenly changed his expression.
Fuck you. How dare you play tricks on me?
At the same time, he suddenly stretched out his hand and hit Chen Hai.
Chapter 14, going a step further. Grass. With a roar, Wang Kai prepared to punch out. Chen Hai was well prepared for Wang Kai's series of actions. However, just as he was about to dodge,
Wang Kai, with an angry face, was kicked away by someone. Looking at the person who kicked Wang Kai away, it turned out to be Wang Dong.
Mr. Chen.
When Wang Dong saw Chen Hai again, he felt not only embarrassed but also a little afraid of him. You know, even a ruthless man like you Chao Gui was respectful to Chen Hai.
And he himself had actually dared to be disrespectful to Chen Hai before? He even sold one of Chen Hai's kidneys. Thinking of this, Wang Dong couldn't help but tremble all over. At this moment, Wang Kai, who was lying on the ground, roared again, "Damn it, who dares to attack me? Do you know that I am?"
But when Wang Kai saw clearly the appearance of the person in front of him, he stopped talking.
Cousin? Shut up. You idiot. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Chen. Wang Dong's face looked extremely ugly at this time.
He came to Nanjing University today with the intention of apologizing to Chen Hai, but he saw the scene as soon as he got off the car. Wang Dong and Wang Kai are cousins. As the oldest among the younger generations of the Wang family, Wang Dong entered society very early. At a young age, he had already made a name for himself in the underworld of South City, so Wang Kai did not dare to offend Wang Dong at all. He quickly stood up and bowed to Chen Hai to apologize.
Oh,
I didn't expect you two had this kind of relationship. Chen Hai looked at the two of them, his eyes full of teasing.
Isn't the South City too small? The two people who both wanted to attack me were actually cousins? Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry. Wang Kai is such a fool. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with him.
Wang Dong said this without blushing or getting nervous. After all, he had offended Chen Hai yesterday, but today he still had the nerve to say that Wang Kai was looking down on others. I didn't have a problem with him, but he not only wanted to harass my girlfriend, but also wanted to beat me up.
This. Chen Hai didn't say the second half of the sentence.
He just gave Wang Dong a look that was half a smile. Wang Dong had been in society for 5 years, so he naturally knew what Chen Hai meant.
No hesitation.
He turned around and threw a series of punches at Wang Kai. Wang Kai, who had just stood up, was kicked to the ground again. The whole person curled up into a ball. There were also painful screams coming from his mouth. He didn't understand why his cousin, who usually loved him so much, would beat him up for a poor loser today.
And what he didn't understand even more was, why does my cousin call Chen Hai Mr. Chen and be so humble towards him? These two people are different from the impression I have of them.
Although he and Chen Hai were not in the same university.
However, Chen Hai's identity as the #1 bootlicker is known to everyone.
Even at high school reunions. Chen Hai was also a big fool who was laughed at by everyone. He is just such a loser.
Why would his cousin beat him up in the street for him?
Wang Kai was very confused at this moment. Her face was full of tears.
I secretly thought that I must return to the family to complain. Wang Dong is indeed a gangster.
He is really ruthless when it comes to killing people. He did not hold back even against his own cousin. This made Chen Hai look at him with new eyes. Chen Hai, please tell him to stop.
If he continues to fight, I'm afraid your old classmate will. Gao Jing is always a girl.
Seeing Wang Kai in such a miserable state, he naturally felt sorry for him.
Nodding, Chen Hai felt the same way. After all, this is at the school gate. If the fight continues, I'm afraid the security guards will be attracted. Okay, Wang Dong, that's it.
Yes.
Mr. Chen.
Staring at Wang Kai, Wang Dong said, "How dare you, you bastard, offend Mr. Chen?
I'll deal with you when I get home."
After saying that, he kicked Wang Kai again, then trotted over to Chen Hai. "Mr. Chen, yesterday I accidentally offended you because of that bitch Yang Ruoshua, so I came all the way here today to apologize to you.
I wonder if you can do me the honor of having a meal with me." Wang Dong's attitude at this moment was very sincere. This is in stark contrast to yesterday's arrogance and domineering behavior. Glancing at the beauty beside him, Chen Hai said, "I'm busy."
At the same time walking towards the distance.
This. Next time. He waved behind him. Chen Hai gave Wang Dong an answer.
In fact, he is a very broad-minded person and will not hold a grudge over a trivial matter.
Otherwise, how could he have remained the top bootlicker in Nanjing University for 3 years?
In addition, Wang Dong beat Wang Kai up for his own sake today.
This is enough to prove Wang Dong's sincerity.
After hearing Chen Hai say next time, Wang Dong immediately understood the meaning of his words.
He nodded slightly in the direction Chen Hai left.
At the same time, he replied, "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your honor." After stopping a car on the roadside, Chen Hai and Gao Jing got in and drove towards Qianlexiang.
Let us ride together again. Even though it was just overnight.
But the two of them changed from sitting separately to sitting together.
The relationship also went from unfamiliar to familiar.
Sitting together, the faint scent of Gao Jing's perfume drifted into Chen Hai's nose, making him lean towards Gao Jing unconsciously.
When I saw Gao Jing's pair of long white legs under her white miniskirt,
Chen Hai swallowed unconsciously. The unique reaction of a man also began to stir up agitation.
The first step to becoming a scumbag is to be thick-skinned and take the initiative when necessary.
Don't worry about girls rejecting you.
How can you know if a girl is willing if you don't give it a try? I was thinking back to what the second brother Li Qingjun said yesterday.
Chen Hai pretended to look outside the car. One hand was placed on Gao Jing's leg. This was the first time Chen Hai touched a girl's legs. He just felt soft, smooth and comfortable. I almost set up a small tent in the taxi. Gao Jing's face also turned red because of Chen Hai's action. Subconsciously, he wanted to take Chen Hai's hand away. But I don't know why. Chen Hai, whose body is as thin as a piece of dry firewood, is surprisingly strong at this moment.
Gao Jing couldn't move Chen Hai's hand away with both hands. Snort! Snorted coldly. Gao Jing did not resist again.
Continuing to look outside the car, Gao Jing allowed Chen Hai to put his hand on her leg and rub it as he pleased.
Fuck! What my second brother said is right. I felt secretly proud for a while. Chen Hai took a deep breath.
At the same time, he moved his body.
It brought the two closer.
He raised his left hand, which was originally on Gao Jing's leg. Chen Hai carefully placed it on Gao Jing's left shoulder. Gao Jing trembled slightly and turned to look at Chen Hai.
What do you want to do?
Their eyes met and Chen Hai uttered a word.
Think.
Gao Jing, who lives in the era of big data, naturally knows this joke. After shyly saying hooligan, he wanted to turn his head away again. But Chen Hai was well prepared.
He put his left hand on Gao Jing's left shoulder and grabbed Gao Jing's pink cheek.
Chen Hai leaned towards Gao Jing's lips.
After feeling the heat from the man,
Gao Jing swallowed and closed her eyes.
Chapter 15 Frog Fun. Hai Go's first kiss is gone.
Just when their lips were about to touch, a sound suddenly interrupted Chen Hai's good time. We're at Vank Plaza, handsome guy. Hearing the taxi driver's voice, Chen Hai's heart collapsed instantly.
Fuck. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. He glared at the taxi driver who was smirking in the rearview mirror. Chen Hai could only interrupt the casting.
Gao Jing's face also turned red because of the driver's words.
It seems I have to buy a car of my own. Chen Hai made up his mind secretly. After getting off the car, the two walked straight towards Qianlexiang.
Even though he was interrupted just when he was about to kiss Gao Jing, Chen Hai knew in his heart that this moment was not far away. After all, Gao Jing did not reject his closeness in the car just now, which is enough to explain everything.
However, this incident also made Chen Hai understand the truth.
That is to own a car of my own as soon as possible. As the saying goes, a car is a man's second home in his face. If I was in my own car just now, how could someone else disturb me?
If you have a car, does Wang Kai still dare to be arrogant in front of him? After making up my mind,
Chen Hai began to think about how to buy a car. After all, the system's goddess coins cannot be used on oneself. So at this moment, there is no way for me to use the system to buy a car for myself.
There is another point. That means I don't have a driver's license.
During my 3 years in college, I couldn't even afford to eat, let alone have money to get a driver's license. While Chen Hai was thinking about these questions, the two of them had already arrived in Qianlexiang. Walk into the private room. After learning that the two were coming, Li Yan had already arranged for the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal. At this moment, the round table is already filled with various delicious dishes.
Mr. Chen, call me if you need anything. Li Yan closed the door gently and then tactfully left the private room. Because of Chen Hai, Li Yan has achieved a triple jump and was successfully promoted to the general manager of Qianlexiang.
So, she didn't go far. Instead, they stand outside the door, ready to serve the private room at any time.
After seeing Li Yan leave, Chen Hai coughed dryly. Ahem, Xiao Jing, shall we continue?
As he spoke, he stared at Gao Jing's eyes with lustful eyes.
Even eating can't stop your mouth.
Gao Jing rolled her eyes at him, then handed a set of bowl and chopsticks to Chen Hai and started eating.
Oh. Damn taxi. There is no way. Chen Hai could only fill his stomach first. Kissing on the lips can only be done later.
Staring at Chen Hai's outfit, Gao Jing frowned. Honestly speaking, it's no wonder that people call Chen Hai a poor loser just because of the cheap clothes he is wearing. Sometimes Gao Jing felt embarrassed to be with him.
Chen Hai, you bought me this and that yesterday, why didn't you buy yourself some nice clothes? Because I have no money.
Chen Hai spread his hands, feeling helpless. He was right, he really had no money on him, and all he had was the 1,000 yuan he had just swindled from Wang Kai. Even though Chen Hai now has the system. However, the goddess coins in the system cannot be spent on oneself.
Are all you rich people so weird?
I'll go shopping for some clothes with you after dinner.
Wait, let me first say that I really have no money. Chen Hai quickly reminded.
Rolling her eyes at Chen Hai, Gao Jing said unhappily, I know. Gao Jing would never believe Chen Hai's lies.
A person who can easily spend tens of millions. You tell me he has no money? No one believes it. After eating and drinking,
Gao Jing first took Chen Hai to a barber shop nearby and asked teacher Tony to carefully design a hairstyle for him. I have to say, after Chen Hai changed his hairstyle, he seemed like a completely different person. His face, which was not ugly to begin with, actually looks a bit handsome with the new hairstyle. Indeed, hairstyle is like a man's second face. Gao Jing's eyes lit up when she saw Chen Hai's transformed appearance. I didn't expect he was quite handsome. After leaving the barber shop, Gao Jing took Chen Hai to the Armani store and bought 2 sets of clothes for him. When Chen Hai changed into casual clothes, he looked sunny and handsome. Even Gao Jing couldn't help but look at him a few more times. By the way, where's my surprise? Since yesterday, Chen Hai has been wondering what the surprise Gao Jing mentioned is. Could it be that sweet kiss? Or is it that important step that adults must take? Because of all these random thoughts in his mind, Chen Hai couldn't sleep well last night. You'll know soon. Let's go to the movies first. Gao Jing took out 2 movie tickets from the LV bag she bought yesterday and winked at Chen Hai playfully. Hearing the word cinema, Chen Hai suddenly became excited. The cinema is where many young couples choose to have their first kiss. The two entered the cinema and found seats to sit down. In the dark, Chen Hai's heart was pounding, and his mind was full of intimate scenes that might happen soon. The movie has started. It is a romantic comedy, and bursts of laughter from the audience could be heard from the theater from time to time. However, when the plot reached its climax and the hero and heroine embraced and kissed each other affectionately, Chen Hai secretly looked at Gao Jing. But I found that she was staring at the screen intently, and there was no ambiguous atmosphere at all. Chen Hai carefully took Gao Jing's hand, then slowly moved closer to her ear and whispered, "What exactly is this surprise you're talking about?" Gao Jing glanced at him. A charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she took something out of her handbag and handed it to Chen Hai. In dim light, Chen Hai finally saw clearly what was in Gao Jing's hand, a small black box with a short English word engraved on it, Langens. Although Chen Hai didn't know much about watches, he recognized the brand at a glance. Langens. Gao Jing took out the watch and put it on Chen Hai attentively. "I thought about it all night yesterday and I still don't know what to get you. After all, someone as rich as you must have everything. Although it's not worth much, only 20,000 yuan, but I carefully selected it myself. I hope you will like it, hee." In fact, whether it was a watch or clothes, Gao Jing bought them all with the 100,000 yuan that Chen Hai transferred to her. This gift is really precious. This is the first time I have received a gift from a girl. Chen Hai looked at the mechanical watch on his wrist, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. The two looked at each other. It was as if time had frozen at this moment, just like the hero and heroine in a melodramatic romance drama. There was a strange atmosphere in the air. Just when Chen Hai wanted to say something, Gao Jing suddenly hugged his neck and leaned forward. Gently kissed Chen Hai on the lips. Chapter 16, Poor and Crying. Plop. Plop. Chen Hai's heart was beating wildly. He had imagined this scene countless times. Of course, the fantasy heroine is Yang Ruoxue. But he never expected that his first kiss would be given to another person. A woman who is more beautiful and charming than Yang Ruoxue Gao Jing. At this moment, time seems to have stopped. Chen Hai could no longer hear any sound from the cinema. He fully enjoyed the softness of her lips and the faint scent of them. Chen Hai's breathing suddenly became rapid. The kissing posture in the island country's teaching video involuntarily emerged in my mind. Just as he was preparing to put what he had learned into practice, Gao Jing's lips suddenly left Chen Hai's lips. Her face flushed and she looked at Chen Hai with tenderness in her eyes. "Do you want to continue?" Chen Hai was still not satisfied. Snort! Gao Jing turned her head away shyly. However, her right hand, which was tightly clasped with Chen Hai's, became even stronger. As the saying goes, fingers interlocked. Gao Jing's favorability towards the host +10, current favorability is 70. After hearing the system prompt, Chen Hai became bolder. Without hesitation, he kissed Gao Jing on the cheek a few more times. "Oh, you're so annoying. You're going to ruin my makeup." "It doesn't matter, you're just as beautiful without makeup." As Chen Hai spoke, he held Gao Jing tightly in his arms. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Chen Hai kissed her again. At the same time, he stuck out his tongue very stiffly. Since this was his first time kissing, all his experience came from online educational films from the island country. But how can he compare with those professionals? Not long after, Chen Hai's tongue began to cramp.
Time always passes quickly. An hour later, the movie was over.
With somewhat numb lips, Chen Hai walked out of the cinema hugging Gao Jing, whose face still blushed.
I glanced at the time and it was just past 3 in the afternoon.
Chen Hai is also preparing for a sweet date with Gao Jing. However, because Gao Jing had something else to do in the afternoon, Chen Hai had to give up the idea.
In male dormitory 301.
For some reason today, except for Chen Hai, all other roommates are not here.
Out of boredom, Chen Hai had to open his phone again and start watching Douyin short videos.
After watching 2 borderline videos, a live broadcast room of a beautiful woman caught Chen Hai's attention.
Does this person look familiar? Chen Hai clicked to enter the live broadcast room and looked at the female anchor Chen Si, who was playing the guitar for a long time. It's her. Zhou Zi? Like Chen Hai, Zhou Zi is a student at Nanjing University.
Moreover, she has a special identity, the first of the 3 most beautiful girls in Nanjing University.
Oh my god, didn't I hear that Zhou Zi's family is quite wealthy? Why is she still live streaming on Douyin? Chen Hai turned on the system scanning function. Zhou Zi's data panel soon appeared in front of him. Name, Zhou Zi. Charm value, 88. Age, 21. Height, 168. Weight, 98. Number of applause, 1. Favorability, 0. Current consumption 0 yuan.
Looking at Zhou Zi, who had already received applause several times, Chen Hai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I didn't expect that this was not the first time for the usually aloof campus beauty Zhou.
And ever since Chen Hai came to Nanjing University.
Although I heard that many people pursued Zhou Zi, I have never heard that she had a relationship with anyone. Just when Chen Hai was daydreaming,
Zhou Zi in the live broadcast room actually started a PK with others via microphone.
The anchor on the other side was a female anchor with the online name Mala Rabbit Head.
She is quite beautiful. There are also hundreds of thousands of fans.
Even Chen Hai had watched her live broadcast many times. However, after Chen Hai scanned her with the system, he discovered that her charm value was only 68. It is obvious that the anchor on the other side relies on beauty and technology to hold the scene.
And the system displays.
This spicy rabbit head is actually 32 years old.
This is seriously inconsistent with the 22 years old stated in her Douyin profile. In comparison, Zhou Zi looks even more charming without beauty filters.
Especially since Chen Hai had met her on campus before, he naturally knew what Zhou Zi really looked like.
Ask the system.
After I found out that I can use goddess coins to recharge Douyin, Chen Hai first bound himself to Zhou Zi, and then hurriedly opened the recharge page.
Chen Hai couldn't find a place to spend his money. Now I know that I can use goddess coins to buy gifts. Both eyes also became excited.
However, Douyin can only recharge a maximum of 10,000 yuan each time, and his pineapple machine card is bursting. So Chen Hai stopped after recharging 10 million yuan.
After re-entering the live broadcast room,
Chen Hai discovered that Zhou Zi had already lost the PK.
The punishment is being carried out at this moment. Is the anchor still playing? The female anchor on the opposite side named Mala Rabbit Head started to yell after Zhou Zi lost the game. This is a common trick used by many anchors.
After all, only when competing with others will the big guys in the live broadcast room give gifts crazily to win the favor of the anchor and gain a sense of superiority.
Mala Rabbit Head is indeed a small internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of fans.
Although her charm is not high, she is still quite good with the help of beauty and special effects. Moreover, I don't know whether this spicy rabbit head used a voice changer or for some other reason. The voice was unusually coquettish. In addition, she is very good at acting cute and coquettish, so she has gained a large number of loyal fans. In the first PK match with Zhou Zi just after the show started, she won gifts worth tens of thousands of yuan.
In comparison, the situation on Zhou Zi's side is not very optimistic.
Although she has outstanding appearance and is proficient in many instruments such as guitar and piano, the overall live broadcast effect is very poor. She has a very cold personality, which results in very few viewers in her live broadcast room. Just relying on his outstanding appearance, he received gifts worth 1 or 2,000 yuan.
Just when Zhou Zi was about to refuse, a barrage with the ID poor and crying caught her attention. Poor and crying, fight with her.
Seeing that the level of this ID was only level 1, Zhou Zi smiled bitterly. It must be that poor loser from the same city who came here to get something for free. Because when the anchor loses the PK, he needs to be punished. Just like just now. Josie, who lost, was punished by singing a song. This poor guy is crying. It's obvious that he's here to listen to music for free.
No.
After replying with 2 words lightly,
Josie also withdrew from the PK connection. Poor and crying, I wipe it? Didn't I tell you to continue fighting with her? Josie frowned.
Having grown up in a wealthy family, she was annoyed by this kind of poor loser clown.
Open your watch list. Josie found the ID that made her cry with poverty.
Just when she was about to kick this person out, a gorgeous special effect blocked the entire live broadcast room.
Poor and crying, Carnival 1.
This.
Looking at the poor loser that I was about to kick out just now, he actually gave me a carnival worth 3,000 yuan. Josie was a little bit unbelieving now.
Thank you for the carnival that I sent you with tears in my eyes. Before Josie finished speaking, the next moment, something happened that made her even more unbelievable.
Poor and crying, Carnival 2. Carnival 5. Carnival 10. Carnival 100. Chapter 17 Carnival Special Effect Rain. Shock. Confused. The whole audience was in uproar. The entire live broadcast room fell silent in an instant. Dozens of people in the room stared blankly at their phones, even Josie. Because of this moment,
a series of gorgeous light and shadow effects are covering their mobile phones. Josie, whose face had always been cold, also showed a look of surprise.
She couldn't believe it.
There are actually people who create 100 carnivals in their own live broadcast room.
And it's the same person.
A person who was almost kicked out of the live broadcast room by himself just now. It took a long time for the people in the live broadcast room to react, and at the same time, the originally calm live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Originally, there were only dozens of people in the live broadcast room. A lot of people also poured in at this moment.
The number of people suddenly increased from a dozen to thousands.
In the live broadcast room, many people commented at this moment.
Although there are many people, they are all surrounding one person. That is Chen Hai.
Because of these newcomers who have just flooded into the live broadcast room. Originally, they were all in other live broadcast rooms, but when they heard that a rich dad had played 100 carnivals in Josie's live broadcast room, they all lost their composure. They all left their original live broadcast rooms.
Ran to Josie's live broadcast room to watch the fun. Just now I heard that a rich man got 100 carnivals? Fuck. 100 carnivals? That's 300,000. Who is this boss? 300,000. I have never seen so much money in my life. How could a rich man spend it all in just a few minutes? The guy upstairs looks like you haven't seen the world. He's not called a local tyrant, he's called a fucking super tyrant. Damn, you newcomers didn't see it.
The special effects in the live broadcast room were on for almost 10 minutes.
It almost blinded my eyes. That's right. This is the first time I've seen someone win 100 carnivals in a row in a live broadcast room. It's so damn cool. Can the guy above stop talking nonsense? Which boss did this? Oh my god, are you guys idiots? Who else could it be other than the number one dad in the live streaming room, Mr. Lei? At poor and crying, Dad, do you still need a son? At poor to the point of crying, does the boss have a pet at home?
I can not only imitate the barking of a dog, but also the meowing of a cat.
Meow meow meow.
Go upstairs, you bastard, how f***ing disgusting.
You're trying to snatch Mr. Lei's pet from me?
Looking at every word at myself said in the live broadcast room,
Chen Hai couldn't help but smile.
At this moment, he also understood why so many people would rather sell their houses and cars to give gifts to the anchor.
Because it feels really good.
Poor and crying, host, please reconnect to Spicy Rabbit Head and continue PK with her. After Chen Hai sent this message, he reopened the recharge panel.
Start charging.
And after Chen Hai had completed 100 carnivals,
the Douyin level has also reached level 50.
When Chen Hai's comment was made, many people who were just watching the show also responded below.
Hurry up and reconnect, host. Yeah. Mr. Lei's father has spoken.
Hurry up and reconnect to that Spicy Rabbit Head.
Why is the anchor still in a daze? Seeing that Josie hadn't reacted yet, some onlookers ran directly to Mala Rabbit Head's live broadcast room and told Mala Rabbit Head about this.
As the saying goes, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are.
What? That sister from before wants to compete with me again? Is it because she has a big boss there? Humph. What a bullshit boss. The kids in my live studio are only better than him.
After learning the whole story, Mullah Rabbit Head also spoke sarcastically in the live broadcast room. And she said that on purpose. The purpose is to get people in the live broadcast room to give her gifts.
There are quite a few scripts of this type on the internet recently.
The two anchors deliberately challenged each other to a PK battle. The purpose is to get people in the live broadcast room to give gifts, thus achieving a win-win situation. The effect of Spicy Rabbit Head's words soon came out.
In her live studio,
a guy with the ID Nanchang Baishao said in the comments section at this moment,
"Damn it, I want to see which blind guy dares to compete with my little rabbit. Baby even her, I want him to see what it means to be a boss. Wow. Thank you, my brother Baishao. I'll go get her right away."
Seeing that a fish was really caught, Spicy Rabbit Head was so happy.
To be honest, anchors like them are not afraid of being punished for losing a PK. What she is afraid of is that no one will give her gifts.
The level of this Baishao from Nanchang is slightly higher than Chen Hai, having reached level 55. Naturally, he is also a man with plenty of money. Even in the comment section, many people recognize the owner of this ID.
Fuck. This guy is Mr. Bai.
The successor of Nanchang Yongtai Real Estate, his family has 10 billion assets.
It looks like there will be something interesting to watch later. That's right, what a piece of crap Mr. Lei, our Master Bai will beat the shit out of him if he steps in.
Hurry up and connect to the other side, I can't wait to see them cry.
+1. Look at the heated discussions in the comments section.
Spicy Rabbit Head also quickly connected with Zhou Zi. She didn't want to miss this opportunity to make a fortune. The other side. Zhou Zi came back to her senses and subconsciously clicked to agree when she saw the online PK initiated by Spicy Rabbit Head.
PK begins.
Spicy Rabbit Head directly blocked out the voice from the other side. She started posing in front of the camera and dancing a borderline dance. Sometimes they would deliberately reveal the ditch, causing great agitation in the live broadcast room. Baishao from Nanchang also doesn't waste words. A wave of special effects rain started immediately.
Nanchang Baishao sends, Carnival 1. Carnival 5. Carnival 10. Carnival 100.
Soon, Baishao from Nanchang caught up with the carnival that Chen Hai had previously achieved.
Wow. Thank you my brother Baishao, Mo I love you. 300,000 is nothing to someone of Baishao's level.
But for a small anchor, that is the amount of money she has to work hard for countless nights to earn. On the other hand, let us look at Zhou Zi. Except for a few people in the live broadcast room drinking beer and lollipops, there was no special effects rain like in Spicy Rabbit Head.
Shit. I thought there was some big shot over there, but it turns out he's nothing. That's right, he must have been scared away by seeing our Master Bai's name again. Bai Xiao Wuwei. Did the other side see that? This is what a big boss is. This is what a rich man is. In a villa area in South City,
a handsome white-haired boy was staring at the phone screen with disdain. This person is Baishao from Nanchang.
TSK.
I thought it was going to be a fierce battle, but it turned out to be just crap.
What a bummer. His fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard.
Nanchang Baishao, the other side can punish you now, do a striptease.
Looking at Zhou Zi's beautiful face,
Baishao also licked the corner of his mouth, and a surge of lust surged in his heart.
Bai Xiao Wuwei.
The guy on the other side, hurry up and admit defeat and do the striptease.
Ha, there are good things to see if you follow Master Bai.
Shit. Just now I thought this Mr. Lei was a big shot, but it turns out he's nothing. I take back what I said about being Mr. Lei's pet.
Do you need a guard dog? I will find a place to poop after dinner. Chapter 18, 30 million meal money. Damn it. This crappy phone took me so long to top up 50 million. Damn it. In the male dormitory 301.
As his cell phone was too slow, Chen Hai spent a long time to recharge 50 million yuan. Return to the live broadcast room. Seeing that there were only 2 minutes left, Chen Hai started to cast special effects rain without saying a word.
Just now,
people from the Spicy Rabbit Head live broadcast room came over and frantically posted comments about striptease.
For a moment, Zhou Zi was at a loss.
But suddenly, a dazzling special effect covered all the comments in the live broadcast room. Poor and crying to send out, Carnival 1. Poor and crying to send out, Carnival 10.
Carnival 100. Looking at the special effects all over the screen,
the netizens in the live broadcast room were all excited.
Fuck, it's Mr. Lay is back. Frog fun. The boss is the boss, one move is 100 carnivals. That's nothing. Mr. Renlay just cleared 100 of them. Now with the addition of the carnivals, there are a total of 200. 200? That's 600,000 Chinese yuan? Oh my old swan, how come these people spend money the same way they spend it at the Tiandi Bank? 600,000? I'm afraid your family doesn't own a mine. This isn't a gift, this is just throwing money around. Boss Lay is mighty, Boss Lay is domineering, please support me, Boss Lay. If President Lay takes action, then we won't be able to watch the anchor's striptease. Maybe Mr. Lay is having an affair with the anchor. This is the protection of love, ha 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 ha.
Come on, the person above, forget it. Mr. Lay is a truly wealthy man.
How could he possibly be interested in such a small anchor? But Mr. Lay is too arrogant.
I feel like I will never be able to make that much money in my lifetime.
Boss Lay's move has directly shocked the opponent.
I just don't know if that Bai Xiao dares to continue PK. Inside the mansion, Bai Xiao was looking at the screen of his mobile phone with great interest.
I thought you ran away, kid? Ha? This kid is also from South City?
Looking at the IP address on Shanghai Douyin, Bai Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly.
There is actually someone in South City who dares to go against me? Nanchang Bai Xiao sends, Carnival 5. Carnival 10.
On the other side, Shanghai did not stop his fingers and continued to brush the carnival frantically. To be honest, it wasn't he because his phone was too slow. At this moment, he probably didn't know how much he had spent. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast rooms of both sides looked confused. The special effects that fill the screen refresh their views every time.
All they can do now is count the number of carnivals. Poor and crying, Carnival 321. Nanchang Bai Xiao sent, Carnival 318. The news that the two were competing for gifts spread quickly. Countless onlookers poured into the live broadcast rooms of both parties like a wave. There were only a dozen people in Zhou Ziyi's live broadcast room a few minutes ago. At this moment, it has soared all the way to over 100,000. Of course, the same is true for the Mala Rabbit Head live broadcast room on the other side. After the set PK time is reached, Shanghai also leads Nanchang Baixia by 1 point with 688 carnivals. Although the PK time has expired. But Shanghai's fingers never stopped. Continue to swipe gifts like crazy. Okay. More than money, right? I've never been afraid of anyone in this South City. Damn. Nanchang Baixia sent, Carnival 889. Fuck. Both sides are big shots. How long has it been since they gave away millions? I don't even dare to use my fucking happy beans like this. Happy beans? I'm afraid the guy upstairs doesn't have millions of happy beans, ha ha ha. My family, I can't take it anymore. This special effect is blinding my eyes. Poor and crying, Carnival 1720. Nanchang by Shaosent, Carnival 1719. Damn. Why is the balance insufficient? At this moment, Bai Xiao of Nanchang was staring at the recharge interface that popped up on his mobile phone with his mouth twitching. Didn't I just recharge 5 million? Plus the more than 100,000 yuan balance left in Douyin. How come it's finished suddenly? Damn it. Who the hell is this crying bitch? In the live broadcast room, Zhou Zi was already numb at this moment. I have never met this person whose ID is crying because of poverty. How could he give himself nearly 6 million worth of gifts for no reason? Is this poor person crying because he has so much money that he can't find where to spend it? And the spicy rabbit head. Hey! Look, Master Bai doesn't seem to have given any gifts? Damn it! It's true. Could it be that Master Bai is out of money? How is that possible? Young Master Bai is the heir to a 10 billion group. A few $1 million is not a lot for him, right? You know nothing. The 10 billion in Bai Xiao's family is real estate, not liquid funds. Anyone who can take out 100 million in cash is a top boss in the country. Don't worry about Bai Xiao for now. Look at the live broadcast room across the street. Mr. Lay's father is still posting. Fuck. It's true. Brother, let's go to the live broadcast room across the street and watch the fun. Walk. Add me one.
Looking at the screen full of comments, Bai Xiao's face turned pale.
He did have some money on him.
However, as the heir to a group, he is not stupid enough to spend all his money on rewarding the anchor.
So poor that you shed tears? I want to see who you are. Bai Xiao left Mala Rabbit Head's live broadcast room. In the second generation group exclusively for South City, he began to inquire about who the poor man crying was. After all, anyone who can swipe out such a huge amount of money is definitely not an unknown person. At the very least, he should be the CEO of a listed company, right? However, after he asked everyone around him, he found that no one knew him. Impossible? How come no one knows him? How come there is such a person in South City? How come no one in the group knows him? Is he from the capital or the demon city?
Suddenly thinking of this, Bai Huilong was shocked. Even though his Yongtai real estate is quite famous in South City. But compared with the families in places like Beijing and Shanghai, there is still a big gap.
Even as a small family in these places, the Bai family cannot be compared with it. After all, no matter how big Nanchang is, it is only a third-tier city, and naturally cannot be compared with people in super first-tier cities such as Beijing and Shanghai. Damn it, if this is true, then I can't offend this person so easily. Thinking this in his mind, Bai Huilong opened Douyin again, trying to get Chen Hai's contact information. However, as soon as Douyin was opened, the system automatically recommended Zhou Ziyi's live broadcast room. However, the number of carnivals shown above surprised Bai Huilong.
Poor and crying, carnival 10,000.
What does 10,000 carnivals mean? That's a full 30 million Chinese yuan.
This is the first time since the advent of the big data era that someone has swiped such a huge amount of money at one time.
This can simply be described as inhumane. Poor and crying, wife, my phone is out of battery, I'll give you some money for dinner today. Oh shit. Shock. Bull enforce it. Chapter 19 Online Rumors. Chen Hai's operation can be described as awesome. Are you kidding? 30 million. That's 30 million. This Chen Hai actually said it was meal money?
You know, the first prize of the lottery is only 10 million.
And that's not even counting the money after tax. This proves that Chen Hai won 3.5 first prizes in such a short period of time? And I stopped because my phone ran out of battery. This is so inhumane. This is so inhumane. This is the first time that the Chinese currency seems so worthless in people's hands. Poor and crying, I'm going to charge? Give me a kiss, wife. Damn it. The anchor is still in a daze? Didn't you see that Mr. Lay asked you to kiss him? What you, the anchor is still pretending to be noble? Just now, Lay Zone's father gave you 30 million. He asked you to kiss him and you refused? Forget about a kiss. If Mr. Lay gives me 30 million, I would be willing to rape me even at the university gate. Can you please stop being so disgusting? With the beard in your work that's longer than the hair of a baby, do you still want Mr. Lay's father to rape you? That's right, if you want it, it should be me.
I have been studying how to attack from below since I was a child.
Of course, defense is also possible. Fuck. Those faggots. Where's the property manager? Kick those idiots out. What the hell, the poor are crying. I think it's the rich who are drooling.
Just when the live broadcast room was in full swing,
Zhou Ziyi's eyes were as empty as a mango that had been sucked dry. How could she care about the comments from Chen Hai and those netizens? Wait until she comes to her senses. Chen Hai had already gloriously logged off because his phone ran out of battery. It was getting dark now.
The cell phone also stopped working due to lack of battery, so Chen Hai simply dived into bed and fell asleep. Just when Chen Hai was sleeping soundly, Douyin's hot search list suddenly exploded. A piece of news rushed to the top of the hot search list.
Shocking. A top tycoon dropped into a newcomer's livestream and spent 30 million. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature?
For a time, this ID named Poor to the point of crying became popular all over the internet.
Countless people began to speculate wildly. Who exactly is this person? Some people speculate that this account is actually a small account opened by the famous principal.
After all, given his usual high-profile and flamboyant style of doing things, it is not completely impossible for him to do such a shocking thing. Some people also think that Chen Hai is a dandy young man from a hidden and secluded family in Beijing.
After all, he was so generous.
I guess he has a strong background in financial support. There are also some people with very creative ideas. It was actually said that Chen Hai was a top hacker who had directly invaded the backend of Douyin through advanced technical means, and exploited system loopholes to swipe out huge gifts worth up to 30 million yuan.
Faced with this rumor,
the official also had to come out and refute the rumor, saying that it did not happen. The person who is so poor that he cries indeed used his own real and valid account to recharge this huge amount of money. Although the official explanation has been given, the internet is still full of various voices.
Among them, there are some people who claim to be righteous. That's what they call a saint bitch.
They pointed fingers at Chen Hai and accused him righteously.
Since you have such a huge fortune, why can't you make more substantial contributions to society? Why waste so much money on a mere female anchor?
Also, there were also those who were jealous and resentful and who hated the rich and took the opportunity to fan the flames, saying that behind Chen Hai's 30 million were the flesh and blood of countless ordinary people. There are even some people with ulterior motives who maliciously slander Chen Hai as the leader of an overseas fraud gang in an attempt to cause panic and anger among the public. However, no matter what others say, the ID poor to the point of crying has become popular all over the internet.
Chen Hai's account also gained millions of followers overnight.
Even Zhou Zi benefited from it, and jumped from a small anchor with a few hundred fans to a big anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans.
The next day,
Chen Hai slept until noon because he had no classes.
As soon as he turned on his phone, more than a dozen messages popped up.
Looking closely, they were all from Gao Jingfa.
Gao Jing. Damn Chen Hai, where have you been? Why are you ignoring me? Ha! It's already morning. Why haven't you replied to my message yet? You are dead, Chen Hai. If I see you later, I will beat you until you cry. Hashtag. After you kiss someone, do you not want to take responsibility? Aye. Seeing Gao Jing's cute yet domineering chat style, Chen Hai couldn't help but burst out laughing and replied. Silly, my phone ran out of battery yesterday, so I went to bed early. I'll go shopping with you later. Hey! Brother Hai is awake?
Just after replying, Li Chengyuan's voice came out.
Ha, second brother, why are you suddenly calling me Brother Hai? Chen Hai teased. Not only me, now even the eldest and the third brother have to call you Brother Hai.
Li Chengjun had a mysterious look on his face.
Chen Hai was confused and replied, Where did you get that from?
Li Chengjun, Mu Tao, and Lu Wei ran over together and stuffed the phone into Chen Hai's hand.
Chen Hai took the phone, looked at the screen, and the corners of his mouth twitched instantly.
It turned out that this was NDU's forum, filled with students sharing interesting campus stories. The title of the pinned post made Chen Hai stunned.
Shocked. The former top bootleaker of Nanjing University turned out to be this kind of person. Before Chen Hai had time to read the content of the post, he was already choking with rage at the photos in it. These photos were taken downstairs of the men's dormitory of Nanjing University, and the photos are full of people. But the protagonists are a man and two women in the crowd.
Looking closely, who else could that man be but Chen Hai himself?
The other two women were Yang Ruoxue and Gao Jing. Isn't this the scene when Gao Jing and Yang Ruoxue brought him breakfast yesterday? Fuck. That idiot took a sneak shot of me? Chen Hai cursed.
Then I started to read the text of the post carefully.
I believe you all know the number one bootlicker in NCU, right? That's right, it's the name in your heart Chen Hai. This morning, I came out of the dormitory as usual. But hey guys, guess what? Today, there are two top beauties standing downstairs in our men's dormitory. Who are they? Please look at the pictures. The two people in the picture are the top beauties I mentioned, Yang Ruoxue, the beauty of the dance department, and Gao Jing, the dream lover of countless men in our Nanjing University and one of the three campus beauties of Nanjing University. Alas! I vaguely remember that on the first night after I arrived at NTU, I dedicated my first time at NTU to Gao Jing. Photos. Hee, just a joke. Okay, let us get back to the topic. These two top beauties came to the men's dormitory just to deliver breakfast to the same person. Maybe everyone has guessed who this person is by now. That's right, it's Chen Hai. I believe that you are all unlikely to believe it, just like me. But there is no way. This is the fact, and I saw it with my own eyes. Alas, you have to know that Yang Ruoxue is the goddess that Chen Hai has been licking for 3 years. In the past 3 years, Yang Ruoxue has been indifferent to Chen Hai and often humiliated him. The name Chen Hai once became the shame of our Nanjing University. But today, Chen Hai, the human emperor who we have always teased as a dog licker, has proved to us with his actual actions who is the real clown. Today, not only did Yang Ruoxue bring him breakfast, but also the campus beauty Gaojing. And the two of them were jealous of each other for his favor. Yang Ruoxue even cried and begged Chen Hai to come back. Would such a man be what we call Nanjing University's #1 bootlicker? No. He is not. He is the god in the hearts of our male friends. He is the real man of our NTU. Chen Hai. Brother Hai. Editor, Nanda Quayaba. Chapter 20, by Shao of Nanchang by Huilong. After calling him awesome, Chen Hai returned the phone to Li Qingjun. Hey, Brother Hai is awesome. He doesn't flirt with girls normally, but when he does, he's like a school beauty. Although Li Qingjun was praising Chen Hai, the desolation in his eyes was clearly visible. Hee, the fourth brother is really amazing. Even a beauty like the tall school beauty wants to throw herself into his arms. Mu Tao also seconded the motion at this moment. Hey, old four, where have you guys reached now? Lu Wei asked. Well, just holding hands and kissing. Looking at his brother's reactions, Chen Hai was actually shy for the first time? What the hell? They kissed? Damn it, we've already kissed each other, what else do you want? If not, just go and rob. Mu Tao and the other two looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. A sour feeling suddenly welled up in my heart. What man doesn't like beautiful women? Except gay men. What's more, she is a beauty like Gao Jing. It feels like your best friend suddenly tells you one day that Reba is my girlfriend. And I even kissed her. How do you feel about this? This is the case with Li Qingjun and his companions now. Everyone looked at Chen Hai with envy in their eyes. Hey Brother Hai, please teach me how to get Gao Jing. Rubbing his hands, Li Qingjun looked at Chen Hai expectantly. In fact, when it comes to pursuing someone, Chen Hai has never pursued Gao Jing, let alone said any cheesy love words. If there is any, it is that I have been using my cash power all the time. But you can't tell Li Qingjun that it's very simple. You just spent a few $100,000 and got it? Depend on. If that's the case, let's not talk about whether they believe it or not. Even Chen Hai himself didn't believe it. Well, I just used the method my second brother taught me. I taught you? Yeah, that's right. Oh, and the most important thing is charm and handsome looks. Gao Jing is attracted to these two things about me. Ah ha 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 ha. Geese. Ha ha ha. Hiccup. As soon as Chen Hai said the last sentence, the dormitory was suddenly filled with laughter. Old four, are you kidding me? You're still charming even with your appearance? And handsome, and cool, huh? FCK. Originally, the little fat boy Lu Wei was laughing at Chen Hai. But when he saw Chen Hai's appearance today, he couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, no way, Lao Si, did you change your hairstyle? What you, how can you say you changed your hairstyle? You clearly changed your head. The other two also noticed it. Chen Hai is indeed very handsome today, just like all of you readers. He is so handsome that he scratches his feet. Holy crap, where did you get your hair cut, old man? It's the one on the first floor of Vank Plaza. After telling them the location of the barber shop that Gao Jing took her to, the three of them immediately put on their shoes and trotted away. A few crazy people. Lying back on the bed, Chen Hai looked at his phone. Gao Jing, next time, remember to send me a message before you go to bed. Hashtag. Chen Hai, I know, tall and beautiful lady. Gao Jing, then how often do we go shopping? After checking the time, Chen Hai replied calmly, about 2 o'clock. Gao Jing, hey okay, then I'll go put on makeup first. Every time he chatted with Gao Jing, Chen Hai felt like he was chatting with an innocent girl. Full of youth and purity. It makes people very comfortable. After exiting the chat interface, Chen Hai opened the Douyin short video. But when I saw the information list, I was dumbfounded. Holy shit? What's up with 99 plus?
When I clicked on it, I saw that they were all private messages from rich dads asking for support and messages of interest. Ignoring these messages, Chen Hai directly found Zhou Zi's account and clicked on it to send a private message.
Honey, send me your contact information. Just then, a private message popped up. Nanchang Bai Xiao, is Mr. Lei here? Can you add my contact information so we can get to know each other? Hey! Isn't this the idiot who compared gifts with me yesterday?
Chen Hai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile, and then readily sent him his social account.
Nanchang Bai Xiao, thank you, Mr. Lei. Soon, Chen Hai received a friend request notification on his mobile phone. After the application was approved, the other party sent a message quickly. Hello Mr. Lei, my name is Bai Huilong. Oh.
At this moment, Bai Huilong, who was being served by several beauties, had a slight twitch in the corner of his mouth. Although Chen Hai's reply was perfunctory, he still gritted his teeth and continued to ask.
Is Mr. Lei from South City? Would it be convenient for us to come out for dinner and get to know each other? Thank you Mr. Lei, see you this afternoon? In South City, almost everyone with a little bit of power knows the name Bai Huilong.
It is because the Bai family has a strong background and extensive network of contacts. In addition, the Bai family started out by relying on the underworld in their early years.
So few people dared to offend him. Chen Hai's attitude towards Bai Huilong was unprecedented, the first time.
You know, since he was a child, no one has ever ignored him and shown indifference to him like Chen Hai. Even Bai Huilong's family members, who had always doted on him, had never treated him so coldly. If it were any other time, with Bai Huilong's hot-tempered temper, he would have been furious. I'm afraid they're already looking for someone to deal with Chen Hai.
But today, he didn't do that. But I became more curious about Chen Hai's identity. Could it be that this person really comes from a prominent family in a big city like the capital? After all, if he didn't have a strong enough backing, how could he dare to look down on me like this?
Although in the eyes of outsiders, Bai Huilong has always been regarded as the well-deserved successor of Yongtai Real Estate. But only he himself knows the true situation hidden in it. Although Yongtai Real Estate does belong to the Bai family, according to common sense, Bai Huilong, as the heir of the Bai family, should inherit this huge family business.
But in fact,
the huge Yongtai Real Estate group involves many interests, and it is impossible for Bai Huilong's father to control the overall situation alone. Therefore, in order to ensure that he can successfully take the position of heir, Bai Huilong's immediate priority is to find a powerful boss as a partner. Only in this way can we ensure that there will be no mistakes.
Okay Mr. Lei, I don't know your name yet, would you mind telling me?
I originally wanted to investigate using Chen Hai's real name first.
However, Chen Hai's machine-like way of answering made Bai Huilong unsure for a moment. Time passed minute by minute, and after nearly 10 minutes, Chen Hai did not reply to Bai Huilong even a single word. Then I'll send you the location later? Damn it. If you're just a country bumpkin, I'll find someone to break your legs. Bai Huilong cursed loudly. He just felt that Chen Hai was completely ignoring him, which made him very unhappy as he had been spoiled since childhood. He suddenly grabbed the breast of a woman next to him who had a great figure and good looks, until the woman cried out in pain. Bai Huilong then smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 21 Investigating Chen Hai. Vank Plaza. Chen Hai, who was shopping with Gao Jing, suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate. When I opened it, it was a message from Bai Huilong. At 5 o'clock, Qian Lakexiang Restaurant, the Cloud Feast private room awaits Mr. Lei's arrival. Qian Lakexiang is not unfamiliar to Chen Hai. This private room named Cloud Feast is the best and most expensive private room in Qian Lakexiang. That was the private room that Chen Hai went to last time. Chen Hai replied okay and continued to take Gao Jing shopping. It was around 5 o'clock. He then went to Qian Lakexiang Restaurant alone. In fact, he wanted to take Gao Jing with him, but Gao Jing felt that she was not very adaptable to this kind of occasion and refused. The reason why Chen Hai went to the appointment. Mainly because Bai Huilong is the young master of Yongtai Real Estate. After all, now that he has a system, he naturally wants to get in touch with people in the upper class. Because only these people know how to use money quickly and squander it quickly. Walking into the Cloud Feast private room, there sat a white-haired young man in his early 20s. Chen Hai was sure that this person was Bai Huilong without any guessing. Because not only the way this person dresses, but also his temperament, gives people the impression at first glance that he is either rich or noble. When Bai Huilong saw that the person who walked into the private room was a young man,
he asked impatiently, "Did you go to the wrong place, kid?" The reason why he said that. It was because he did not connect the young man in front of him at all with the tearful man on Douyin who regarded money as dirt.
Chen Hai was stunned for a moment, then asked back, "Aren't you Bai Shao of Nanchang?" "Yes, it's my young master."
Seeing that Chen Hai recognized him at a glance, Bai Huilong raised his head slightly.
A look of arrogance appeared on his face. "There is nothing I can do, I'm just very famous in South City. Anyone can recognize me."
But he didn't expect that the person in front of him was Mr. Lei, whom he wanted to lick this morning.
"Aren't you going to treat me to a meal?"
Bai Huilong was stunned at first, then he sneered.
"I'll treat you to a meal? Ha ha. Would I treat a country bumpkin like you to a meal? Even if I want to treat you, I'll just treat."
He suddenly paused, looked at Chen Hai carefully, and asked tentatively.
"Hiss. Are you the Mr. Lei on Douyin?"
Bai Huilong laughed after he said this.
"I thought, a person who can easily squander 30 million must at least be a person of his father's level, right? How could it be a guy in his early 20s? Impossible, absolutely impossible." But the next moment, Chen Hai's answer overturned Bai Huilong's cognition. "It's me."
"Ha, how is that possible?" Even though Chen Hai admitted it voluntarily, Bai Huilong still had some doubts. Until Chen Hai picked up his phone and sent him a message. Bai Huilong had to believe that the young man in front of him, who was about the same age as him, was actually the famous Mr. Tears on the internet. Bai Huilong immediately stood up, walked towards Chen Hai, lowered his body slightly, and spoke in a flattering manner.
"Oh, Mr. Lei, I am so sorry for not welcoming you. I was so blind that I didn't recognize you the first time." Although Bai Huilong was acting like a big shot just a second ago.
But the next second, after learning that Chen Hai was Mr. Lei, his attitude took a 180-degree turn. His face was filled with a flattering smile.
At this moment, it seems a bit like Chen Hai being a bootlicker. It can be said that you can take it and put it down.
There are some reasons why Bai Huilong could become the heir of Yongtai Real Estate.
He replied calmly.
Chen Hai also found a seat and sat down casually. "First, tell the waiter to serve the food." Bai Huilong sat next to Chen Hai in a very familiar manner.
"Boss Lei, today's meal is my apology.
I hope you will forgive me for any offense I have caused you before." Bai Huilong said this while pouring wine for Chen Hai.
Chen Hai picked up the wine glass and took a sip. "I wonder what Master Bai wants to talk to me about today."
"It's okay, it's definitely okay, I just want to apologize to Mr. Lei and get to know him, huh?" Seeing that Bai Huilong didn't say anything, Chen Hai was too lazy to ask any further questions. "Just pick up the bowl and chopsticks and start eating. Anyway, someone is treating me to a meal, I might as well eat it. After all, the world is big, but eating is the most important thing." After refilling Chen Hai's glass with wine, Bai Huilong began to chat with him intermittently.
"Boss Lei is so young, yet he is so generous. I wonder what kind of business Boss Lei's family is in. Tell me so I can see for myself. I have no family. I'm an orphan." There is nothing wrong with what Chen Hai said.
He was an orphan since childhood and has lived in an orphanage since he was old enough to understand.
"I have been living in the school dormitory since junior high school.
Every time I have a holiday, I look for a part-time job where I can get food and accommodation.
Life is miserable."
This.
Bai Huilong obviously didn't believe what Chen Hai said.
But since the other person didn't say anything, it was inconvenient for me to continue asking. So, he changed the subject and said, "Mr. Lei, you see, we are acquainted now, but I still don't know how to address you."
"Chen Hai. It's Mr. Chen.
Here, I'll toast you with this glass of wine." Bai Huilong picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Then he found an excuse to leave the room, took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
"Captain Ma, can you help me find out who this Chen Hai is?" "No problem, Mr. Bai."
After hanging up the phone, Bai Huilong returned to the private room.
Boom boom boom.
Shortly after Bai Huilong returned to the private room, the door was knocked and a fat middle-aged man holding a wine glass walked in.
"Oh, Mr. Chen, you didn't even tell your brothers that you were here." Mr. Bai is here too."
Bai Huilong was quite familiar with this fat middle-aged man because he was the owner of Qian Laixiang, Yu Chaogue.
"Boss, you also knows Boss Chen?"
Mr. Chen is my great benefactor, so of course I know him."
"Benefactor?"
Bai Huilong was a little surprised. He didn't expect that they had such a relationship, so he couldn't help but ask another question.
Boss Yu, what do you mean?
Yu Chaogui first looked at Chen Hai, and seeing that he was only focused on eating and had no other reaction, he explained, Mr. Bai may also know that there were some problems with the land I invested in before.
Is it the land in the development zone?
That's right. If Mr. Chen hadn't invested 500 million in me, I would not even be able to keep Kia Lexiang now. After saying that, Yu Chaogui thanked Chen Hai again and again. Chen Hai, who had been silent all this time, waved his hand and said with a smile,
Mr. Yu, you don't have to do this. The 500 million is not given to you for nothing. Isn't this just a 1/3 piece of land?
After Chen Hai confirmed this, Bai Huilong couldn't help but complain in his heart, how dare someone take over this piece of broken land? You know, as a member of the Bai family, a well-known family in the real estate industry of South City, Bai Huilong knows the land developed by Yu Chaogui inside and out.
This is a graveyard. Chapter 22. It's all coincidence. Graveyard is a term used in the real estate industry in South City.
It usually refers to a place where no matter how much money you invest, you will lose it all. The place where Yu Chaogui invested is called graveyard.
It is also because of these reasons. Let us talk about the first point first.
Not long ago, precious cultural relics were discovered during excavation in this land. In this case, the government will naturally not allow it to continue to be developed. This means that if you take over this land, all the money and energy invested in the early stage will be wasted.
Let us look at the second point. Even if we leave aside the cultural relics factor, the geographical location of this land is also extremely bad. It is located on the edge of the South City, far away from the urban area. It is no exaggeration to say so. This place is simply a wasteland.
Not only is the transportation inconvenient, but the surrounding supporting facilities are also pitifully scarce.
Because of this, even though the area of this land is quite considerable, how could Yu Chaogui be willing to easily transfer 1/3 of it for a mere 500 million yuan?
Thinking of this, Bai Huilong felt that Chen Hai's behavior was more and more ridiculous.
If he really came from a big family as the rumors said, then why couldn't he understand such an easy-to-understand truth? Could it be that he has extraordinary vision and can see potential value that others cannot see? Or are they just simple fools with lots of money who act blindly? Reaction anyway.
At this moment, in Bai Huilong's mind, Chen Hai was already tacitly regarded as a child from a big family. Because even if it was him, it would be impossible for him to come up with 500 million in a short period of time. Just as Bai Huilong was complaining, a message came from someone on his phone with the note Ma Mingyuan from the criminal police team.
Mr. Chen, you guys eat first. I'm going to go out and answer a phone call.
After arriving outside the private room, Bai Huilong quickly dialed Ma Mingyuan's number.
Hey, Ma Dui, how's your investigation going? I just heard what was said on the other end of the phone. Mr. Bai, first check if Chen Hai, the person you asked me to investigate, is the person in the photo?
After taking a look at the photo sent by Ma Mingyuan, Bai Huilong nodded and said, yes, it's him. Yes, Mr. Bai, the person you want to investigate is an orphan and is currently a junior at Nanjing University.
What? Orphan? How is that possible? Are you sure you're not mistaken? If it's the person in the photo, then it's correct. How is this possible? How is this possible? Bai Huilong asked, does he have any companies under his name? Chen Hai has nothing to his name.
Bai Huilong felt like the sky was falling at this moment.
If Chen Hai is really an orphan, then how could he have so much money? He didn't believe that someone could achieve this level from scratch at the age of 20.
The key point is that Ma Mingyuan said Chen Hai is still a college student. That proves that Chen Hai doesn't have extra time to start a business.
And there is nothing under Chen Hai's name. How is this possible?
Moreover, it is not difficult to see from Yu Chaogui's expression that Chen Hai really invested 500 million yuan in him. In addition, the sloping land that Yu Chaogui invested in was known to everyone in the industry.
If no one helped, Yu Chaogui would have gone bankrupt long ago.
Bai Huilong was able to judge that the two of them did not deceive him.
I'm wrong, I'm definitely wrong, this Chen Hai is definitely hiding his identity.
Although Bai Huilong was talking to himself in a very low voice, Ma Mingyuan on the other end of the line still heard it. Mr. Bai is worthy of being Mr. Bai.
He saw the problem at a glance. What do you mean?
In fact, Mr. Bai has the same idea as me.
I also think that Chen Hai has hidden his identity. I feel that he is definitely not an ordinary person. After hearing Ma Mingyuan's last words, Bai Huilong's pupils suddenly shrank.
Ma Mingyuan is the captain of the Nancheng Criminal Police Detachment. And the method he used to investigate Chen Hai was definitely to use the public security system. If it is true as he said, Chen Hai is hiding his true identity.
So this means Chen Hai's power is already strong enough to tamper with the information in the public security system.
Hiss. Bai Huilong couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He really didn't expect that the power behind the young and inexperienced Chen Hai was so terrifying.
Ma Dui, go on.
Bai Huilong calmed himself down. Ma Mingyuan on the other side hesitated for a while before continuing. First of all, I didn't find Chen Hai's birth certificate in the system. Moreover, the orphanage where Chen Hai was, along with the people inside, was burned down by a fire 9 years ago. However, by coincidence, Chen Hai was in the first grade of junior high school at that time.
Since he was a boarding student, he managed to escape this disaster. Although this is indeed a coincidence.
It can also prove in disguise that Chen Hai has hidden his identity, but Bai Huilong knows in his heart that Chen Hai has hidden his identity because he is rich and does not look like an orphan at all, so he has such a guess.
But how could Ma Mingyuan think that Chen Hai had hidden his identity based on just these?
Bai Huilong quickly realized the problem and immediately asked Ma Mingyuan.
Looking at this matter alone, there is really nothing special about it.
However, if you connect it with another matter I investigated, it will seem very strange.
Ma Mingyuan kept the secret. Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now.
Bai Huilong's interest was completely piqued, and his voice unconsciously became a little louder.
It's like this.
When I was investigating Chen Hai just now, I found that he had several very large spending records recently, totaling more than 500 million.
Almost close to 600 million.
There was a hint of surprise in Ma Mingyuan's tone.
But this Chen Hai is just a student, and he's an orphan too. How could he have so much money?
So, I investigated the person who transferred the money to his card. As a result, I just started to check, and the system showed that I did not have enough permissions and could not continue to explore.
When he said this, Ma Mingyuan's tone became serious.
Generally speaking, we only lose our authority when it involves confidential people or things.
After hearing what Ma Mingyuan said, Bai Huilong was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, "What? You actually said that the person who transferred the money to Chen Hai was involved in confidential information? How is this possible?"
On the other end of the phone, Ma Mingyuan explained solemnly.
"That's right, but not entirely correct.
In fact, it's just the other party's account.
We currently don't know the name, identity, or even whether the account owner is from China." Hearing this, Bai Huilong took a breath.
At this moment, Ma Mingyuan suddenly said, "Mr. Bai, don't talk for now.
I have an urgent task to perform. I have to go."
After saying that, he hung up the phone in a hurry without waiting for Bai Huilong's response.
Beep, beep.
It was unknown how much time had passed after Ma Mingyuan hung up the phone.
Bai Huilong finally came to his senses. Even the bank card number is confidential, so who is the person behind Chen Hai?
No, we must not offend this person, and we must try to curry favor with him.
Actually, the fire in the orphanage was really an accident.
All the money Chen Hai spent was given by the system, so naturally it could not be queried.
By some coincidences, Bai Huilong actually believed that Chen Hai was from a big family. After calming down,
only then did he push open the door of the private room.
Chapter 23, Meeting Yang Ruoshuat again. "Sorry, Mr. Chen, I kept you waiting for so long. I just got a call from home." Ha ha. Bai Huilong re-entered the private room with a flattering smile on his face.
It was completely different from the attitude he had when he walked out of the private room.
"Be more humble."
Yu Chaogue, who was sitting next to him, saw this clearly.
"Mr. Chen, are you here to discuss business with Mr. Bai today? Will I disturb you by being here?"
Yu Chaogue asked. "No, Mr. Bai wants to treat me to a meal today." Chen Hai glanced at Bai Huilong intentionally or unintentionally, then picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth to chew. To be honest, Chen Hai himself didn't know why Bai Huilong wanted to invite him to dinner. Chen Hai didn't think it was just for the sake of getting to know each other.
And Bai Huilong said that it was to apologize to him?
Chen Hai racked his brains but could not figure out how this person had offended him. The only communication between the two was the gift-giving and PK in the live broadcast room.
The key point is that Bai Huilong didn't even beat me? Ah, that's right.
Our Bai family is very lucky to be able to invite a figure like Mr. Chen to dinner.
By the way, Mr. Chen, I see that we are about the same age, so how about I call you Brother Hai from now on? Bai Huilong speaks in a very organized way. Chen Hai was a little confused for a moment. What the hell? Am I that kind of person? Did this guy know that I have a system? Is this impossible? And this idiot looks a few years older than me, and he actually calls me brother? I don't understand. Unable to figure it out, Chen Hai simply gave up guessing. I just said, whatever, anything is fine, and continued eating. He didn't care about the eyes of the two people around him. Okay Brother Hai, from now on you will be my Bai Huilong's big brother. After saying that, Bai Huilong picked up the mitai beside him and started blowing it, with a look of surprise on his face. What the hell? What's going on? Isn't Bai Xiao fearless in South City? Why is he so servile to Mr. Chen? There's something strange. Yu Chaogue has been in the underworld for many years and is a smart man. Unless Chen Hai's identity and background are extremely impressive, Bai Huilong would never do this. Thigh. It's a thigh. Thinking of this, Yu Chaogue hurriedly toasted Chen Hai. Chen Hai, who was sitting in the middle, did not refuse and joined the two in drinking competition. Boss, let's go. Let's go somewhere else to play. Good. Chen Hai, who was already a little drunk, followed Bai Huilong to a bar called PP Club in the center of South City. Since Yu Chaogue had something else to do, he did not leave with the two of them. As soon as you step into PP Club, the deafening music comes like a tide. In the dance floor, men and women twisted their bodies, and colorful lights kept flashing, illuminating people's faces in a bizarre way. Many people in the booths had dazed looks in their eyes and were shaking their heads wildly to the music. In some booths, there were girls in scantily clad clothes, also known as go-go dancers, twisting their bodies vigorously, surrounded by a group of young people swaying wildly. The entire bar was filled with a unique smell of alcohol and perfume. Led by the waiter, Chen Hai and his companion came to the boss seat in the center of the bar and sat down. At this time, the table was filled with a variety of drinks. The boss seat is very spacious and can easily accommodate 20 or 30 people. Moreover, the boss seat is the most expensive seat in PP Bar, with a minimum consumption of 18,888 yuan. This price is nothing to Bai Huilong, but to other people in the bar, it is several months' salary. Therefore, their appearance attracted a lot of attention. Especially after seeing the appearance of Bai Huilong and Chen Hai, many girls with dazed eyes became clear-eyed. They even showed crazy smiles on their faces. Bai Huilong is a regular at this bar. Soon after he arrived, a group of executives in suits came to toast him. It was Chen Hai's first time to come to such a place, and he was a little uncomfortable at first. However, as the alcohol took effect, he began to get excited, and his body began to shake involuntarily. Boss, what do you think of this place? As the music in the bar was too loud, Bai Huilong could only lean close to Chen Hai's ear and ask. Not bad. I like it. Chen Hai, who was a little drunk, had a smile on his face, and his blurry eyes were fixed on the beauties on the dance floor. When he scanned these people one by one, suddenly a familiar figure came into Chen Hai's eyes. Yan. Ruo. Shui. Damn. Why do I keep running into her everywhere? What a bummer. Every time he sees young Ruoshue, Chen Hai would think of the 3 years he spent as a bootlicker. How shameful. How shameful. Chen Hai still couldn't figure out why he was like that at that time? Why did he become young Ruoshue's licking dog? No, it should be, how could one become a bootlicker? He shook his head and drank the wine in the glass. Brother Hai, let me show you something fun. Chen Hai looked at Bai Huilong in confusion, only to see him pointing his finger at the big screen behind the DJ booth. With a loud boom, a beam of light shone on the seat where Chen Hai and the others were sitting. From the employee passage, staff members came over holding signboards and stood behind the boss seat where Chen Hai and the others were sitting. There were also a few female go-gos standing in front of them, and they began to show off their seductive poses crazily. At the same time, a text appeared on the big screen behind the DJ booth. A man dressed very fashionably took a microphone and read along with the words on the screen. Thanks to Bai Huilong, Master Bai, and Chen Hai, Master Chen from the boss seat. Check in at PP Club and top up 1 million yuan at the same time. I wish Master Bai and Master Chen a happy time. Have fun. In an instant, everyone in the bar looked at the two people sitting in the middle. The boy had an expression of envy and jealousy on his face. The girl's eyes lit up. Of course, Yang Ruoxue is among them.
She first stared at the words on the screen in disbelief, and then looked towards the boss seat. When he saw Chen Hai's face clearly, he was a little confused. All of a sudden, many good-looking girls came over with wine glasses in hand, asking if they could have a drink with them. Bai Huilong is not only an alcoholic, but also a complete animal with a lower body. He kept all the girls who were pretty. As for the ugly ones, they were all driven away by him.
Fuck. Is it really you, Mr. Chen?
Chen Hai, who was feeling the enthusiasm of the woman beside him, heard a voice coming from behind him.
When I turned around, it was Wang Kai.
Mr. Chen, I'm sorry for offending you that day, but you were so generous and forgiving.
When I got home later, I was beaten up by my family again.
After saying this, Wang Kai pointed to the bruises on his face. As I said before, Chen Hai is very tolerant. Since Wang Kai has admitted his mistake, and they are high school classmates,
Chen Hai naturally didn't say anything else. Let's have a drink together. Hey, okay, Mr. Chen, wait a moment. I'll go get my girlfriend to come drink with us. She's also a student at your Nankai University.
After saying that, Wang Kai walked towards Yang Ruoxue, who was in the middle of the dance floor.
Chapter 24. Add Zhou Zi's contact information. Fuck. No way? Could it be that the girlfriend Wang Kaiko mentioned is Yang Ruoxue?
At this moment, Chen Hai's 3 views collapsed.
What does that mean? Incest? Isn't Wang Dong Wang Kai's cousin? Then, as Wang Dong's girlfriend, shouldn't Yang Ruoxue be Wang Kai's cousin-in-law? No, I think I'm overthinking it.
But when Wang Kai walked down from the stage holding Yang Ruoxue, Chen Hai was completely stunned.
What's wrong, boss?
Bai Huilong, who was drinking wedding wine with the girl next to him, saw Chen Hai's terrified expression, so he asked kindly.
It's okay.
I just saw a scene that shattered my worldview.
What the hell?
Just when Bai Huilong wanted to continue asking questions, the girl next to him started to pull him to drink again. When Chen Hai sold his kidney to buy a cell phone, since Wang Dong was the introducer, the two of them added each other's contact information. After thinking about it, Chen Hai opened his phone, found Wang Dong, and sent him a message.
You and Yang Ruoxue broke up? Yes, Mr. Chen. In less than 3 seconds, Wang Dong replied to the message.
The speed was so fast that it was as if Chen Hai was given special attention.
Wang Dong, Mr. Chen, please don't misunderstand me.
I didn't know your identity before, otherwise I would never dare to be with Yang Ruoxue. Wang Dong thought that Chen Hai was here to settle accounts with him, so he quickly began to explain.
Chen Hai, how long did it take for you to break up?
Wang Dong, I broke up with you immediately after I found out your identity that night.
Chen Hai, okay, then do you know who Wang Kai's girlfriend is? Wang Dong, that guy Wang Kai didn't tell me, what is wrong with Mr. Chen? Did that idiot Wang Kai offend you again? Chen Hai, nothing.
After turning off the phone, Wang Kai had already led Yang Ruoxue over. Mr. Chen, this is my girlfriend, and she's also from your school.
This is Mr. Chen.
Wang Kai, who was introducing enthusiastically, was stunned when he saw the eyes between Chen Hai and Yang Ruoxue.
Do you two know each other? No. I don't know.
Yang Ruoxue and Chen Hai replied at the same time, but the content of their words were different.
What is that?
Wang Kai looked back and forth at the two of them, his face, which was not bright to begin with, became even more dull.
Chen Hai, are you sure you want to do this to me?
Seeing that Chen Hai didn't say anything but lowered his head to drink, Yang Ruoxue's eyes suddenly turned red, and she picked up the cup on the table and smashed it to the ground.
Scumbag. After saying this, Yang Ruoxue turned and left. What the hell? What the hell?
3 fucks came out from Chen Hai, Wang Kai, and Bai Huilong at the same time. Chen Hai and Wang Kai's faces were filled with shock and confusion.
Bai Huilong, on the other hand, looked like he was watching a show.
Because when Wang Kai came over to introduce himself just now, as well as the conversation between the 3 people afterwards, Bai Huilong heard it all.
Love triangle.
At this moment, in Bai Huilong's mind, the relationship between Chen Hai and the other two can only be described by these 3 words.
Fuck you. Are you an idiot? How did I become a scumbag? Chen Hai reacted and quickly stood up and cursed.
But Yang Ruoxue had already walked far away, and the music in the bar was very loud, so Yang Ruoxue naturally couldn't hear it.
Hey, boss, don't be angry.
Bai Huilong quickly stood up, patted Chen Hai's shoulder gently, and tried to persuade him kindly. No, I really have nothing to do with her. Chen Hai's expression was a little distorted, as if he had suffered a great injustice.
We've all been through this, I understand. Come on, let's not talk about this anymore, let's drink.
Seeing Chen Hai so excited, Bai Huilong hurriedly comforted him.
You know shit.
Chen Hai pushed Bai Huilong's hand away with force, shaking his head in anger, his back teeth almost broken.
Mr. Chen,
Wang Kai was on pins and needles at the moment, not knowing whether to stand or sit, and had no idea what to say. The last time he was taught a lesson by Wang Dong, he complained to the elders in his family. Instead of getting support from the elders, he was beaten severely. Later, he learned from Wang Dong that Chen Hai was a scion of a wealthy family and someone their family could not easily offend.
I finally met Chen Hai today and apologized to him.
Judging from Chen Hai's attitude, it seems that he has forgiven me. However, what he never expected was that his girlfriend, whom he had only been dating for 3 days, turned out to be Chen Hai's ex-girlfriend Yang Ruoxue.
Of course, this is not the case. But Wang Kai didn't know the inside story. At this moment, he could only stand in front of Chen Hai awkwardly, not daring to say a word. If it were in the past, Wang Kai would have started mocking Chen Hai a long time ago. But now, times have changed. Because of Yang Ruoxue's disturbance, Chen Hai lost interest in drinking anymore. He looked at the time and saw that the dormitory door was still open, so he said goodbye to a few people and took a taxi back to school alone. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, Chen Hai, who was drunk, ran directly to the toilet and vomited. Lao Si, did you go drinking today? When Mu Tao heard the noise in the toilet, he immediately brought tissues and water and handed them to Chen Hai with concern. Chen Hai took the tissue and nodded while wiping his mouth. Lu Wei, I didn't expect that Lao Si would go out for a drink. Li Qingjun joked, TSK, the fourth child is now with the tall school beauty, what's impossible? That's right, Lu Wei nodded and asked, by the way, Lao Si, did you go out for a drink with the tall school beauty today? Chen Hai rinsed his mouth with water and answered vaguely, no, I drank it with a friend of mine. That's not right. Lao Si, do you have other friends? Male or female? Li Qingjun thought of Chen Hai's social circle and couldn't help but ask. A man, whom I met online. Chen Hai said casually. Online? Lao Si, you better be careful. Men aren't safe these days. Be careful that you get drunk and your butt hurts the next day. Li Chengjuan's words caused the other two to burst into laughter. Chen Hai rolled his eyes and said unhappily, you're the one with the sore bottom. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you guys anymore. I'm going to sleep. At this moment, Chen Hai was drunk and just wanted to go to bed quickly. Although Wang Kai brought Yang Ruoxue here to cause this incident today, Chen Hai didn't have any thoughts about Wang Kai. To be precise, he should thank Wang Kai. If he hadn't cheated Wang Kai out of 1,000 yuan yesterday, he wouldn't even have enough money to take a taxi back home today. Who would have thought that the big brother in Bai Huilong's eyes and Mr. Chin in Yu Chaogui's eyes could not even afford $10 for the bus fare? This is such a huge joke. Through this incident, Chen Hai deeply understood a truth. He must cash out the Chinese currency on Gao Jing as soon as possible, and spend more on Gao Jing so that he can get more profits when the cash is returned. When mentioning Gao Jing, Chen Hai couldn't help but think of another person, Zhou Zi. By the way, how could I forget about the campus beauty Zhou? Chen Hai opened the Douyin message list, ignored all other messages, and went straight to the dialog box with Zhou Zi. After clicking in, he saw that Zhou Zi had sent him the contact information a few hours ago. On the other side, Zhou Zi, who was playing the piano elegantly at home, heard the text message alert tone. She stopped what she was doing, opened her phone, and found that someone had requested to add her as a friend. Friend request, wife, please approve it. Chapter 25 Another beating, poor Wang Kai. It's him. Zhou Zi bit her lips tightly, her eyes fixed on the friend request on her phone. Yesterday, Chen Hai gave her gifts worth 30 million. Even after the platform took half of it, she would still get 15 million. This is a huge sum that countless people would never be able to achieve in their lifetime, but Zhou Zi actually earned it overnight. However, such a sudden large sum of income made Zhou Zi a little worried. She was afraid that this ID was crying because he was so poor, and wondered if he had some other intention in spending so much money on her. After all, in Zhou Zi's opinion, the person who can give such generous rewards online is most likely a greasy, fat old man. But they have already given me so much money, how can I easily refuse? If it were in the past.
If Chen Hai made excessive demands, Zhou Zi might return the money immediately.
However, the sudden virus storm a few years ago caused the once wealthy Zhou family to be on the verge of bankruptcy overnight. The Zhou family is in urgent need of money now.
Therefore, Zhou Zi could only pray silently that Chen Hai was just giving her gifts as a reward.
After the broadcast, Zhou Zi waited for a long time but did not receive any news from Chen Hai. She secretly rejoiced, thinking she had escaped. But unexpectedly, after opening the Douyin app again this afternoon, the person with the ID port de terre came to her door and asked for her social account. Especially when Zhou Zi thought of this person calling her wife, she felt nauseous. She stood in front of the window, staring at the city view outside, struggling internally for a long time. In the end, as if she had made up her mind, she accepted Chen Hai's friend request. Poor and crying, "Wife, what are you doing?"
As expected, this person started to disgust her after accepting her friend request.
Zhou Zi took a deep breath and then tapped quickly on the phone screen with 2 fingers.
"Hello Mr. Lei, thank you very much for supporting me, but I already have a boyfriend, please respect yourself." Zhou Zi doesn't have a boyfriend, she just wants to use this gimmick to make the poor man crying, that is, Chen Hai, stay away from her.
Port de tears, huh? But I didn't hear that you have a boyfriend at Nanda? This person actually came to our school to inquire about me?
Zhou Zi was shocked. At the same time, his favorability towards Chen Hai dropped rapidly. At this moment, she felt that Chen Hai was not only a greasy uncle, but also a pervert who liked to investigate people.
Zhou Zi's favorability towards the host 30, current favorability is 30. Fuck. Is this bitch sick? I just gave her 30 million worth of gifts yesterday, and today her favorability towards me has dropped by 30? After receiving the system prompt, Chen Hai couldn't help but feel very surprised. He really didn't expect that spending money on Zhou Zi would actually cause her to have a lower impression of him. No wonder people in Nanjing University say that Zhou Zi is cold as ice and a tough nut to crack. No wonder she has never had a boyfriend in Nanyang Technological University for so many years. Zhou Zi, Boss Lei, even if you gave me a gift worth 30 million, this is definitely not an excuse for you to investigate me. If you continue like this, I can only return the money to you and call the police. It seems that this woman is really sick. It's a pity to waste such a beautiful appearance, Chen Hai muttered to himself. Zhou de Campus Bell, please stop being so narcissistic, okay? Who would investigate you for no reason? It is well known to everyone in Nanda that you have never had a boyfriend. And you don't need to return the money, just consider it as a gift from me to you. After all, I have been secretly in love with you for 3 whole years in Nanyang University. Zhou Zi, who was originally standing in front of the huge French window and feeling a little annoyed, was stunned after seeing the long text sent by Chen Hai. Is he also from Nanjing University? Isn't he a fat, greasy uncle? And he's been secretly in love with me for 3 years? Zhou Zi's mind was blank and her thoughts were a little confused at this moment. She tried hard to search for someone who liked her in her mind, but after searching for a while, she still couldn't find the person who would spend 30 million on her online. Although there are many rich second-generation men pursuing her, most of them are just attracted by her beauty. To put it bluntly, they just want to have sex with her. So, they certainly wouldn't be so generous as to reward themselves with so much money. Zhou Zi, who are you? Chen Hai, your husband. Staring at the conversation on the screen, Zhou Zi's face was filled with black lines. You keep calling me wife and husband, but I don't even know who you are. Chen Hai, accompany me to dinner tomorrow, then you will know who I am, right? After replying okay, Zhou Zi sat back at the piano. However, at this moment she had no interest in playing at all. Nanchang Wang Family Mansion. Wang Kai, who had just returned home, saw Wang Dong sitting on the sofa at a glance. Where did you go today? Wang Dong took a deep breath of smoke and then exhaled slowly. PP Club, Wang Kai replied. Did you run into Chen Hai? Wang Dong glanced back at Wang Kai and saw that his expression instantly became strange when he heard the word Chen Hai. Wang Dong thought to himself that Chen Hai suddenly sent him a message today, so this idiot must have angered Chen Hai again. Didn't I tell you not to provoke him? Wang Dong was so angry that he kicked the coffee table in front of him away. Brother Dong, I really didn't provoke him today. Wang Kai lowered his head, his face full of helplessness. Then why did Chen Hai suddenly send me a message today? Seeing that Wang Dong was a little angry, Wang Kai had no choice but to tell Wang Dong everything that happened today. Ex-girlfriend? How is that possible?
As far as I know, Chen Hai is still a virgin and has never even been in a relationship.
Wait, your girlfriend's name isn't Gao Jing, is she?
Speaking of the women around Chen Hai, besides Yang Ruoxue, there is only Gao Jing.
Chen Hai had been pursuing Yang Ruoxue for several years.
It's a pity that it has never been realized, so Yang Ruoxue should not be Chen Hai's ex-girlfriend that Wang Kai mentioned.
However, although Yang Ruoxue is not Chen Hai's ex-girlfriend, she is Wang Dong's ex-girlfriend. However, Wang Dong did not connect Wang Kai's girlfriend with Yang Ruoxue. However, Wang Kai's next sentence made Wang Dong feel like he was struck by lightning and his head was spinning. No, my girlfriend's name is Yang Ruoxue, and she's a junior at Nanjing University. What? Your girlfriend's name is Yang Ruoxue? Seeing Wang Dong's intense reaction, Wang Kai was also confused. What? Did Wang Dong also know Yang Ruoxue? Yes, brother Dong, the last time I went to Nanda was to pick her up. Fuck you. She's not Chen Hai's ex-girlfriend. She's my ex-girlfriend.
There was a crisp sound of pop. Wang Dong slapped Wang Kai hard in the face. Then he started punching and kicking Wang Kai. At this moment, Wang Kai was completely confused and his mind was blank.
What? She's my cousin's ex-girlfriend? My ex-cousin's wife? But I was with her yesterday. FCK. Chapter 26. Oops. Meet Zhou Ziyi's boyfriend. As a beautiful bell rang, many students from Nanjing University walked out of their classrooms. After taking out his cell phone and sending a message to Zhou Ziyi saying see you at the school gate, Chen Hai also walked out of the classroom. Today Gao Jing still wants to stick to Chen Hai. However, this was rejected by the latter on the grounds that he had something else to do. Outside the school gate, a beautiful figure is standing under the hot sun. She has a straight and delicate nose, and her fair skin has a faint blush. A pair of big kiss-me eyes is even more heartwarming. But there was a coldness in these beautiful eyes that made people feel a little uncomfortable to approach. She is Zhou Ziyi. Chen Hai recognized her at a glance even though he was still far away from the school gate. Because at this moment many boys came up to chat with me. But without exception, they were all driven away by her eyes. Zhou Ziyi wore a white sleeveless shirt today with the collar slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. The lower body is a pair of tight jeans. Hello, Miss Shou. Have you been waiting for a long time? Zhou Ziyi had just chased away a person who was trying to strike up a conversation with her, and when she saw Chen Hai coming over to say hello, she couldn't help but think that this was another person trying to strike up a conversation with her. No time. Zhou Ziyi replied coldly with 2 words and turned her beautiful face away. Honey, aren't you waiting for me? Zhou Ziyi, the cold goddess known to everyone at Nanjing University, blushed when she heard the word wife from Chen Hai's mouth. He turned around and looked at Chen Hai. Zhou Ziyi frowned and asked, "Are you Mr. Lei?" Seeing the latter nodding with a smile showing his teeth, Zhou Ziyi snorted coldly. Please don't call me wife anymore. Hey, good wife. You. Seeing that Chen Hai ignored her words, Zhou Ziyi became slightly annoyed. What do you want from me today? Didn't you want to see me? Chen Hai walked up to Zhou Ziyi and looked into her eyes, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. In fact, after Zhou Ziyi knew that Chen Hai was the so-called tearful lord on the internet, her first impression of him was quite good. After all, after being dressed up by Gao Jing, Chen Hai looked quite sunny and handsome. Plus, he has money. It's hard for others to have a bad first impression of him. But I don't know when Chen Hai changed, and he actually started to act like a gangster. If it were any other girl, they might think he was cool. For example, spiritual little sister. But Zhou Ziyi is known as the most beautiful iceberg in Nanjing University. Naturally, it is different from others. So his second impression of Chen Hai was not very good. Mr. Lei, if there is nothing else then I will go back to school. After saying that, Zhou Ziyi took a step and was about to leave. Hey, wait a minute, honey. Didn't we agree yesterday that we should go out for dinner together? Zhou Ziyi was about to reject Chen Hai's invitation. Sudden. A McLaren GT worth 2 million Chinese yuan stopped in front of the two. A man wearing glasses and looking very gentle got out of the car. Z, long time no see. Xiang Shirquan? Zhou Ziyi looked at the man who got out of the car, her eyes became colder and colder, as if they could freeze into ice. Ha, it seems you still remember me. Xiang Shirquan adjusted the frame of his glasses,
then took out a bunch of beautifully wrapped roses from the car and handed them to Zhou Zi with a smile. But the latter threw the rose to the ground without hesitation.
Xiang Shirquan was stunned at first, then frowned and asked, "Z, what are you doing? Don't call my name, you don't deserve it."
Seeing that the atmosphere between Zhou Zi and the other person was a little strange, Chen Hai walked between them and asked,
"Who is this wife?" "Hello, I'm Z's boyfriend." "Wait. What did you call her just now?"
Xiang Shirquan smiled slightly and was about to answer when he suddenly heard Chen Hai call Zhou Zi wife.
Xiang Shirquan's eyes widened at this moment, and he was completely stunned. "Are you deaf? I called her my wife." "Trickster."
There was some provocation in Chen Hai's words, and he was very arrogant.
Xiang Shirquan clenched his fists in anger. He really wanted to punch Chen Hai to death. He really couldn't understand where a skinny guy got the courage to challenge him.
But he still held back. He turned his head, looked at Zhou Zi, and shouted with a red face.
"Zhou Zi, what's going on? I've only been out for a few years. How could you do this behind my back?" With a sneer, Zhou Zi asked back, "What did I do? How dare you ask me this?
You're looking for other men behind my back.
Do you know what this is called?
This is called being unfaithful to your husband."
Xiang Shirquan pointed at Zhou Zi and yelled with a red face.
With a slap sound, Zhou Zi slapped Xiang Shirquan in the face, with tears in her eyes.
Chen Hai finally understood at this moment. So Xiang Shirquan is Zhou Zi's boyfriend. Awkward, very embarrassing. Chen Hai said a little embarrassedly, "Ahem,
I'm sorry, Miss Zhou, I didn't know he was your boyfriend."
"I have nothing to do with him. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Let's go."
Although Chen Hai was a little confused, he nodded and ran to the roadside to stop a car. Seeing Chen Hai trying to stop a car, Xiang Shirquan spat on the ground. "I thought you found that young master, but I didn't expect him to be a poor boy who doesn't even have a car."
"Zhou Zi didn't expect that you have such a poor vision now? But you are right, Zhou Group is about to go bankrupt, and given your current situation, you can only go to a poor guy like him." Xiang Shirquan pointed at Zhou Zi and became more and more excited. "I never thought that after all these years, you haven't changed at all. Also, we've broken up, and I can be with whoever I want now. It has nothing to do with you." Zhou Zi said this and walked towards Chen Hai without looking back.
"Ha, I came back this time to help your Zhou family get through this difficult time.
Since you have this attitude, then I don't care. But I'm afraid the Zhou Group won't survive until next week."
As Xiang Shirquan spoke later, his tone became noticeably heavier.
Zhou Zi's body trembled when she heard the following words, but she did not stop. Instead, she stepped sideways and got into the taxi. "Where are we going, wife?" Zhou Zi was in a terrible mood at the moment. She stared blankly at the scenery outside the car window and answered casually, "Whatever." Chen Hai has been eating at Qian Lakexiang frequently recently and is almost tired of it. He thought that he had never been to a Western restaurant in his life, so it was a good opportunity to change his taste. So I asked the taxi driver to find a Western restaurant. As the driver stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, the yellow and green taxi quickly drove away from the spot like an arrow. Looking at the taxi going further and further away, Xiang Shirquan was so angry that he stomped the roses on the ground to pieces. "You are so heartless, Zhou Zi. Don't blame me for being disloyal." He angrily took out his cell phone and made a call. "It's time to get started.
By the way, please help me investigate a student named Chen Hai at Nanchang University." After hanging up the phone, Xiang Shirquan adjusted his glasses, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and revealed a sly smile. "I believe that it won't be long before you come back to me obediently. Climb onto my bed again. Ha 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 ha." Xiang Shirquan laughed triumphantly, opened the car door and got in. Just as he was about to start the car and leave, a clear and pleasant voice was heard.
"Hello handsome guy, my name is Yang Ruoshua, can we get to know each other?" Chapter 27, Exclusive Way of Getting Along.
After taking a look at Yang Ruoshua's appearance and figure, Xiang Shirquan licked the corner of his mouth, unlocked the car door and said,
"Get in the car. 7th floor, Lifeng Building. This is a Western restaurant for couples, and the decoration style inside the restaurant is warm and romantic."
After entering the restaurant, Chen Hai asked the staff to arrange the best and most expensive seat for him as usual, and generously ordered a large number of dishes. When the dishes are almost served, Chen Hai stopped being polite and started eating. However, compared with his first meal at Qian Lakexiang, his behavior this time was obviously much more elegant.
However, in Zhou Ziyi's eyes, this still seems a bit exaggerated. But strangely, Chen Hai's action did not disgust Zhou Ziyi. But I feel that Chen Hai is very real. I'm not like other people, who are two-faced. Zhou Ziyi's favorability towards the host plus 30, current favorability is 0. What the hell? What's going on?
I spent tens of millions on gifts, but my favorability didn't increase at all.
But treating her to a meal increased my favorability? Strangeness.
Thinking back to the last time Gao Jing had the same experience, Chen Hai was completely confused.
This also led to some distrust in his ability to use money. Don't girls nowadays care about money? Only sincerity can impress them?
At this time, Zhou Ziyi was looking out the window with a dazed look, as if thinking about something.
Chen Hai also noticed Zhou Ziyi's condition and asked with concern. What's wrong, honey? Why aren't you eating? If you have anything to say, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you. Chen Hai also heard what Xiang Shirquan said today. It seems that Zhou Ziyi's family has encountered some difficulties recently and is on the verge of bankruptcy. Hearing Chen Hai's question, Zhou Ziyi withdrew her gaze from the window, shook her head gently, and said, No. I'm fine.
She picked up the chopsticks, casually picked up a piece of steak, took a small bite, but could not taste it at all.
Chen Hai poured a glass of red wine and took a sip.
There was a rare serious look in his eyes.
He stared into Zhou Ziyi's eyes and said sincerely, Wife, is there any crisis at home?
You can tell me, don't worry, I will definitely help you. The reason why Chen Hai did this was actually because he had no choice. Because at this moment he urgently needed the girl's favorability, so that he could get back the Chinese currency.
Just now I thought about impressing the girl with sincerity. Only then did his attitude change drastically and he was no longer so nonchalant.
After all, he is only bound to 2S-level goddesses now.
One of them is Gao Jing.
The other is Zhou Ziyi.
Let us talk about Gao Jing first.
Although she is also an S-level goddess, the number of goddess coins that can be spent on her is really pitiful. After all, she is just from an ordinary family. She hasn't seen much of the world, so it's not a good idea to spend a lot of money on her. Take the 500 million yuan for purchasing the land for example. This was spent secretly by Chen Hai without Gao Jing's knowledge. Therefore, it is almost impossible to spend a large amount of goddess coins on Gao Jing. Even if some Chinese currency can be returned in the future, it probably won't be much.
However, Zhou Ziyi is completely different.
You know, Zhou Ziyi comes from a prominent family, and her father is the top shareholder of Zhou Group. With such a background, his perspective is naturally different from that of ordinary people.
It is easy to understand.
For example, if you give 10 million to an ordinary person, this action will definitely scare him to death and he may even dare not accept the money.
But what if you give him 10 million happy beans?
Therefore, if you want to spend hundreds of millions or even billions on Zhou Ziyi, it will definitely be easier than spending it on Gao Jing. So, the problem now is that Chen Hai needs a suitable reason that allows him to justify spending a large amount of goddess coins on Zhou Ziyi.
And the reason is to help Zhou Group overcome difficulties. This is not only reasonable, but also allows Chen Hai to spend lavishly on Zhou Ziyi in a natural way. Not only that, this can also win Zhou Ziyi's favor.
It's much better than the reward you get from just throwing money at her.
This.
Zhou Ziyi, whose eyes were originally as cold as ice, actually had a glimmer of tenderness in them at this moment. She is not a lesbian as rumored.
She is a real woman with all kinds of emotions.
It was only because of the trauma of her last relationship that she closed herself off from emotions. Coupled with the fact that she has not had contact with men for a long time, it can even be said that Zhou Ziyi has begun to hate and be fed up with men from the bottom of her heart. This is what is now called women's rights. However, for some reason today, the appearance of Chen Hai seemed to be gradually changing Zhou Ziyi's mental state.
Zhou Ziyi's favorability towards the host plus 5, current favorability is 5. Okay, I'll tell you if anything happens. Get me a drink. Zhou Ziyi smiled slightly and pushed the shaking red wine glass forward. Hey, there's a play.
Chen Hai was delighted and stood up immediately, and very gentlemanly poured 1/3 of the red wine into the glass.
Chen Hai raised his glass and smiled, which he thought was very handsome, and said, Cheers.
The two men clinked their wine glasses together, making a crisp and pleasant sound. The improved favorability gave Chen Hai a great boost of confidence. At this moment, he seemed to have found the direction to move forward. Lee Cheng-jun had said something to Chen Hai before, which was, when communicating with each girl, you should adjust the way of chatting according to her personality and preferences. You should be affectionate when you need to be affectionate, and you should be aggressive when you need to be aggressive. In short, you should speak to people in a way that suits them and to ghosts in a way that suits them. Adjusted the status. Chen Hai tried hard to pretend to be like those affectionate male protagonists on TV. He gazed into Zhou Zi's eyes affectionately and said gently, "Z, no matter what happens, I will do my best to help you. Now your first priority is to eat first."
Yeah, okay. Zhou Zi nodded obediently and picked up the knife and fork in front of her, cutting the steak very elegantly. Zhou Zi's favorability towards the host +5, current favorability is 10. Fuck. I got rich.
After finding the right way to get along with each other, the atmosphere between the two became relaxed and pleasant. They enjoyed the food and chatted happily. Chen Hai's humorous and witty way of chatting added a lot of joy to the whole dining process and made Zhou Zi laugh continuously. As time went by, the relationship between the two quickly heated up, as if the distance between them had been shortened a lot without them realizing it. Perhaps it was because Zhou Zi hadn't communicated with others so freely for a long time, or perhaps it was because of the effect of the glasses of red wine. Her chatterbox was suddenly opened. Zhou Zi, who was not very drunk, was like a flood, talking non-stop about what had happened to her. Under the influence of alcohol, she even told Chen Hai everything about herself and Xiang Shirquan without reservation. Chapter 28, Comparing yourself to others will make you feel pissed. He drank the red wine that had just been poured into the glass.
Zhou Zi said leisurely. I met him in high school. I was a sophomore and he was a freshman. He had been pursuing me for a long time, so we got together. In fact, with my grades, I can get into any of the top 10 universities in China. And the reason why I applied to NTU was because of him, because he was studying at NTU at that time. After the college entrance examination, he and I also sat together for dinner like today. Maybe the pressure of senior year was too great, so we drank a lot of wine together that day, as if to release all the pressure. That night, he and I. But on the day I just reported to Nankai University, he disappeared. During that time, I went crazy and asked around for news about him. It wasn't until the end that I found out that I was just one of her many fish ponds. And Xiang Shirquan had already gone abroad to study at that time. And he was with my best friend. After finishing talking about what happened between them, Zhou Zi started crying like a child who had been holding back for a long time. Because this Western restaurant for couples is very quiet. So as soon as Zhou Zi's crying sounded, it attracted the attention of many people. With a dry cough, Chen Hai felt very embarrassed by the gazes he received. But facing Zhou Zi, who was crying, Chen Hai was at a loss for a moment and didn't know how to comfort her. You have no manners. If you want to argue, go back home. That's right. Don't affect others here. No way, brother, how could you bear to make such a beautiful girlfriend cry? You bastard. You made me cry and yet you just sat there in a daze. For a moment, there were many different opinions in the Western restaurant. But without exception, they all blamed Chen Hai. Even so, Chen Hai did not blame Zhou Zi. Instead, he felt that she was very pitiful. The manager of the restaurant also came over at this moment and reminded Chen Hai and the others not to affect others. Feeling helpless, Chen Hai could only help the drunk Zhou Zi out of the Western restaurant. Wife, where is your home? I'll take you back. Zhou Zi blinked her crescent-shaped eyes at Chen Hai, then leaned into his arms and fell asleep. He made a sound like hmm. Zhou Zi is really beautiful, so beautiful that no man can control himself after seeing her. Even the bent ones can be straightened. So how could Chen Hai not be moved when he saw the beauty who was drunk in his arms? How could he not be restless? I searched for nearby hotels on my phone. After Chen Hai found the nearest hotel, he carried Zhou Zi on his back and walked over. The next day. The first ray of sunlight in the morning was like a gentle messenger, quietly passing through the gap in the hotel's curtains and shining on the delicate figure on the bed. Feeling the warmth brought by the sun, Zhou Zi slowly opened her eyes. She stretched lazily, with a look of laziness and comfort on her face. But when she saw the surroundings clearly, she couldn't help but let out a scream. Zhou Zi quickly pulled up the quilt and looked down. Zhou Zi breathed a sigh of relief when she found that her clothes were still intact. Why am I here? She kept patting her head with her delicate hands. But I still can't remember what happened last night. By the way, I was with Chen Hai yesterday, why don't you just ask him?
Opening her phone, Zhou Zi quickly found Chen Hai's contact information. After 3 beep, beep, beep sounds, Chen Hai's voice was heard from the other end of the phone.
Honey, are you awake? Zhou Zi frowned and asked, what did you do to me yesterday?
Her tone lost the tenderness of yesterday and returned to its usual coldness.
Eating, drinking, taking you to a hotel, don't you know all this? You. I'm talking about what you did to me in the hotel. Zhou Zi's words became serious. Ha ha.
Chen Hai was also a little annoyed. He raised his voice and spoke faster.
Do you think I'm Xiang Shirquan? I can tell you responsibly that I went back to school after sending you to the hotel. If you think I'm that kind of person, I don't care. After saying that, Chen Hai hung up the phone. Zhou Zi stood there in a daze, Chen Hai's words echoing in her mind. Someone like Xiang Shirquan? Wait. I won't tell him all those things, right? When I think of this. Zhou Zi's face turned red instantly and she felt extremely embarrassed. How could I tell such a private thing to someone I only knew for one day? Because of the alcohol yesterday.
Apart from the memory of the meal, Zhou Zi had already forgotten everything that happened afterwards.
No. I still have to ask.
If he really dares to do that to me, I will never let him go. Thinking of this, Zhou Zi quickly picked up the bedside phone and dialed the front desk. After asking the staff, the answer I got was exactly the same as what Chen Hai said. He did drop himself off at the hotel and left. Moreover, the staff also told Zhou Zi that she had been holding Chen Hai and wouldn't let him leave yesterday, and even forcefully kissed him several times. Ma'am, you are so beautiful, and that man didn't take advantage of you when you were drunk.
I think he is a really nice guy. Okay, thanks.
Zhou Zi hung up the phone, but her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. The staff's words kept echoing in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. Her perfect toes unconsciously exerted force and almost dug a hole in the bedsheet. Finally, he buried his head deeply in the quilt.
At the same time, in the 301 male dormitory. Did Lao Si have a fight with Gao Jing?
Li Chengjun asked puzzledly.
No. Chen Hai shook his head. No? Then who are you calling?
Li Chengjun said as he handed the cigarette in his hand to Chen Hai. Chen Hai took the cigarette, lit it, and slowly replied, Zhou Zi.
What? What? 3 cries of surprise came from the men's dormitory 301. The sound was so loud that it could be heard clearly even in the next dormitory. Fuck. Fourth brother, you're not talking about Zhou Zi, the top of the 3 most beautiful girls in Nanjing University, are you? Mu Tao widened his eyes and asked in disbelief.
After getting Chen Hai's affirmative answer, the 3 were shocked again.
Especially what Chen Hai said after answering the phone, wife, are you awake?
The 3 of them heard it clearly.
Originally, they thought Chen Hai was talking to Gao Jing on the phone. But unexpectedly, it was Zhou Zi. This is simply a fantasy. The man who used to be a big bootlicker who was obsessed with Gao Jing is now dating 2 of the 3 most beautiful girls in Nanjing University? What's even more outrageous is that Chen Hai later said something like taking her to a hotel. If this incident were posted on the campus website today, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout the school.
No way, old 4? You are such a person? You are not satisfied with having Gao Jing? You are also involved with the campus beauty Zhou? Mu Tao and the other 2 were filled with envy at this moment. Especially Li Chengjun, he always thought that he was the most outstanding person in the 301 male dormitory in terms of appearance, height and family background, but he felt it was a luxury to even talk to the 3 campus beauties. However, Chen Hai, the humble and servile bootlicker on weekdays, can now date 2 school beauties? At this moment, Li Chengjun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He really couldn't understand why this was happening. Why? Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. Chapter 29, Feeling Murderous Around. Brother Hai. Brother Hai. I beg you, please teach me how to get them? I will pay for all your meals this semester. Li Chengjun held Chen Hai's hands, his eyes full of sincerity and expectation. This look was more sincere than when he visited his ancestors' graves on Qingming Festival. That's right. Brother Hai, if you tell us, I'll buy all your socks and underwear for this month. Mu Tao also ran to Chen Hai's bed and made the same request. Unexpectedly, just a few days ago, these 3 people were still teaching Chen Hai how to pick up girls and how to be a scumbag.
But at this moment he turned around and begged Chen Hai to teach him? Zhou Zi and I are just ordinary friends. Li Chengjun, fuck. Mu Tao, fuck. Lu Wei, fuck. You called someone's wife and even took her to a hotel, and you told me you two were just ordinary friends?
Li Chengjun was ready to kill someone with a knife at this moment.
Old four, you really deserve to die. No, I have to teach you a lesson. Lu Wei winked at the two people beside him.
Li Chengjun and Mu Tao also understood what he meant, and at the same time reached out to pull Chen Hai, who was lying on the bed and smoking leisurely, down.
Followed by a scream.
Chen Hai covered his buttocks in pain, tears streaming down his eyes. Returning to the bed, Chen Hai wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. When he turned on his phone, he received messages from Gao Jing and Bai Huilong.
Gao Jing, tomorrow is my good friend S' birthday, can you go with me? Chen Hai, no problem. Gao Jing, see you tomorrow.
Bai Huilong sent Chen Hai an invitation to join the group, and the accompanying text read:
Boss, this is our South City second generation group.
After the brothers in the group learned that I knew you, they all wanted me to invite you to the group to get to know you. After a little thought, Chen Hai decided to join the group. After all, he was an orphan since childhood and was not good at communicating with others.
There are almost no friends around me. This so-called second-generation group of South City is composed of the most outstanding young men in South City. There is no harm in Chen Hai getting to know this group of people.
On the contrary, it can give him a helping hand.
As soon as he entered the group, Bai Huilong took the lead in speaking, let's welcome Mr. Lei to the group. Tears are always good. Mr. Lei, I'm in the car business. If you have any needs, you can contact me at any time. Hello, Mr. Lei, my name is Ding Hongyu, I work in the real estate industry. If you want to buy a house, I'm definitely the right person to look for. I am.
As soon as Chen Hai joined the group, many people at him. After all, most people in the group had heard about Chen Hai spending 30 million on Douyin some time ago. In this internet age of information explosion, as long as you have a mobile phone, you can know the major events happening all over the country even without leaving your home. What's more, Chen Hai and the people in the group are from the same city.
Chen Hai, don't call me Mr. Lei anymore, my name is Chen Hai. Okay, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, as a new member of the group, shouldn't you give us a red envelope? Yes, Mr. Chen, give out red envelopes.
No one in the group is short of money, and asking Chen Hai to send out red envelopes is just for fun and to liven up the atmosphere in the group. Chen Hai took a look at the balance in his wallet and found that there was still more than 300 yuan left. He simply sent out a red envelope of 200 yuan, which 10 people fought over.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Boss Chen is so generous. Boss Chen is so tough. Boss Chen is so tough.
I wish Mr. Chen to be the bridegroom every night, hug the bride every day, one section is better than 6 sections, and each section can last forever, and he will be the king of kings every night. In fact, the people in the group are all of similar age. Chen Hai, who had just joined the group, soon started chatting enthusiastically with them.
The next day noon.
Chen Hai and 3 other roommates made an appointment to go to the cafeteria to eat together.
There are 5 canteens in NTU.
As students of the School of Information Management, they naturally chose the second canteen which is closest to the classroom. As soon as they sat down after getting their meal, their attention was attracted by a beautiful figure walking towards them.
Mu Tao shouted in surprise, fuck. Is this Zhou Zi?
Lu Wei also echoed, this is the first time I'm so close to her. Li Chengjun said, don't even think about it, she's here to look for the 4th brother. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Zhou Zi walked over and sat down next to Chen Hai.
Grass. Depend on.
The 3 of them complained one after another, then consciously picked up their bowls and chopsticks and hid to the other side.
Didn't they say that Miss Zhou never eats in the school cafeteria?
Hearing that Chen Hai's way of addressing her had changed, Zhou Zi frowned slightly and asked, are you angry?
Angry? What am I angry about? Chen Hai was a little confused by her question. Then why didn't you call me?
Zhou Zi suddenly stopped talking halfway, and a blush appeared on her snow-white face. It was the change in Zhou Zi's expression that made Chen Hai suddenly feel a surge of murderous aura around him. He quickly scanned the surroundings and found that countless pairs of eyes were staring at him.
Ruoshua, look, isn't that Chen Hai? Why is Zhou Zi sitting with him? And why do I feel like Chen Hai has become more handsome? Look, Chen Hai is wearing Armani, right? I remember that this brand of clothes is very expensive. How come Chen Hai is suddenly rich?
Hearing the comments of her three roommates, young Ruoshua snorted coldly. His clothes only cost a few thousand yuan, but my current boyfriend drives a luxury car worth millions.
Wow. Ruoshua, your boyfriend is so rich? Let me see. A hint of pride appeared on young Ruoshua's lips.
She took out her cell phone and found a selfie of herself sitting in a McLaren GT. Looking at the chattering people gathered together, Zhou Zi asked, "She is young Ruoshua, the girl you have been pursuing for 3 years, right?"
She looks quite ordinary. Zhou Zi has always been indifferent to campus affairs and is not a person who likes gossip.
Therefore, she never knew that Chen Hai had been licking young Ruoshua for 3 years. However, for some reason, she started paying special attention to Chen Hai's affairs since yesterday, and only then did she learn that Chen Hai was the famous #1 bootlicker in Nanjing University.
What's wrong?
Chen Hai now hates others mentioning this matter, and there is a hint of impatience in his tone.
It's okay, I'm done.
Zhou Zi wiped the corner of her mouth, gently placed a small box in front of Chen Hai, then stood up and left with the plate.
Chen Hai picked up the box and took a look. He was shocked to find that it was a trifold screen mobile phone worth 30,000 yuan. At this time, countless boys in the second cafeteria were paying close attention to the situation on Chen Hai's side. When they saw that Zhou Zi gave Chen Hai a mobile phone, they all showed envy in their eyes, and some were even so angry that they gritted their teeth. What's worse, some people even broke the chopsticks. Oh my god. Damn. Who is this guy? Not only did the school beauty Zhou sit with him for dinner, she even gave him a cell phone? Ah. Why am I not the one having dinner with the campus beauty Zhou? Wait. Isn't this guy Chen Hai? Doesn't he already have young Ruoshua and Gao Jing? Why is he still entangled with Zhou Zi now? Yes, I remember now. It's him. Not only did he get the most beautiful girl in the dance department, but he also took 2 of the 3 most beautiful girls in the school for himself. I'm so pissed. What? There is such a thing? Isn't he afraid of retribution for doing this? Brothers, I really can't stand it anymore. I want to rush up and beat him up right now. Chapter 30, still the familiar recipe, still the original taste. Chen Hai coughed dryly, stood up and picked up his phone. He felt that the atmosphere around him was extremely depressing, as if it was filled with murderous intent. As a smart man, he knew that it was not advisable to stay for long, so he decided to avoid the sharp edge for the time being and walked quickly towards the dormitory. Just after completing the data transfer to the new phone, Gao Jing sent me a photo. This is a group photo. In addition to Gao Jing, there is another woman in the photo. I have found an S-level goddess. Would you like to bind her to me? Bind, of course I have to bind. Only a fool wouldn't bind. Chen Hai muttered secretly in his heart when he heard the system's question. In the huge Nanjing University, Chen Hai has only found 3 S-level goddesses so far, one of which is Yang Ruoshue. Now that he has finally met another one, how could he give up this opportunity? The more S-level goddesses you bind to, the more chances you have of getting cash back. That's money. Who can resist money? Of course, apart from Yang Ruoshua, Chen Hai would never spend a penny on her, let alone tie her down. Name, Xin Yu. Charm value, 85. Age, 21. Height, 167. Weight, 96. Number of applause, 0. Favorability, 10. Current consumption 0 yuan. I didn't expect that Gao Jing's friend is also a great beauty, and her charm value is as high as 85 points. Although her charm value is slightly lower than Gao Jing's by 1 point, the difference is so small that it is almost impossible to distinguish with the naked eye. Strange, I have never met Xin Yu before. Why does she have a 10% favorable impression of me? Is it because of Gao Jing? Chen Hai thought to himself. Soon, Gao Jing sent another message. Gao Jing, remember to come later, my friend said he really wants to meet you. Chen Hai replied with an okay gesture, and then asked if it was the person in the photo, that is, Xin Yu's birthday. After getting Gao Jing's affirmative answer, Chen Hai asked again if the other party liked anything. Xin Yu is from the Art Academy. She has loved piano since she was a child. What is wrong? Do you want to buy her a piano? That thing is very expensive. After Gao Jing finished typing this paragraph, she deleted it. After all, Chen Hai was a person who had to top up 10 million yuan even for a meal. How could he care about the small amount of money for buying a piano?
In the end, she only replied with the word piano. Gao Jing was not angry that Chen Hai bought a birthday present for Xinyu.
On the contrary, I will be very happy.
After all, Xinyu was her childhood friend, and the two had a very good relationship since childhood. They had even agreed to marry the same person, although this was an agreement made when they were ignorant.
But this is enough to prove the relationship between the two.
In addition, Chen Hai came here as her boyfriend. If he bought a piano as a gift for Xinyu, she would also benefit from it.
Yafeng Villa.
As soon as she got off the taxi, Gao Jing trotted over and hugged Chen Hai's arm tightly.
You are finally here. I will take you to meet my good friend.
Gao Jing pulled Chen Hai and walked towards a wooden house with a strong ancient flavor.
I heard Xinyu say a few days ago that you found a boyfriend.
I thought he was a rich second-generation guy, but I didn't expect him to be a poor boy who couldn't even afford a car. A young man walked over surrounded by a group of people, with obvious disdain in his tone. When Chen Hai heard the young man's words, he couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart, it's still the familiar formula, it's still the same taste.
Can't these rich second generations change their opening remarks? His name is Bai Haoyang.
He is a senior in Xinyu's school and also Xinyu's suitor.
Gao Jing lowered her voice and introduced it to Chen Hai.
However, when Chen Hai heard Bai Haoyang's name, his expression became a little strange.
Your name is Bai Haoyang? That's right.
It's my young master. Bai Haoyang raised his head slightly, with a very proud expression on his face. On the other hand, Chen Hai couldn't help but burst into laughter at this moment.
Ha ha ha, oh shit, do you have a sister named Condom?
You're looking for death, kid. Bai Haoyang's face turned red instantly, his eyes widened with anger, and he rushed towards Chen Hai. If someone hadn't pulled him back in time, Chen Hai would have probably been punched.
Chen Hai, how can you say that about others? Gao Jing doesn't have a good relationship with Bai Haoyang and she even dislikes him a little.
But today is Xinyu's birthday after all, and Bai Haoyang is a guest invited by Xinyu. Naturally, she didn't want Chen Hai to have a conflict with him.
Don't blame me, Jingjing. It's mainly because this guy's name is too funny. Ha ha ha.
Chen Hai explained to Gao Jing while smiling.
But Gao Jing couldn't understand the joke.
Seeing Gao Jing's puzzled expression, Chen Hai suppressed his laughter and said patiently, you read his last name with the first tone, and the last two characters with the third tone.
Gao Jing nodded and tried Chen Hai's method.
But after reading just one word, Gao Jing's face suddenly turned red.
You are so bad. Humph. Gao Jing gently hit Chen Hai's arm, then trotted towards the wooden house.
Chen Hai shook his head helplessly, glanced at Bai Haoyang with a smile, and followed Gao Jing's footsteps.
After the two left, Bai Haoyang recited his name according to the method taught by Chen Hai. However, the next moment, everyone around who heard it couldn't help but burst into laughter. Soon, Bai Haoyang realized the problem, and he shouted angrily at everyone. Shut up.
If anyone dares to laugh again, don't blame me for being rude. He glared viciously at Chen Hai, who was playing and fighting with Gao Jing, clenched his fists tightly, and his body trembled slightly with anger.
Chen Hai, just wait and see. Brother Yang, don't be angry, the birthday party is about to start. Didn't you prepare a special gift for Xinyu?
Just take this opportunity today to win her over in one fell swoop.
Yes, Brother Yang, I'm still waiting to drink at your wedding.
Listening to the words of the two followers around him, Bai Haoyang's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an evil smile.
Humph, I'll let you go this time. It won't be too late to deal with you slowly after I'm done with this.
The image of Xinyu being pressed under him began to emerge in Bai Haoyang's mind, with obscene light flashing in his eyes. On the other side, the elegantly decorated wooden loft is furnished with a huge round table and the walls are covered with colorful balloons.
There is also a banner with the words Happy Birthday hanging in the middle of the wall.
A woman in a light blue dress stood in the center like a fairy, chatting happily with the people who came to give their blessings. When she saw Gao Jing and Chen Hai, her eyes suddenly lit up and she came over with a bright smile on her face.
I guess this is the Chen Hai that Jingjing is talking about all day long?
The woman did not need Gao Jing to introduce her. Chen Hai recognized her at a glance because she was the S-level goddess that Chen Hai had just bound to Xinyu. Xiaoyu Gao Jing pulled Xinyu's little hand shyly.
That's right, Miss Shen. I've heard for a long time that Xinyu from the Art Academy is as beautiful as a fairy.
Seeing her today, I can see that she is indeed as beautiful as her reputation. Chen Hai also politely exchanged pleasantries with Xinyu.
At this time, Bai Haoyang walked in arrogantly, followed by a few lackeys. Chapter 31, Pretending to be Rich. Just came in.
Bai Haoyang saw the conversation between Xinyu, Gao Jing, and Chen Hai.
Especially when Chen Hai spoke and made the two girls laugh. The nameless anger in Bai Haoyang's heart became even stronger. When Xinyu noticed Bai Haoyang and his group, she nodded politely. I guess everyone is a little hungry. Now that everyone is here, let's eat first. Inviting everyone to sit down, Xinyu raised her glass and said, "Thank you very much for coming to my birthday party today." Everyone also raised the cup in front of them. Happy birthday! Thank you, everyone.
After the wine glasses collided with each other, making a crisp sound.
The banquet has begun. Happy birthday, Xinyu. This is a little gift from me. I hope you like it. Happy birthday, Xinyu. This is the gift I carefully selected for you after a long time. Thanks.
As everyone was giving gifts, Bai Haoyang deliberately raised his voice and said loudly, "Xinyu, this is the gift I prepared for you." As he spoke, he handed over an exquisite gift box.
Xinyu took it with a smile and thanked him politely.
There were many people present who knew about the goods. They recognized what Bai Haoyang had given them at just one glance.
Ah, this is the Akoya Pearl necklace from Nanju Palace. That's right. The Akoya Pearl necklace from Nanju Palace has perfectly round pearls, strong luster, and few flaws. The luster of its Akoya pearls is not inferior to that of Japanese Akoya pearls, and it has extremely high quality. Its price is as high as 20,000 yuan. What? A necklace is worth 20,000? Bai Haoyang has invested a huge amount of money in this.
Feeling the flattery from the crowd, Bai Haoyang's lips were almost raised to the sky.
Bai Haoyang's family was average, and his family only ran a small construction company.
He saved up the money for Xinyu's birthday gift for a long time. However, when he saw the love in Xinyu's eyes, he felt that it was all worth it.
Bai Haoyang carefully took out the necklace, then walked behind Xinyu very gentlemanly. Let me help you put it on.
Bai Haoyang said softly. Senior Bai, this gift is too valuable.
I can't accept it.
Although Xinyu said this, her body did not resist at all.
After putting on the necklace, Bai Haoyang deliberately raised his voice and said, "There will be another surprise later." Wow! Senior Bai is so generous? Not only did he buy Xinyu a necklace worth 20,000 yuan, but he also bought something else? What's the other surprise that Senior Bai mentioned? Do I need to think about it? Who in the entire art academy doesn't know that Xinyu likes piano?
Wow, I heard that a piano costs at least 10,000 yuan, plus the Akoya Pearl necklace from Nanju Palace. Senior Bai is really willing to spend money.
Of course, Senior Bai has liked Xinyu for a long time. In my opinion, we should get together today. At this time, Bai Haoyang's lackeys added fuel to the fire and started to make a fuss. Together. Together. Together.
When Xinyu heard the word piano, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. However, when she heard the booing from behind, her brows furrowed slightly.
Ahem, Xiaoye, actually I. Just as Bai Haoyang opened his mouth, a waiter hurried over and interrupted him. Excuse me, who is Miss Xinyu? Someone outside wants you to sign for something. Bai Haoyang was a little annoyed by the sudden appearance of the waiter and couldn't help but scold, "Damn it. Can't you just move in?"
I'm sorry, sir, this thing is too valuable, we dare not touch it. The staff looked helpless, especially when they mentioned the word expensive. They even raised their voices.
Bai Haoyang thought about it and felt that it made sense. These waiters only earn 4 or 5,000 yuan a month, so they certainly wouldn't dare to move the piano they bought easily. Okay, got it, we'll be out in a minute. Bai Haoyang first said to the waiter, and then said to Xinyu, "Xiaoya, let's go out and take a look." Xinyu thought about it and nodded. Shall we go and take a look too? Chen Hai stood up and asked Gao Jing while holding her hand. Good. Let's go too. Everyone's curiosity was instantly ignited, and they all followed him out. Walk out the door.
I saw a piano wrapped tightly in black cloth placed next to a truck.
In addition to a few movers, there was also a man in a suit next to the piano. Excuse me, who is Miss Xinyu? It's me. Xinyu stepped forward. Hello, Miss Xin, please check the piano and sign for it after confirming it is correct. Xinyu thought about it, walked forward and gently lifted the black cloth on the piano. The next moment, a huge piano painted completely black appeared in front of everyone. It's a Steinway. When the piano appeared in her sight, Xinyu's eyes lit up instantly, and an irrepressible excitement spread across her face. Senior Bai, is this a gift from you to me? Bai Haoyang looked at the piano in front of him with a hint of confusion in his eyes. I remember the brand of the piano I bought was called Pearl River? How come it became Steinway? He muttered to himself. You know, this piano is Steinway's son's D274 model. It not only has a beautiful tone, but is also of professional performance level. Its value is an exaggerated $200,000. The Pearl River brand piano he originally bought cost only 30,000 yuan. Bai Haoyang was about to explain, but when he saw Xinyu's happy look, he nodded for some reason. The suit-wearing staff member nearby frowned slightly when he heard Xinyu say Senior Bai. But the buyer's surname is not Bai, but... The staff member was interrupted by Bai Haoyang before he could finish his words. That was because I was writing it wrong. He said quickly. This. The staff hesitated, but didn't think about it anymore. He just said, okay, then please check it. If there is no problem, please sign for it. Aha! Xinyu nodded, then walked around the piano happily, opened the piano cover, and gently plucked the black and white keys with her slender fingers. No problem. Xinyu smiled sweetly at Bai Haoyang. Okay, then please sign for it. The staff member said, handing a piece of paper to Xinyu. Xinyu took the pen and signed her name on the paper. The staff member took a look at the list, confirmed that it was correct, came to Bai Haoyang, and took out a POS machine. Mr. Bai, please pay the total amount of 217,000 yuan. Bai Haoyang took the bill and his fingers began to tremble involuntarily. He certainly knew the price of a Steinway Son's D274, and he also knew that what he bought was not a Steinway. It's a Pearl River brand piano. However, just now, in order to make Xinyu happy, he acted on impulse and lied to everyone that this was a gift he bought. But he never expected that the piano could be paid for on delivery. Chapter 32 Helpless Bai Haoyang. Hello sir, please pay the bill. Seeing that Bai Haoyang was still in a daze, the staff kindly reminded him. What's wrong, Senior Bai? Is there a problem? Xinyu noticed Bai Haoyang's abnormality and walked over to check the bill carefully. No. It's okay. I suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and went to the toilet. Bai Haoyang looked grim. Without waiting for others to reply, he hurriedly ran to the toilet. When he arrived at the bathroom, Bai Haoyang took out his cell phone and called his father. Hello. Dad, can you transfer 220,000 to me? Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up as soon as it was connected. A minute later, Bai Haoyang's phone rang again. It turned out to be the police station calling. The police asked him if he had been kidnapped. Bai Haoyang explained it and had a video call with the police, which resolved the misunderstanding. You want 220,000 yuan when you weren't kidnapped? Did you become an idiot because of the fake liquor? No, Dad. Before Bai Haoyang could explain, his father yelled into the phone, go home right now, or don't come back again. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Bai Haoyang sighed helplessly to the sky. On the other side, the Steinway staff member became a little impatient and took out his cell phone and called the buyer's number on the receipt. As a phone rang, everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was Chen Hai's phone ringing. When Chen Hai answered the phone, the staff on the other end asked, Mr. Bai, how long do you think it will take for us to come over and settle the bill? Wrong number. My last name is Chen, not Bai. After saying that, Chen Hai hung up the phone. The staff standing next to the piano was stunned at first, then looked at the buyer's name on the list in his hand and was suddenly panicked. He quickly ran to Chen Hai to apologize. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I was fooled just now. Seeing that Chen Hai didn't react, the staff apologized again. Because before delivering the goods, their boss repeatedly warned them not to make Chen Hai angry. Otherwise, not only will you be fired, but you won't even get this month as salary. But now, Mr. Chen, I have parents and children to take care of. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with me. Look at the attitude of the staff. Chen Hai did not make things difficult for him because the owner of this piano store was also a member of the second generation group in South City. Otherwise, who would dare to give you something worth more than 200,000 yuan without a deposit? Taking out the black card given by the system, Chen Hai swiped it handsomely on the POS machine. With a beep sound, the receipt came out of the POS machine. This scene shocked everyone present so much that their pupils dilated. Unexpectedly, the inconspicuous Chen Hai is the real boss. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The staff also hurriedly thanked Shanhai. Nodding, Shanhai looked at Xinyu. This is our first meeting. I came here in a hurry today, so I didn't prepare any expensive gifts. I hope you don't mind. Thank you, this gift is already very valuable, but Xinyu was so confused by this scene that she couldn't speak clearly for a moment. But Chen Hai's words made many people's eyes red. I'm giving you a piano worth over 200,000 yuan for the first time we met? How rich is that? Isn't a gift worth over 200,000 yuan expensive? Does your family own the Tiandi Bank? A big boss is a big boss. He didn't say a word during the whole banquet, but he spent 200,000 yuan at once. It's true that the richer people are, the more low-key they are. He's rich and handsome. I wish he was my boyfriend. Listening to the sounds around him, Chen Hai felt calm. I don't know where your home is, so I asked them to send it directly. Do you want them to send it to your home now, or? But this gift is too valuable. We just met. I can't. If this piano was given by someone else, Xinyu would definitely accept it directly. But she knew Chen Hai not only on the first day. And it seems that he is Gao Jing's boyfriend. Xinyu really wanted to thank Chen Hai for his kindness, but she also wanted to accept the piano. It's okay, Xinyu, Chen Hai is not short of money. Gao Jing took Xinyu's hand and winked at her. Then let's leave this piano here for now. It happens that I haven't heard you play the piano for a long time. Chen Hai, what do you think? Facing Gao Jing's question, Chen Hai shrugged, sure. Then I'll have to trouble you to come over later. No problem, Mr. Chen. No issues or complaints with the staff or the couple of porters. The main reason is that Chen Hai paid 3,000 yuan more when he paid just now. This is obviously the transportation fee for a few more people. Xinyu is a piano lover, and most people around her know this. Although her family conditions are slightly better than Gao Jing's. But there was no extra money to buy her the piano she wanted. Steinway is undoubtedly one of the best piano brands in the world, and it is known for its full, rich tone and sensitive touch. Steinway pianos are the choice of more than 97% of pianists around the world, and are also the dream piano and collection of music lovers. And Xinyu is a music student. Not only does he love the piano, he also knows a lot about it. So her heart couldn't refuse this gift. At the suggestion of Chen Hai and Gao Jing, she calmed down her inner excitement and sat in front of the Steinway Sons D274 piano given by Chen Hai. Take a deep breath. Her fingers played slowly on the piano. Xinyu now has a 10th level piano level, and the songs she plays are not difficult. But she can make people intoxicated with her solid basic skills. Even the workers who were moving the piano stopped to enjoy the beautiful music. When the finale was finished, everyone clapped. Xinyu's favorability towards the host plus 10, current favorability is 20. Walking up to Chen Hai, Xinyu's face blossomed with a smile as bright as a spring flower. Thank you, Chen Hai. A few minutes ago, Bai Haoyang had already come out of the bathroom. He saw everything that happened next. Therefore, he knew very well that this Steinway piano was bought by Chen Hai. Damn it! This Chen Hai is so scheming. In Bai Haoyang's eyes, Chen Hai was deliberately embarrassing him. Otherwise, when he signed for the piano just now, why didn't he tell everyone that it was he who bought it? At this time, Bai Haoyang was in a dilemma. If I walk over there, I will definitely be laughed at by everyone. But if I stay here, people will just think I'm hiding because I don't have the money to pay. After some hesitation, Bai Haoyang finally decided to avoid everyone and quietly run back home. After all, his father had just called him to go home immediately. Since I would be laughed at if I went there now, I might as well go home first to avoid making my father angry. After returning the Pearl River brand piano he had purchased, Bai Haoyang quietly walked around the crowd and left in a hurry. After all, the Steinway piano Chen Hai bought is worth 220,000. The piano I bought only cost about 30,000 yuan. It's simply incomparable to the Steinway that Chen Hai bought. Even if I insist on giving it to Xinyu, people may not necessarily appreciate it, and it may even cause a lot of ridicule from others. So it's better to return it and save the money to pursue other girls. After all, after what happened today, he also realized that he and Xinyu were not destined to be together. Chapter 33, no matter how small an ant is, it is still neat. In the following time, everyone sat together drinking and chatting. But Chen Hai was not very interested in this. So he sat alone by the river and played with his cell phone. Chen Hai opened Douyin and started watching the live broadcast. Ever since he last saw Zhou Zi's live broadcast room,
Chen Hai discovered that finding S-level goddesses through Douyin was the most convenient way. However, most of these anchors are not satisfactory, although they are all quite beautiful in appearance.
But after a system scan, the charm value was less than 80.
Especially when Chen Hai saw a small anchor with more than 1,000 viewers, he subconsciously scanned it with the system, and the results showed that the charm value was only 40. After taking a closer look at the information on the system, I found out that she was actually a 45-year-old woman. Thanks to makeup and beauty filters, this middle-aged woman looks like a girl in her 20s. Chen Hai let out a sigh and couldn't help but feel a little sorry for this top brother on the list. Not all the top ones are big brothers or rich people.
Most of these people are just ordinary office workers.
However, due to their addiction to the internet, they devote almost all of their monthly salary to these anchors, just to hear them say words like "thank you brother" or "thank you baby,"
or fantasize about being with them. Some people even spent all their family savings on these anchors.
What's worse, some people were so impulsive that they sold their cars and houses to give gifts, which eventually led to the breakdown of their families and the separation of their wives and children. Chen Hai had no idea how many times he had seen this kind of news. There were even people who embezzled public funds, which eventually led to them being thrown in jail. If they knew that the person live streaming on her phone was an old lady, I really don't know how they would react.
Chen Hai shook his head helplessly.
He first reported the middle-aged woman for fraud and deception, and then continued to watch the live broadcast.
I don't know how much time passed. Finally, he found someone who could meet the standards of an S-level goddess.
This person's online name is Yunqi and he is a big anchor with more than 1 million fans.
She seems to be the dream lover of Li Qingjun, Mu Tao and Lu Wei. Name, Lu Siyao. Charm value, 81. Age, 25. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 108. Number of applause, 19. Favorability, 5. Current consumption 0 yuan. And Lu Siyao is Yunqi's real name.
Although the charm value of 81 is not high, it is quite rare in this online world where fakes are rampant. But the amount of applause was really scary.
19 times, this is simply a biological matrix.
You know, the number of applause does not mean the number of relationships she has had, but how many people she has had relationships with.
This is enough to explain the bitterness behind Lu Siyao becoming a $1 million internet celebrity.
Lu Siyao's 5 points of favorability are also easy to understand.
The main source of income for these anchors is nothing more than tips from others and advertising fees.
A few days ago, Chen Hai gave Zhou Zi 30 million in tips during a live broadcast, and this incident became a hot topic the next day.
Anyone who logged into Douyin that day has more or less heard of Chen Hai's online nickname poor to the point of crying. Not to mention anchors like Lu Siyao, who have a deeper impression of Chen Hai.
Many of them fantasize about being able to drop into their live broadcast rooms and get a set of carnival. In Lu Siyao's live broadcast room, accompanied by a dazzling special effect, Chen Hai entered the room. Welcome the poor crying brother to join the live broadcast room. Logically speaking, big anchors like them would not specifically welcome others into the live broadcast room. However, Chen Hai's Douyin account is a max-level boss, and he will have his own appearance effects when entering other people's live broadcast rooms. In this way, it is difficult not to attract attention. Moreover, if you want to upgrade your Douyin account to the maximum level, you need to spend 20 million Chinese yuan.
People with this kind of spending power are rare in the whole of China. Not to mention using the money for rewards. Why does this ID look familiar? Lu Siyao looked at Chen Hai's online name, but couldn't remember it for a moment. Oh shit. It's Mr. Tears. Is he the super rich dad who made 30 million a while ago? Yes, it's him. Host, you are lucky today, but I wonder if you can handle this overwhelming wealth? Sleazy expression. Master Lei, you finally showed up. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Mr. Lei, I'm looking for support.
I'm 1.5 meters tall and weigh 150 kilograms. I'm a little chubby, but I'm a lowly in real life.
Damn, is that the monster upstairs that was just released from the demon suppression tower? With your height and weight, you're probably not a Tetris figure, right? You look like a lowly. I think you're more like an Arhat.
In a short time, the news that Chen Hai entered Lu Siyao's live broadcast room spread to all major live broadcast rooms. The anchors who were originally trying hard to show their talents were all stunned when they saw the number of people in the live broadcast room dropping rapidly. I didn't know what was going on until I saw the barrage. Some anchors who had gone off the air, after hearing the long-lost poor to the point of crying reappear, opened Douyin and continued their live broadcast. I just hope that the tears on the internet can always come to my live broadcast room to look at me, even just a glance would be enough. The ID poor to the point of crying is not only a wealthy person in people's hearts, but also a top traffic star in the eyes of anchors. Zhou Zi originally had only a few hundred fans, but overnight her number soared to a terrifying hundreds of thousands. This is not because she is good looking, but it's because of Chen Hai. To be precise, it's because Chen Hai's Douyin ID is poor to the point of crying. The number of Douyin anchors online today has reached the most exaggerated time in history. Some anchors were still at home in mourning. After hearing that Chen Hai was online, they didn't care about the opinions of relatives and friends, and directly started live broadcasting in the morning hall, calling out to Mr. Lei to come and take a look at their poor old father who had passed away.
It's him.
Seeing the number of people rushing into the live broadcast room.
In addition, there are many tears in the barrage. Lu Xiao quickly remembered this ID. Lu Xiao's favorability towards the host +5, current favorability is 10. Ha! I didn't do anything and my favorability increased by 5 points?
The prompt sound coming from his mind made Chen Hai a little confused.
This biochemical matrix is pretty good, so I'll give you a reward. Chen Hai first sent a barrage of "Are you ready?"
and then began to watch the carnival frantically.
Poor and crying, Carnival 1. Carnival 100. Carnival 999. Chen Hai's inhumane way of spending money once again shocked many people on Douyin. Although Lu Xiao has clapped as many as 19 times, she is a true biochemical mother.
But as long as Chen Hai doesn't have any relationship with her, then you can completely ignore this. And it is easiest to gain the favor of a gold digger like Lu Xiao.
As long as you are willing to spend money on her.
Then it won't be long before the favorability level exceeds 80. Although you may not get much cash back. But no matter how small an ant is, it's still meat.
Chapter 34, Zhou Zi is going to be sold by her own father? Lu Xiao's favorability towards the host +10, current favorability is 20. Thank you, Brother Lei.
I'll wait for Yunqi to change her clothes and dance for Brother Lei.
Lu Xiao stood up and left the camera to change her clothes.
Carrying a guitar and wandering around, Boss Lei is indeed a wealthy man.
It hasn't been long since he spent another 3 million.
Old cow eats young grass, Boss Lei is really rich and has billions of dollars. In his hands, all this money is just a bunch of data.
Xiaoxi Nai, Brother Lei, can you come to my live broadcast room? I have some talents that are not available online. Doll sister, want a date? Mr. Lei. Sister Biscuit, Boss Lei, are you from South City too? I'm so cold here in People's Square, can you come and keep me company?
Chen Hai didn't have time to read the content of the barrage at the moment.
Because he is busy with something now. That means charging money.
In the past, because his mobile phone was old and slow, Chen Hai spent a lot of time on recharging money. Now that he had the trifold screen given by Zhou Zi, Chen Hai could charge his money much faster. It didn't take long for Chen Hai to recharge 100 million on Douyin.
A good phone is different. Exiting the recharge interface, at this moment Lu Xiao was still twisting her body.
She was originally wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and jeans. But now she has changed into a tube top and a super short skirt.
The perfect figure is fully revealed at this moment.
Especially with the dance she performed, it would be hard for a normal person not to have a physiological reaction.
But Chen Hai is not a normal person.
After knowing that Lu Xiao had 19 brilliant battle records, it was difficult for Chen Hai to have any evil thoughts about her.
After all, life is more important. Poor and crying, Carnival 10. Carnival 1000. Carnival 10,000.
Then he swiped another 30 million worth of gifts, and only then did Chen Hai stop.
Name, Lu Xiao. Charm value, 81. Age, 25. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 108. Number of applause, 19. Favorability, 35. Current consumption, 32,997,000 yuan.
After this wave of operations, Chen Hai gained another 15 points of favorability. However, he did not strike while the iron was hot and continue giving gifts to gain favor. Because everything needs to be done slowly. Sometimes being impatient can backfire. Ignoring Lu Xiao, whose face was almost broken by laughter, Chen Hai just sent a message, "Send me the contact information," and then exited the live broadcast room to look for his next target. Although Chen Hai left the live broadcast room, But the people in the live broadcast room were still frantically posting comments.
It wasn't just the netizens in Lu's COS live broadcast room who were shocked. There are also people in the second generation group chat in South City. Jianglu, oh my god, have you all seen it?
Mr. Chen is so awesome, the amount of money he spent on the carnival is in the tens of thousands. After posting this message, Jianglu shared a video. This is a 3-minute live broadcast screen recording video. The content is the entire process of Chen Hai brushing 10,000 carnivals. Alas, I wanted to pursue Yunqi at that time, and I gave her hundreds of thousands for this. I didn't expect that Mr. Chen would give me 30 million at once.
I admire you so much. Mr. Chen's way of picking up girls is simply incomparable to that of ordinary people. He gave her 30 million right away. This is what it means to treat money as dirt.
I used to think I was someone important just because I had a little money, but now compared to Mr. Chen, I am nothing. I am afraid that the little money I have is only a few days' living expenses for him. Ding Hongyu, Mr. Chen is the only super rich man I know in real life.
He spends money faster than Zhang Lu is good in bed.
Zhang Lu at Ding Hongyu, screw you Ding Sanmiao, if we're going to compare speed, I'm afraid there's no one in the world who can beat you.
The second generation group in South City became unusually lively because of Chen Hai.
Many people who hadn't been to chat for a long time also chatted with everyone today. Ding Hongyu, I don't want to go crazy with you.
By the way, have you heard about the Zhou group being suppressed by Capital these days? Ai Huilong, I also know about this.
I heard that Zhou Gui announced that if someone invests 1 billion yuan in Zhou Group, he will marry his daughter to that person.
Zhang Lu, damn it, isn't this old man Zhou selling his daughter in disguise? Ai Huilong, there is no other way. The Zhou Group is the hard work of several generations of the Zhou family.
Zhou Gui doesn't want it to be destroyed in his hands. Zhang Lu, that's true, but I remember his daughter was very pretty, even prettier than Yunqi.
Ding Hongyu, what's the matter? Are you reluctant to let her go? Then why don't you invest 1 billion yuan in the Zhou family and marry her? Zhang Lu, that's 1 billion.
Even if you sell me, you still don't have it, but Mr. Chen definitely has it. After saying that, Zhang Lu also added Chen Hai. Just now, because Chen Hai was looking for prey, he set the group message to do not disturb. At this moment, I saw someone at me, so I clicked on it.
Zhou Group? Isn't this Zhou Zi's family? Thinking of this, Chen Hai hurriedly asked in the group whether Zhou Gui's daughter was named Zhou Zi. Ai Huilong, I think that's her name. By the way, didn't you just give her a gift worth 30 million last time? You should know her. Zhang Lu, it's Zhou Zi. Damn, Mr. Chen is not really planning to spend 1 billion to pick up girls, right? After getting affirmation from several people,
Chen Hai stood up suddenly and called Zhou Zi immediately.
But the latter was always busy and couldn't be reached. S-level goddesses are not only rare in South City, but also rare in the whole of China.
Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chen Hai to discover Lu Xiao after playing Douyin for a long time. I finally bound to 1 and gained 10 favorability points from him.
As a result, now he is being sold by his father to marry?
Although Zhou Zi's favorability towards me is currently the lowest. But Chen Hai believes that it won't be long before he can reach 80.
But now, Chen Hai, who among you knows where her home is? Zhang Lu, I know, it's at number 12, Quihuan Villa District. After replying with a thank you, Chen Hai ran out of Fengya Villa, ready to take a taxi.
But this place is very remote and it will take a while to get a taxi.
No, if this continues, I'm afraid Zhou Zi has already been sold. Opening the Nancheng second generation group, Chen Hai posted his own location in it.
Any brothers nearby, please come and pick me up to go to Green Lake Bay.
Zhang Lu, I'm nearby now. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I'll be there soon. Chen Hai, thank you, please hurry up. Ai Huilong, boss, are you going to Zhou Gui's house?
I'm not far from his house now.
I'll go there and wait for you. Ding Hongyu, Mr. Chen is really going? Then I want to go and see the fun too.
When he learned that Chen Hai was going to find Zhou Zi, many people in the group expressed their desire to go together.
Chen Hai had no objection to this.
It was not necessarily a bad thing to have a group of people following him. After all, the fathers of these people were among the best figures in South City.
Chen Hai, okay, go wait for me at his door. Receive. Okay, Mr. Chen. Chapter 35 Rushing to Zhou's house. A low and powerful roar of an engine came from far away.
A white Porsche Panamera with smooth body lines and elegant shape came at lightning speed from a distance and stopped steadily in front of Chen Hai. The window of the cab slowly lowered, revealing a young and handsome face. The young man had a neat American spiky hairstyle and was about the same age as Chen Hai. He leaned forward slightly and said with a hint of respect, "Mr. Chen?" Chen Hai responded briefly, then quickly opened the car door and got in. The young man was Zhang Luo from the second generation group. He slammed his foot on the floor oil. In an instant, the Panamera equipped with a V8 engine made a deafening roar, and the car body quickly sped towards the north of South City. Along the way, Zhang Luo tried to find a topic to chat with, and his words came out intermittently. "Mr. Chen, this matter is quite urgent. Look at the situation. Who knows what will happen over there?" However, Chen Hai was only thinking about getting to Zhou Zi's house as soon as possible, and he simply responded absent-mindedly to Zhang Li's conversation. Zhang Lu also noticed Chen Hai's absent-mindedness, so he tactfully shut up and concentrated on driving. Green Lake Bay. Located in the north of South City, it is one of the few high-end residential areas in South City. The villa area here is famous for its luxury and nobility, with a selling price of up to 56,000 yuan per square meter. Today, the usually quiet Suihu Bay Villa district welcomed dozens of supercars of various shapes and high values that came in one after another. Although not all of these car owners live here, the trained security guards at the door dare not stop them. Instead, he smiled and quickly opened the door for them in a flattering manner. Not long after, Zhang Lu drove the Panamera smoothly into the villa area of Suihu Bay. Haven't arrived at Zhou Zi's house yet. From a distance they saw dozens of sports cars parked in the open space in front of Zhou's house. Chen Hai opened the car door and got out. Dozens of people led by Bai Huilong had already been waiting here. When they saw Chen Hai, they immediately surrounded him enthusiastically and greeted him respectfully. "Boss! Mr. Chen!" Chen Hai was extremely anxious at the moment. He just nodded hurriedly out of politeness and walked towards the Zhou family's gate without stopping. The group of second-generation people from South City behind him, who were dressed fashionably and had extraordinary temperament, immediately followed. Before Chen Hai could reach out and knock on the door, the tightly closed door slowly opened with a creaky sound. A man who looked like a butler, wearing a neat black suit and white gloves, appeared at the door. He frowned slightly and looked Chen Hai up and down. "What can I do for you?" There was an unconscious hint of arrogance and contempt in the butler's tone. "I'm looking for Zhou Zi. Miss Zhou is discussing matters with an important guest and is not convenient to meet you. Please go back." Chen Hai frowned instantly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. When he was about to get angry, Zhang Lu behind him refused to tolerate it. He stood forward angrily, pointed at the housekeeper, and shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are? Why are you pretending to be such a nobody? Go and inform your boss and tell him that Mr. Chen. No, it's Mr. Lei who is here." To be honest, whether on the internet or in real life, many people may not know the name Chen Hai. But if you talk about tears, at least 3 out of 10 people have heard of him. The butler's eyes passed over Zhang Lu, and when he saw the people standing behind Chen Hai, his expression changed slightly. Having been with Zhou Gui for many years, he has some insight. He knew at least 5 of these dozens of people. Moreover, he had heard a little about the identities and backgrounds of these 5 people, and was well aware of the strength of the families behind them. This is a group of people that even the Zhou family dare not offend. The housekeeper showed an embarrassment on his face, and his tone softened a little. "I'm sorry, everyone. The Zhou family does have a distinguished guest visiting today, and they are discussing important matters inside. Without Mr. Zhou's permission, I really can't let you in." Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, a loud and majestic voice was heard from the villa. "Let them in." The butler sighed helplessly and had to move aside to make way. The interior decoration of the Zhou family's villa is extremely luxurious. Dazzling crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling, and the mirror-like marble floor reflects everything around it. In the hall, a group of people sat together. Zhou Gui sat in the main seat, with Zhou Zi sitting next to him. Opposite them were several men wearing expensive custom-made suits and with extraordinary temperament. When Zhou Gui saw this group of uninvited people, he was slightly stunned. As the helmsman of the Zhou group, he naturally knew most of the second generation in South City. "Why did you come to my Zhou family?" Zhou Gui frowned slightly, glanced at everyone, and asked. As soon as Chen Hai stepped into the hall, Zhou Zi immediately noticed him. For a moment, she thought she was dazzled, her eyes full of surprise. "Chen Hai, why are you here?" Chen Hai ignored Zhou Guiyi and looked directly at Zhou Zi.
Zhou Zi was seen wearing a light blue dress today.
The soft fabric slid down her body curves like flowing water, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and every strand seemed to emit a charming luster, making her as beautiful as a fairy walking out of a painting. However, at this moment, her face was shrouded in a layer of faint worry, and her eyes revealed a hint of helplessness.
Chen Hai walked quickly to Zhou Zi, leaned over slightly, and asked in a concerned voice, "Are you okay?"
Zhou Zi shook her head slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes, but was quickly replaced by deep worry. At this time, a middle-aged man on the opposite side said in a sarcastic tone, "Who is this person?
How can he be so rude and ignore Chairman Zhou?"
"Father, this man's name is Chen Hai, and he is Miss Zhou's lover."
A young voice sounded.
Chen Hai turned around and found that the person who spoke was Xiang Shirquan.
When Xiang's father heard this, he became furious.
He slammed the table in front of him and stood up with a swoosh. The muscles on his face trembled slightly with anger.
"What? Miss Zhou actually has a boyfriend? If she marries into our Xiang family, people will definitely talk about her behind her back."
He looked at Zhou Guiyi with eyes wide open and said loudly, "No, we must reduce the original 1 billion by another 200 million, and the 60% stake cannot be reduced at all." Zhou Guiyi's face suddenly turned very ugly, and his anger was evident in his words.
He turned around abruptly, looked at Zhou Zi beside him, and scolded in a deep voice, "What is your relationship with this person?" Zhou Zi was about to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Hai. Chen Hai looked directly into Zhou Guiyi's eyes with a firm tone.
"Uncle Zhou, I heard that you want to marry Zi to someone who can invest 1 billion in Zhou Group.
Is this true? Boy, this is our Zhou family's family affair. It has nothing to do with an outsider like you."
Zhou Guiyi frowned, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Faced with Zhou Guiyi's arrogant attitude, Chen Hai did not get angry, but continued to speak politely.
"Uncle Zhou, isn't it just 1 billion? I invested. And all the 60% of the shares will be given to Zhou Zi."
As soon as Chen Hai said this, the whole audience was shocked.
Chapter 36. If you don't want to be sold, sign the contract.
Chen Hai's words caused everyone to think. If all these shares were given to Zhou Zi as Chen Hai said, then as Zhou Zi's father, Zhou Guiyi would actually indirectly control these shares.
Isn't this equivalent to giving Zhou Guiyi 1 billion yuan for free? Zi, who is this person? Does he really have 1 billion?
Zhou Guiyi looked at Zhou Zi, his tone questioning. Before Zhou Zi could answer, Xiang's father sneered disdainfully, "Humph, you are so arrogant.
10 billion, do you think it is $10? Chen Hai didn't even look at Xiang's father.
He calmly took out the black card given by the system from his arms and slapped it on the table.
"If you trust me, then sign the contract now." This. Zhou Guiyi looked hesitant.
This matter concerns the life and death of the Zhou family.
If Chen Hai really has so much money, it would be great. But what if Chen Hai is just bluffing?
If there is no such money? The Xiang family was an investor he had attracted with great difficulty. If he made the wrong choice, even if the Xiang family was willing to continue investing, the price would definitely be pushed down even lower.
"Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. My boss is well known on the internet as the tier boss."
Bai Huilong stepped forward and said confidently.
"That's right. Considering Mr. Chen's net worth, I think 1 billion is not a problem for him." Zhang Lu also quickly stood up and supported Chen Hai.
In fact, they were not sure whether Chen Hai really had 1 billion yuan, they just wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong Chen Hai was.
"Anyway, I'm just saying something to help."
Even if Chen Hai didn't have the money, it wouldn't matter to them if the Zhou family blamed him. But if Chen Hai really has 1 billion, then their helping hand this time will definitely leave a good impression in front of Chen Hai.
"Father." Zhou Zi nodded towards Zhou Guiyi with a firm look in her eyes.
For some reason, Zhou Zi believed in Chen Hai very much in her heart. She felt that since Chen Hai said this, he must be able to do it. Moreover, she didn't want to marry Xiang Shirquan from the bottom of her heart.
"Shirquan, will this kid mess this up?"
Father Xiang turned to look at his son, his eyes full of worry. Facing his father's question, Xiang Shirquan showed an extremely confident expression on his face and patted his chest.
"Don't worry, father. This kid is just a clown.
He can't even come up with 100 million, let alone 1 billion. Xiang Shirquan had specially investigated Chen Hai before. They discovered that he was not only an orphan, but also extremely poor, even to the point of malnutrition.
He is also a notorious super bootlicker.
In Xiang Shichuan's eyes, Chen Hai was just mentioned with a single sentence. That means lack of calcium since childhood and lack of love when growing up.
After getting his son's answer, Father Xiang felt a little more at ease. He looked at Zhou Guiyi and said in a tough tone, Chairman Zhou, if you don't sign a contract with my Xiang family now, you won't even get 800 million yuan later. At this time, Zhou Guiyi was in a difficult dilemma.
Although 800 million yuan can barely stabilize the situation for the Zhou Group, which is now in deep trouble, it is just a drop in the bucket.
Moreover, once 60% of the shares are distributed, how much say will he have in the Zhou Group in the future? On the other hand, the Xiang family. But he looked calm, as if he had one. After all, they were the masterminds behind the capital suppression of the Zhou Group. The purpose is to acquire Zhou Group at a low price. After much deliberation, Zhou Guiyi finally decided not to take the risk. Even with the guarantee of his daughter and a group of second-generation people like Bai Huilong, he did not dare to make a decision that might destroy the Zhou Group. The Zhou family has been passed down for hundreds of years. If it declines in his generation, even if he died, he would not be able to face his ancestors. Mr. Xiang, let's sign the contract.
Zhou Guiyi sighed helplessly, slowly picked up the pen, and signed his name on the contract in front of him. But just as he stood up to hand the contract to the Xiang family, Chen Hai quickly snatched the contract, looked at Zhou Zi, and said anxiously, Zi, sign your name. Ah. Zhou Zi was slightly stunned and a little hesitant. Seeing Zhou Zi still hesitating, Chen Hai became anxious. He raised his voice, which was rare for him, and shouted with a hint of anxiety. If you don't want to be sold, sign it quickly. When Chen Hai first came in, he actually didn't want to get too entangled and wanted to solve the problem by directly transferring money.
Unfortunately, goddess coins can only be used to spend with the goddess to whom you are bound, and Zhou Guiyi obviously does not meet the requirements. Therefore, he could only help Zhou Zi pay the investment money after both parties signed the contract. What are you doing, kid? Zhou Guiyi was so angry that his face turned red, and he wanted to slap Chen Hai in the face right away. However, Bai Huilong and other second-generation people from South City quickly stood in front of Chen Hai. Chen Hai might dare to take action, but Zhou Guiyi dare not easily offend the family forces behind Bai Huilong and others. Under Chen Hai's loud urging, Zhou Zi gritted her teeth and immediately signed her name on the contract. At the same time, Chen Hai took out his mobile phone without hesitation. Quickly enter Zhou Guiyi's bank account number in the contract and then start the transfer operation. A moment later, Zhou Guiyi's mobile phone received a text message alert tone.
He subconsciously picked up his phone and took a look. But the information he received was beyond his belief. The account actually received a transfer of 1 billion yuan.
This.
Zhou Guiyi looked at Chen Hai in disbelief, then lowered his head to repeatedly confirm the content of the text message. Chen Hai looked at Zhou Guiyi with a serious expression.
The money has been received. Uncle Zhou, please sign another contract and put your fingerprint on it. Zhang Lu was very smart. Upon hearing what Chen Hai said, he immediately ran to Xiang's house and got another contract. At the same time, he also considerately took out the ink and placed it in front of Zhou Guiyi. See this scene. Zhou Zi knew in her heart that Chen Hai had transferred the money to her father. Otherwise, given my father's temper, how could his attitude suddenly change so drastically? Her eyes were red and tears were welling up in them. Suddenly he rushed forward and hugged Chen Hai tightly. At this moment, she no longer had the aloof look of Nanjing University's #1 icy beauty. Zhou Zi's favorability towards the host plus 30, current favorability is 40. Fuck. So much added? Chen Hai was overjoyed and felt that this trip was totally worth it. After Zhou Guiyi pressed his fingerprints, Chen Hai patted Zhou Zi's back gently. Okay, sign the contract quickly. From now on, you will be the first shareholder of Zhou Group. No one can force you to do anything you don't want to do. Aha! Zhou Zi gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, nodded obediently, and then signed her name on the contract. The people from the Xiang family opposite had different expressions on their faces at this moment. Some looked confused, some were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths, and some were full of anger. Didn't you say he was a poor boy? Then how could he have 1 billion? Do you know how much money we lost because of you? Father Xiang's eyes were red as he glared at Xiang Shichuan, his eyes full of disappointment and blame. Now the contract has been signed. Even if the Xiang family lowers their investment requirements, it will be of no avail.
Moreover, a young man in his early 20s could come up with 1 billion so easily. Xiang's father concluded that this person was not someone he could afford to offend.
In desperation, Xiang's father could only admit defeat. I think you need to go to the branch in Africa and learn some lessons.
Father Xiang said this coldly, then stood up and hurried away with his men. Only Xiang Shirquan was left standing there, looking confused and at a loss as to what to do.
Chapter 37, An Unintentional Planting of Willows.
The second generation of Nanchang standing by were full of admiration for Chen Hai at this moment.
Mr. Chen is really amazing. He just takes 1 billion yuan. Follow Boss Chen, you will definitely have meat to eat in the future. Don't you see who the boss is?
Bai Huilong wiped his nose proudly, and stood behind Chen Hai with his head held high, as if he was the one who had just spent 1 billion.
Mr. Chen will be my boss from now on. Yes. That's right, from now on I will do whatever the boss tells me to do.
After Zhou Zi signed the contract, Chen Hai prepared to leave with the group of people he brought with him. Zhou Zi hesitated for a while, then picked up her copy of the contract on the table and quickly followed Chen Hai.
Why don't you stay at home?
Chen Hai turned to look at Zhou Zi and asked with concern. Zhou Zi tried hard to hold back her tears and said with a choked voice, "He's almost selling me out, why am I still staying in there?"
Chen Hai touched Zhou Zi's head distressfully and sighed softly, "It's okay, I'm here."
When the second generation of South City saw the scene, they immediately started to make a noise excitedly.
Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Stop making trouble. Thank you all for coming here today. Do you know where to have fun nearby? I'll treat you.
Chen Hai said with a smile. Hearing Chen Hai's words, everyone became even more excited and shouted.
Boss is awesome.
At this time, a young man wearing glasses walked out of the crowd and said with a smile on his face, "Boss, I know a new place, it's a hot spring hotel, it has KTV, internet cafe, billiard hall and everything." At the end, he deliberately leaned close to Chen Hai's ear and whispered mysteriously, "The main thing is that there is a love room inside."
Ha 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 ha. Chen Hai gave a slight dry cough. Ahem, sounds good. Let's go here. You lead the way. Okay, boss. The young man Ding Hongyu responded excitedly. Afterwards, Chen Hai got back into Jean Lou's car. No way.
The others were all driving two-door supercars, which simply couldn't accommodate Chen Hai and Zhou Zi at the same time.
The other members of the second generation of Nanchang were originally wondering why Zhang Lu drove a Panamera today.
But after seeing this scene, they all gave him a thumbs up, but secretly called him a scheming bitch in their hearts. In the car, Zhou Zi gently pulled Chen Hai's sleeve and whispered softly, "Thank you, Chen Hai, I don't know how to repay you." Chen Hai turned his head, looked into her eyes affectionately, and said gently, "Why are you being so polite to me? From now on, no one can force you to do something you don't like." The two looked into each other's eyes, and love filled the air. They hugged each other tightly and kissed passionately. Zhang Lu was very sensible and turned the rearview mirror to the other side. Under the leadership of Ding Hongyu. Not long after, a luxurious hot spring hotel with European style came into view. Before entering the hotel, the parking attendant at the door saw the team of supercars, his eyes widened, and he hurriedly ran forward to greet them. Everyone casually threw the car keys to the parking attendant and walked into the hotel lobby together. Ding Hongyu had already communicated with the hotel manager in advance, so the hotel had carefully arranged rooms for everyone. When you come to a hot spring hotel, you naturally have to soak in the hot springs first to relax your body and mind. Everyone decided to go to their rooms to change clothes first. Then we headed to the largest hot spring pool in the hotel. Under Ding Hongyu's deliberate arrangement, Chen Hai and Zhou Zi were placed in a separate room. There was only a man and a woman in the spacious room. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Not only Zhou Zi, but even Chen Hai felt a little uncomfortable. "It's okay, change your clothes first, I'll wait for you outside." Chen Hai also felt a little restrained, so he decided to wait until Zhou Zi changed her clothes before going in. Walking out of the room, Chen Hai took out his cell phone and fiddled with it. At this time, he found several unread messages and 2 friend requests. The unread message was from Gao Jing, asking where Chen Hai had gone. "Oh no, I forgot to tell her." Chen Hai patted his head and replied to Gao Jing, "Something happened at my friend's home just now, and I didn't have time to tell you." The other 2 friend requests came from Yunxi, also known as Lu Xiao. The other is Xinyu. Chen Hai agreed to the friend requests from both parties, made notes for each of them, and then turned off his phone. Because at this time Zhou Zi had already changed her clothes and came out. Although the yukata provided by the hotel is a loose fit, but it still can't conceal Zhou Zi's charming figure. Especially her pair of white and straight legs, which made Chen Hai, a veteran leg control player, have some physiological reactions.
Chen Hai, what's wrong with you?
Looking at Chen Hai, his expression suddenly twisted.
Zhou Zi asked thoughtfully. No. It's okay, I'm holding the gun. Pressure gun? Pressure, you are so annoying.
After Zhou Zi realized what Chen Hai meant by a gun, she gently hit his arm and said, "Go in and change your clothes."
Seeing Zhou Zi blushing slightly, Chen Hai stepped forward, hugged her and joked, "Do you want to come in and watch me change clothes?"
Zhou Zi struggled slightly, pretending to be disgusted and said, "No, you are so thin that only your ribs are left."
What's so good about you? Damn. Did you know that skinny guys are very strong in combat?
Okay, stop making trouble.
There are so many people here today. I'll go with you next time. Zhou Zi's face became more and more red as she spoke. Go change your clothes quickly. I'll wait for you in the hot spring pool.
After saying that, Zhou Zi broke free from Chen Hai's arms and trotted away. In fact, Chen Hai didn't mean that.
He just looked at Zhou Zi's pink little face and subconsciously made a joke. Who would have thought that Zhou Zi not only did not refuse, but instead said, "Next time"? This was truly an unexpected success.
However, since Zhou Zi has agreed to this matter, then Chen Hai, a virgin who has been here for more than 20 years, will, he. In the hot spring pool, Bai Huilong and his friends had already arrived. They even thoughtfully called a few girls to accompany Zhou Zi, under the pretext that they were worried that Zhou Zi would be bored alone. As to whether they were afraid that Zhou Zi was bored or they themselves were bored, it was unknown. When Chen Hai changed into a bathrobe and came to the hot spring pool and slowly lay down, Zhang Lu immediately left the girl who was chatting enthusiastically next to him and quickly came to Chen Hai.
Zhang Li's face was full of smiles, and he asked flatteringly, "Boss, do you have any plans to buy a car recently?" Buy a car?
Chen Hai thought about it for a moment, nodded, and responded, "I have had this idea recently." When Zhang Lu heard this, his eyes immediately lit up.
That's a great coincidence. We are going to hold a car show in 2 days.
There will definitely be many luxury cars at the show, such as Lamborghini and Aston Martin.
I hope you can come and have a look.
Jean Lejia started his business by selling cars and has more than 24 stores across the country. The auto show he mentioned this time was the one he took the lead in organizing. Every time a car is sold at the auto show, he gets a handsome dividend. Of course, the prerequisite is that it is a luxury car worth hundreds of millions, so he is so concerned about Chen Hai's affairs today. Chen Hai smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll definitely go and take a look when the time comes."
Chapter 38 Return? Return? Return. Appeared? Boss, what are you talking about?
Seeing that the two were chatting enthusiastically, Ding Hongyu and Bai Huilong immediately came over.
Zhang Lu winked at the two of them and waved his hand unhappily. "Go away, you have nothing to do with this. Anyway, everyone has had enough, right? How about we go sing?"
Bai Huilong and his companions were so smart that they understood Zhang Li's hint instantly.
He nodded quickly in agreement. "I think it's okay. Let's go sing first."
Having said that, he looked at Chen Hai again. "Boss, you just got here, soak in some more water and come back to see us later." Chen Hai smiled and nodded, motioning them to go first. After everyone left, the hot spring pool suddenly became quiet, with only Chen Hai and Zhou Zi left. Zhou Zi tilted her head slightly, rested it softly on Chen Hai's thin shoulders, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the quiet night. Zhou Zi's favorability towards the host +5, current favorability is 45. Although Chen Hai and Zhou Zi slept in the same bed tonight,
but there was no relationship between the two. It's not that Zhou Zi is unwilling, but Chen Hai has other considerations.
After all, Zhou Zi's favorability is only 45 at the moment, which is far from the standard that can trigger cash back. If I were to develop further relations with her now, it would be difficult to improve my favorability towards her in the future. So in order to successfully get the cash back, Chen Hai could only suppress the anger in his heart.
I held it in and made it through the night.
Since returning from the hot spring hotel, Chen Hai might have some internal heat that had not been released, which made him a little upset, so he didn't go out for 2 days in a row. Beep, 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 the sudden ringing of the phone broke the silence in the room.
Chen Hai lazily lay on the bed, and weakly reached out to pick up the phone. "Hello, who is it? Hello, who is this?" Boss, it's me, Zhang Lu. Where are you? Should I come pick you up now? Zhang Lu? Chen Hai was stunned for a moment. Thoughts raced through his mind, and after a moment he suddenly remembered that he had promised Zhang Lu a few days ago that he would go to the auto show with him. I'm still in school. Come pick me up later. Receive. After Zhang Lu hung up the phone, Chen Hai slowly sat up from the bed. Although I haven't left the house these 2 days. But he was not idle. He was always thinking of ways to improve his favorability with the beauties. Name, Gao Jing. Current favorability, 75. Name, Zhou Zi. Current favorability, 55. Name, Lu Xiao. Current favorability, 45. Except for Xinyu, the favorability of the other 3 people has increased to varying degrees. Among them, Lu Xiao's favorability was the easiest to increase. In the past 2 days, Chen Hai simply gave her 20 million and gained another 10 points of favorability. And Lu Xiao is also very worry-free. Since the 2 of them added their contact information, Chen Hai has only sent her 2 messages in total, but her favorability towards him has not diminished at all. It seems that relationships based on money, although easy to maintain, do lack an emotional foundation. It can be said that it is difficult to maintain, but it seems that as long as you are willing to spend money, you can maintain it well. Zhou Zi, because she just took over the Zhou group. So she was called back home by her father Zhou Guiyi to learn business management. Even though Zhou Zi had vowed before that she would never go back, blood is thicker than water after all. Even though Zhou Guiyi almost sacrificed Zhou Zi's happiness for the benefit of the group. But he is Zhou Zi's biological father after all. Moreover, before that incident happened, Zhou Guiyi doted on Zhou Zi and treated her like the apple of his eye. After a night of tossing and turning, Zhou Zi finally chose to return to the Zhou family. It just so happens that I haven't seen Gao Jing for a few days, so I just went shopping with her today. Meanwhile, in room 405 of the girls' dormitory. I don't know what's going on with Gao Jing these days. I always feel like something is missing in my heart, and I feel uncomfortable as long as I can't see Chen Hai for a while. It seemed as if Chen Hai had become the emotional pillar in her life. What's wrong, Jingjing? It seems like you've been absent-minded these days? Gao Jing's roommate saw her staring out the window alone and asked with a worried look on her face. I don't know what's going on, it seems. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Gao Jing's cell phone suddenly rang, making a crisp ringtone. She hurriedly picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID. It was Chen Hai calling. Originally, there was a trace of sadness on Gao Jing's face, but when she saw the name, she instantly seemed like a different person. Her brows relaxed and a bright smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. She quickly pressed the answer button, her voice filled with excitement that was hard to conceal. Hello, Chen Hai? Chen Hai's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you free later? Go shopping with me? Gao Jing said it without hesitation, almost blurting it out. Okay, I'm free right now. Let me put on some makeup and I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Gao Jing was in a very good mood. She hummed a little tune and began to dress up carefully. Seeing this, the roommates nearby came over and made fun of him. Who called you? Why are you so happy all of a sudden? Gao Jing blushed and smiled shyly. It's Chen Hai, he said he wants to take me shopping. The roommates suddenly realized what was going on and started laughing and teasing each other. Oh, it turns out that the person Jingjing has been thinking about day and night these days is Chen Hai. Gao Jing felt a little embarrassed by what her roommates said. She blushed and said, Hey, stop making fun of me. It usually takes a long time for girls to go out. Just putting on makeup and choosing clothes takes a lot of time. Not to mention that after you are all ready, you still have to ask your roommate or friend to help you. Take a look, does this look good? Will it suit me? If the answer you get is not satisfactory, then, okay. They have to be matched again, and some even have to reapply their makeup. Thinking of this, Chen Hai simply played 2 games of PUBG on the bed. Then I took another nap before getting up and washing up. When everything was ready, Chen Hai looked at the time and found that an hour and a half had passed. That should be about right, right? Beep, beep, beep. Gao Jing called as if she had telepathy with Chen Hai. Hey, Chen Hai, I'm ready. Where are you now? I'm in the dormitory. I'll come find you later. After hanging up the phone, Chen Hai first called Zhang Lo and asked him to come and pick him up. Then he set off to meet Gao Jing. Gao Jing is still beautiful today,
and her beauty is different from that of Zhou Zi, Xingyu, and Lu Xiao. If Zhou Zi is the icy queen, then Gao Jing is the pure and lovely girl next door. Walking to Gao Jing, Chen Hai naturally took her hand. Amid the surprised gazes of the people around him, Chen Hai kissed her on the lips. Gao Jing's favorability towards the host +5, current favorability is 80. Congratulations to the host for successfully raising Gao Jing's favorability to 80. The host has currently spent 532,100,000 yuan on Gao Jing. Congratulations to the host for successfully cashing back and receiving 532,1000 Chinese yuan, which has been deposited into the host's bank card. Since the host's first cashback was successful, the host is now given a free chance to win a lucky draw. Chapter 39, Luxury Car Pickup, causing heated discussion among others. Chen Haizhang and Gao Jing were immersed in a passionate kiss. The soft touch and sweet atmosphere made him almost intoxicated. But a sudden system prompt sounded in my mind. But Chen Hai couldn't help but shudder. Return? Return? Return, in cash? Chen Hai secretly groaned in his heart and wished he could slap himself. If I had known earlier, I should have restrained myself and not kissed Gao Jing, maybe the cashback would not have been triggered. Gao Jing is an S-level goddess who was about to bring cash back. Chen Hai originally planned to take her to buy a car to get more cash back. But now. What's wrong, Chen Hai? Are you feeling unwell? Gao Jing keenly noticed the pause of Chen Hai's lips. Seeing that his face looked as ugly as if his mother had died, I couldn't help but ask with concern. No. It's okay, let's go, my friend is here to pick us up. Chen Hai shook his head, but he was thinking about something else in his mind. To be honest, even if he took Gao Jing to buy a car and a house, the money spent was nothing to him now. After the cash back, he would at most get an extra million. But since the cash has been returned. The strange thought that had been suppressed in Chen Hai's mind for several days suddenly burst into flames like a flame meeting the wind. This thought has disturbed his appetite for the past few days. After all, he is young and full of energy, and the anger has been suppressed in his heart, which is now even stronger. Looks like I have to find a way to vent my anger today. Chen Hai glanced at Gao Jing evilly. On the surface, he still looked harmless, but deep down in his heart, the big bad wolf was already stirring. By the way, system, what's the matter with the lucky draw you just mentioned? Chen Hai asked silently in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, an interface similar to the pink 6e cash withdrawal wheel appeared in his mind. Chen Hai took a quick glance. There were 8 items in the turntable, one of which was marked random attribute points, and the other 7 were all golden question marks. As a veteran internet addict, Chen Hai knew that good things must be hidden behind these golden question marks. He thought about it and decisively clicked the lottery button in the middle. In an instant, the roulette wheel began to spin at a speed so fast that it was dizzying. Not long after, the roulette wheel slowly stopped, and the pointer pointed to a golden question mark with incredible precision. At the same time, the exaggerated voice of the system sounded like thunder in Chen Hai's brain. Fuck. Golden legend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the moisturizing pill. Damn it, system, can you be a little more normal? You scared me. Chen Hai couldn't help but complain, but he immediately checked the effects of the moisturizing pill. Taking the moisturizing pill can quickly nourish the skin base, comprehensively and steadily improve the user's overall appearance, making the facial features more delicate and coordinated. At the same time, it can also deeply purify the skin, dispel dullness, and achieve whitening transformation from the inside out. Afraid that Chen Hai didn't understand, the system added another sentence. In simple terms, after taking this pill, the host will become more and more handsome over time. Chen Hai looked at the pill that appeared out of thin air in his hand. It looked like sheep dung. He couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. But when I think about the benefits of becoming handsome. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill. Chen Hai, what are you eating? Gao Jing stared at the pill in Chen Hai's hand curiously, feeling that it looked familiar. This looks like the semen retention pills my roommate bought for her boyfriend? Although she and Chen Hai have not officially confirmed their relationship, Gao Jing has to be cautious for the sake of her future happy sex life. Chen Hai, do you have any problems in that area? What? Chen Hai didn't react to the meaning of Gao Jing's words for a moment. After all, Gao Jing is very gentle in his daily life. Who would have thought she would ask such a question? That aspect. Gao Jing saw Chen Hai's bewildered face and explained helplessly, have you been feeling overwhelmed and upset lately? Chen Hai thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be the case these past 2 days, so he nodded. It seems to be true.
Well.
Gao Jing sighed heavily, as if she had foreseen countless tragic nights in the future.
Chen Hai, my family is an old Chinese medicine practitioner. If it doesn't work, I'll ask my dad to take a look at you?
Huh? So your dad is a Chinese medicine doctor, then, wait.
Are you saying that I have kidney deficiency? Chen Hai finally came back to his senses, with a helpless expression on his face.
He reached out and gently patted Gao Jing's butt.
I'm in good health. If you don't believe me, let's try it tonight. Humph, people with kidney deficiency will never admit that they have kidney deficiency.
Gao Jing's face turned red, but she didn't particularly resist Chen Hai slapping her butt. But this scene was seen by the surrounding NCU students, and they were instantly outraged.
What the hell? Isn't this Chen Hai? It's him, that damn Chen Hai.
A few days ago, the school beauty Zhou gave him a 30,000 yuan mobile phone, and today he kissed Gao Jing in the street.
Now he's slapping her butt?
No, I have to record this scene and post it on the campus website so that all the teachers and students in the school can see the true face of this scumbag. I will never let other female students be deceived by him again.
That's right, we must let the school beauty Zhou know what kind of person Chen Hai is. I'm so angry.
What tricks did Chen Hai use to hook up with Gao Jing and Zhou Zi?
How did he do that? Oh, I remember Chen Hai is a member of the student union, right?
I'm going to report him to the student union right now for his misconduct.
He must be expelled.
At this time, Chen Hai was flirting with Gao Jing. He was completely unaware of the thoughts of the people around him, but he could vaguely sense a hint of something unusual from their envious and jealous gazes.
Drip. Drop. Drop.
When I arrived at the school gate, a white Porsche Panamera Turbo S Executive Extended Edition was parked there quietly. Seeing Chen Hai and Gao Jing coming, Zhang Le hurriedly got out of the driver's seat and opened the car door for them.
This scene once again caused exclamations from the students of Nanjing University. Fuck, is this Panamera?
Wrong, this is not an ordinary Panamera, it's the executive extended version of the Turbo S, which sells for more than 2 million in China.
What is Chen Hai's background?
Why is someone who drives such a luxury car so respectful to him?
That's right.
I heard before that his family was extremely poor and that he relied on scholarships to pay for his tuition.
How come he suddenly became a rich second generation? Yes, the more I look at him, the more I feel something is wrong.
He was so poor before, but now he is wearing designer clothes and has luxury cars to drive him around.
Could he have done something illegal? I find it suspicious too. If this is true, we must report it to the teacher immediately.
That's right. Even if he didn't do anything illegal, with the way he's dressed now, he's definitely not eligible to receive the school's poverty subsidy.
Come on, let's go to the student union and report him.
No matter where you are, there are always some people who can't stand others living better than themselves. Just like before when Chen Hai gave Zhou Zi 30 million worth of gifts, although there were many people praising him online, more people were making personal attacks on him.
The root cause is simply because Chen Hai has become rich.
It broke the fragile balance in their hearts. This is also the reason why Chen Hai has kept a low profile since obtaining the system. However, these students from Nanjing University did not know that Chen Hai now possessed a huge fortune. They only saw that he had close and ambiguous relationships with Gao Jing, Zhou Zi, Yang Ruoxue, and others. This caused endless jealousy in their hearts and even turned into hatred. Once upon a time, Chen Hai was a laughingstock in the eyes of the people of Nandang. They satisfied their pitiful sense of superiority by mocking and belittling Chen Hai.
However, things are different now. Chen Hai has been reborn and is no longer the #1 bootlicker in Nanjing University who was laughed at by everyone. Chapter 40. The cowardly Chen Hai has disappeared. In the car,
Zhang Le noticed from the beginning that the woman next to Chen Hai was not Zhou Zi. But as a smart person, he didn't ask much, but was secretly envious in his heart. After all, it is enviable enough that Chen Hai has a beauty like Zhou Zi. Not to mention that now there is another Gao Jing who is as beautiful as Zhou Zi.
The car quickly arrived at the auto show.
Since Zhang Le was one of the persons in charge of the auto show and was very busy, he asked Chen Hai and the other two to go shopping on their own first and he would go find them after he finished his work. The venue of this Nanchang Auto Show is located in the International Exhibition Center of Nanchang, which has a spacious interior and a wide variety of vehicles.
Many 4S stores have also moved in. This was the first time in Chen Hai's life that he stepped into an auto show.
In the past, even if he came to an auto show, he could not afford to buy a car, so going to the auto show was just a waste of time. As for Gao Jing, this was also her first time visiting the auto show. Although her knowledge of vehicles is limited and she can only barely remember some big brands of vehicles, such as BBA, this does not affect her excitement at all. Because the scale of the auto show held in Nanjing this time is unprecedented. There are not only ordinary family sedans, but also RVs, classic cars, concept cars and other models that are rarely seen in other auto shows. Chen Hai and Gao Jing walked hand in hand in the auto show, admiring the cool cars. At this moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from the side. Hey? Isn't this the big fool in our class? What's the matter? Now you have money to buy a car? Oh my god? How lucky are you that you can hook up with a beauty of this level? Chen Hai frowned, turned around and saw that it was his high school classmate, Zhao Yu. Because he was an orphan since childhood. In addition, all the people he was familiar with, that is, everyone in the orphanage, died in a fire 10 years ago. Since junior high school, he has become extremely introverted and has been bullied by his classmates. The situation didn't improve until I went to college and met some good friends in the dorm. That's why he mustered up the courage to pursue young Ruoxiwei. This pursuit lasted for 3 years. Fatty, after all these years, your mouth still stinks like a toilet. Chen Hai retorted bluntly. The fat guy he was talking about was Zhao Yu, and Zhao Yu hated it most when people said he was fat. This was simply his Achilles heel. Boy, you've grown wings, haven't you? Zhao Yu was so angry that he grabbed Chen Hai by the collar with an arrogant look on his face. Chen Hai. Seeing this, Gao Jing became extremely anxious and was about to rush forward to stop them, but Chen Hai raised his hand to stop her. Why, fatty, you still want to do it? Chen Hai's eyes were full of mockery as he looked at Zhao Yu coldly. Although Chen Hai is thin, he is no match for Zhao Yu in fighting. But now, as long as Chen Hai wants, he can call a group of people to help him within a few minutes. Humph. You're lucky today. If my 4S store wasn't in this auto show, you'd be lying on the ground right now. Zhao Yu said this, glancing at the showroom behind him called Jingyi Car Dealership. The hand holding Chen Hai loosened slightly. If you're a man, wait for me at the back door of the International Exhibition Center. I'll let you know why the pot is made of iron. Okay, I'll be with you anytime. Chen Hai's indifferent expression made Zhao Yu even angrier. You. At this moment, Zhao Yu was so angry that he didn't care about anything else and was ready to attack Chen Hai. After all, at this auto show, there is a leader who is a good friend of his father. Otherwise, how could he set up the showroom in such a conspicuous front row position at such a low price? So he thought that even if he did it himself, it shouldn't be a big deal. Zhao Yu, what are you doing? Why don't you come back and greet the guests? In the Jingyi car showroom, a middle-aged man who looked quite similar to Zhao Yu but was fatter than him shouted in a deep voice. I hope you keep your word, I'll come to the back door to find you later. After saying something harsh, Zhao Yu hurriedly trotted back to the exhibition hall. Is Chen Hai okay? How about we go? I feel like that fat guy is hard to mess with. Gao Jing helped Chen Hai tidy up his clothes with concern and said with a worried look on her face. Chen Hai stared at Zhao Yu's back with cold eyes and said coldly, It's okay, let's continue shopping. But Gao Jing wanted to say something. But seeing Chen Hai's firm attitude, he had no choice but to shut up and continue visiting the auto show with him. Chen Hai recalled the 3 years of bullying in high school, and Zhao Yu was the one who bullied him the most. At this moment, the enemies were extremely jealous when they met. I put up with you for 3 years, but now. By the way, didn't I promise Wang Dong that we'd have dinner together? Let's do it today. Called Wang Dong. Chen Hai asked him to come find him half an hour later and bring a few people with him. Wang Dong understood what Chen Hai meant as soon as he heard it. He quickly called a few of his thugs and drove to the International Exhibition Center. Boss, you are here. Why couldn't I get through to you when I called you just now? Zhang Luo ran over panting. I was just talking to a friend on the phone. Chen Hai replied casually. Okay, by the way, boss, the finale of today's auto show has arrived. Do you want to go take a look? Can. Chen Hai nodded and followed Zhang Luo with Gao Jing. When passing by Zhao Yu's Jingyi car dealership, Chen Hai asked casually. Do you know the owner of this showroom? Zhang Luo looked at Jingyi car dealership in the direction of Chen Hai's finger and shook his head. Hey, how could I possibly know the owner of such a small showroom? But I remember that they paid the money and were only allowed to stay at the edge of the auto show.
How come they were so close to the front? Boss, do you know the owner of this store? Do you need me to move their booth forward? Zhang Lezheng wondered why Chen Hai suddenly asked this. But Gao Jing's next words made him understand instantly. Humph. Just now, there was a fat guy in this exhibition hall who wanted to attack Chen Hai, and he also said. Chen Hai quickly waved his hand and interrupted Gao Jing. It's okay, I just asked casually. Zhang Leike is a smart man and immediately understood what Chen Hai meant. Without saying a word, he took out his cell phone and made a call. After a while, several staff members with work badges came quickly. They first greeted Zhang Lu respectfully, and then walked straight into Jingyi car dealership. Didn't you just say there was a grand finale today? Take me to see it. Hearing Chen Hai's instructions, Zhang Lu hurriedly led the way forward. And at this moment in Jingyi car dealership. What? You want to kick us out? Why? We paid the venue fee. Zhao Yu's fat face was twisted like a dough stick, and he shouted at the top of his voice. The staff member glanced at him coldly and said, Site fee? Are you sure you are paying for this exhibition area? At this time, Zhao Yu's father rushed over, bowed to the staff, and kicked Zhao Yu hard. I'm sorry, everyone, my son has just entered society and is not sensible. I hope you can bear with me. As he spoke, he moved closer to the staff and lowered his voice. Manager Wang from the auto show operations department is my best friend. This position is. Coincidentally, Manager Wang came over as soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 41 Strength will prove everything. Hey, Brother Wang, you're finally here. They want to. Father Zhao's face was filled with anxiety, and he was about to complain. Manager Wang, however, seemed to have not heard anything at all. He looked stern and shouted at the staff. Clear the area immediately. This land has been rented by someone else, don't delay even a minute. Ah, Brother Wang, what are you doing? Father Zhao was stunned. Manager Wang sighed helplessly. I can't do anything about it, Brother Zhao. If you want to blame someone, blame your precious son for offending a big shot who shouldn't be offended. Now, you have to leave at the request of that big shot. After saying that, he urged the staff anxiously, hurry up. Afterwards, he left without looking back, leaving the Zhao father and son standing there in a daze. Zhao Yu stood aside, completely at a loss. What the hell? Why are you blaming me? Who did I offend? Zhao Yu. You idiot. What else can you do except cause trouble for me? He was so angry that his face turned red, veins popped on his neck. He raised his hand and slapped Zhao Yu hard in the face with a slap. The slap was so loud and crisp that it echoed in the Jingyi car dealership showroom. Zhao Yu's head was tilted and 5 fingerprints instantly appeared on his face. He looked at his father in disbelief, tears welling up in his eyes. Although his father was strict with him, he had never beaten him in public. The Zhao family's business has plummeted during this period. It's a terrible sight. The car dealership's capital chain was broken, and the bank's loans were like a mountain pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. They could barely even pay their employees' salaries. This South City Auto Show was undoubtedly their only lifeline and the last ray of hope for a turnaround. The whole family was full of anticipation and made careful preparations, hoping to do more business at the auto show and ease the financial pressure. I had just placed a few orders and thought that good luck had finally arrived, but I was told that the venue had to be cleared and I was no longer eligible to continue exhibiting cars in the auto show. Even the venue fee paid previously was refunded in full. And all this ultimately came down to the fact that Zhao Yu had offended some big shot. How could this not make Zhao's father angry? What are you still standing there for? Go and apologize to them. Father Zhao was anxious and angry, and yelled at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes full of grievance. Who did I offend? Wait. Could it be him? Zhao Yu thought desperately, and finally a figure appeared in his mind. Impossible, it absolutely cannot be him. Although Zhao Yu was unwilling to admit that it was Chen Hai. But when he thought about it, he couldn't remember who he had conflicts with. It can't be that I was the one who cursed in the game, right? On the other side, Chen Hai and Gao Jing followed Zhang Lu to the finale vehicle display area of the auto show. A brand new Lamborghini Aventador convertible was parked there quietly. This is a top-level supercar worth tens of millions of dollars. Its classic wedge-shaped body has lines as tough and smooth as a sculpture, running smoothly from the front to the rear, showing the perfect combination of elegance and power. The iconic scissor doors and convertible design are undoubtedly one of its major selling points.
But after seeing the car, Chen Hai frowned slightly, sighed softly, and there was a hint of disgust on his face. I thought it would be a car of the level of Poison, but this is it. The tone of voice made it seem as if the multi-million-dollar luxury car in front of him was just an ordinary street stall item.
Oh, boss, it's great to have a car like this as the finale. There are only a few cars of the Venom's level in the world. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy one. Don't be too picky. Zhang smiled and explained with a little embarrassment.
At this moment, the place was already surrounded by people watching. Naturally, many people also heard Chen Hai's seemingly arrogant words just now.
Don't think you can show off here just because you're wearing our money, kid. Others may not know the price of your outfit, but I do. It's only 10,000 yuan at most. That's right. You can't even afford the most basic sports car, let alone a Lamborghini Aventador convertible.
This guy is just trying to make his presence felt.
Everyone ignore him. Chen Hai did not refute anyone.
In his words, there is no need because your strength will prove everything for you.
Boss, do you want to go in and take a look at the car?
Zhang Le had full faith in Chen Hai's strength. He knew that with Chen Hai's financial resources, buying a top-of-the-line limited edition supercar like Du Yao would be no problem at all. But the ridicule from the people around him made him feel uncomfortable. After all, he was one of the organizers of this auto show and his status was there, so he couldn't lose his temper easily. Since we're here, of course we have to go in and take a look.
Okay, boss.
Zhang Lu immediately gave a look to the staff. He asked him to open a hole in the isolation belt, and then let Chen Hai and the others in. The people who were originally pointing fingers at Chen Hai shut up after seeing this scene.
People can enter the exhibition area and see the Lamborghini Aventador up close.
It is enough to prove that other people's relationships are stronger than yours. So if they continue to mock Chen Hai, they will only know that they are just like clowns. Come to this Lamborghini worth tens of millions. Chen Hai first looked around casually, then opened the car door and motioned Gao Jing to sit in and take a look.
Me?
Well, come in and take a look at this car. At Chen Hai's urging, Gao Jing sat on it carefully. At first, she was like a frightened little rabbit, her body tense and she didn't dare to move. But at Chen Hai's repeated request, Gao Jing began to carefully inspect the interior of the car. The interior of the Lamborghini Aventador uses a lot of carbon fiber materials and Alcantara fabrics, which gives people an unparalleled texture both visually and sensorially. In addition, the interior of the car also uses a large amount of high-quality leather and metal decorations, all of which are sewn together manually stitch by stitch.
The feeling of luxury is hard to describe.
After sitting in it for a while, Gao Jing completely fell in love with this car.
Do you like it?
Facing Chen Hai's question, Gao Jing nodded subconsciously, I like it.
Then swipe the card.
Chen Hai took out a black card from his pocket and said something that made everyone present very uncomfortable. Swipe the card.
Boss, you don't even ask about the price?
But Zhang Lu regretted it as soon as he said this.
Who is Chen Hai? He is the famous tears master on the internet.
To watch a live broadcast, you have to give tens of millions of tips to the super rich. A man who invests 1 billion without blinking an eye just to pick up girls.
Would he care about the money for buying a car? The answer is obviously no. Okay, boss, wait a moment.
I'll go prepare the contract first. Zhang Li's excitement at this moment was beyond words. He knew very well that if this deal was successful, not only would he get a considerable dividend, but it would also be a huge boost to his career. He did not take Chen Hai's bank card directly, but went to prepare the contract first. After all, this is a responsibility to Chen Hai and also to myself. If you rashly collect the car payment without signing a contract, it will be a big trouble for both parties if something goes wrong.
Okay, and prepare 2 more contracts.
I may need to buy 2 more cars later.
Chen Hai said this very calmly.
The tone is like going to the wholesale market to buy vegetables.
And his words instantly excited many people present. Chapter 42 Giveaway, Lamborghini Aventador. Auto show site.
In the eyes of ordinary people, Chen Hai can afford a Lamborghini Aventador worth tens of millions, which is already an unattainable symbol of wealth. It is a height that ordinary people can hardly reach in their entire lives. As for Chen Hai's casual remark that he wanted to buy 2 more cars,
in their view,
it is just used to show off and pretend, purely to satisfy vanity and to get noticed in front of others. However, the forest shop owners who have been in the business for a long time have completely different ideas.
They are very familiar with Zhang Lu. Zhang Li's family has been working in the automobile sales industry for many years.
They have extensive connections and deep resources, and are quite influential figures in the industry.
Now, even Zhang Lu is respectful towards Chen Hai.
This made these 4S shop owners with a keen sense of smell instantly realize that Chen Hai is not as simple as he seems. What's more, he is so young, yet he can buy a luxury car worth tens of millions.
Maybe he is the heir to some super wealthy family.
In an instant, the 4S store salesmen who were originally guarding their booths surrounded them as if they saw lambs to be slaughtered. They all introduced their own vehicles to Chen Hai.
Boss, we just got a BMW M8 in our store. If you place an order today, we can give you an additional 200,000 off the 2 million. Boss, look here. I'm from the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Are you interested in learning more about the Maybach S-Class? With your temperament as a boss, you definitely need a Cullinan to match your status. The entire auto show began to surge with people because of Chen Hai. The salesmen all hoped to seize this rare opportunity, talk to Chen Hai, and make a big deal that would change their performance. This scene. It just happened to be seen by Zhao Yu, who had just been kicked out by his father. What? A poor bastard like Chen Hai actually has enough money to buy a Lamborghini? Impossible. He must be a hired agent at the auto show. Zhao Yu would never believe it.
After all, he had been Chen Hai's high school classmate for 3 years, and he knew Chen Hai's family situation better than anyone else. How could such a poor boy who once had trouble getting enough food transform himself into a rich and handsome man with plenty of money in just 3 years?
This was simply a fantasy to him.
He hid in the corner of the crowd, like a clown, shouting loudly with a flushed face.
He is a hired helper for the auto show. Don't believe it, he didn't even have a problem with food before, how could he have money to buy a car? However, Zhao Yu's words did not attract anyone's attention. Instead, it attracted some people's contemptuous looks.
However, Chen Hai, who was standing in the center of the auto show and became the focus of the audience, noticed him.
Good boy, I didn't come to find you, but you came to find me instead? Sneered.
Chen Hai took out his cell phone and asked where Wang Dong was.
Mr. Chen, I'm right in front of you. Wang Dong's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone.
Chen Hai turned his head slightly and saw Wang Dong waving at him in the crowd. He nodded with satisfaction, his eyes locked on Zhao Yu again, and spoke coldly into the phone.
That fat guy just said he wanted to deal with me. You can do whatever you want. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong.
As he spoke, he stretched out his finger, pointed at Zhao Yu through the crowd. Wang Dong also followed Chen Hai's finger and saw Zhao Yu, who was furious.
I understand, Mr. Chen.
Wang Dong hung up the phone and walked straight towards Zhao Yu with 4 burly, fierce-looking men beside him.
Boy, come here and I want to tell you something.
Wang Dong reached out and patted Zhao Yu's shoulder heavily.
Yu was startled by the sudden slap and turned his head subconsciously.
After seeing that it was Wang Dong, he was stunned at first, and then he showed a flattering smile.
Brother Dong?
Seeing Wang Dong's puzzled expression, Zhao Yu quickly explained, It's me, Brother Dong, Wang Kai's classmate.
You helped me fight before. Oh? Really? Then we can just go out and get together.
Wang Dong said with a wry smile. At this moment, Zhao Yu didn't notice the strangeness in Wang Dong's eyes at all.
He kept smiling and asked cautiously. Where are you going, Dong? Don't you like going to the back door of the exhibition center? I'll take you there to have some fun.
Wang Dong suddenly put away the fake smile on his face, his tone became extremely stern, and his eyes were full of threats.
Ha? The back door? Where are you going?
Zhao Yu had an ominous premonition in his heart, and the smile on his face froze instantly.
Don't talk nonsense. Just go when I tell you to.
Wang Dong scolded impatiently, then waved his hand. The big men behind him immediately understood what he meant and grabbed Zhao Yu's arms, regardless of whether he was willing or not. He was dragged forcibly towards the back door of the exhibition center. Just as Zhao Yu was dragged away, Zhang Lu hurried over with the contract in hand.
Chen Hai pointed at Gao Jing and said, Give her the contract. After all, she will be the owner of this car in the future. Ah? Me? You mean you bought this car for me?
Gao Jing's eyes widened and she stuttered a little when she spoke.
Of course. If not for you, would I give it to someone else?
Of course.
If I don't give it to you, how can I give it to someone else?
Chen Hai smiled slightly, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. She never thought that Chen Hai came to the auto show to buy a car for her. She originally thought that she was just accompanying Chen Hai to look at cars.
The crowd watching around couldn't help but gasp and exclaim when they saw this scene. What the hell? Did this big guy just say he wants to give this car worth tens of millions to this beautiful lady? Oh my god, just now we were laughing at him for not having money to buy a car, but now he's going to spend 10 million to give it away? I've seen many rich second generations spend money to pick up girls, but I've never seen a rich second generation spend 10 million at once. This boss can no longer be described as a second generation rich man, but rather a super rich man. When you mention super rich people, I think of Mr. Lei, who has become famous online recently. Mr. Lei is much more powerful than this big guy. I heard that he can easily spend tens of millions to pick up girls without blinking an eye. I also know this Mr. Lei you're talking about, but a super rich man like him is a super existence that is hard to find even among millions of people. Although this big guy in front of me is not as good as Mr. Lei, he is also very awesome. Everyone was talking at once, but they didn't know that the miraculous Mr. Lei that they were talking about was actually Chen Hai. Gao Jing was feeling very conflicted at this moment. She actually didn't want to accept this overly expensive gift. After all, Chen Hai has spent too much on her during this period of time. The most expensive gift he gave to Chen Hai was just a Longines watch worth 20,000 yuan. But even the money to buy the watch was given to her by Chen Hai. She felt that she had always been the receiving party in this relationship and felt a little guilty. Okay, Xiao Jing, please sign the contract. I'm giving you a gift for a price. You have to do me a big favor later. Chen Hai looked at Gao Jing's hesitant expression and said with a smile, a hint of mystery in his eyes. What can I do for you? Keep it secret for now. Gao Jing looked at Chen Hai with a strange look and her face turned red unconsciously. Gao Jing's favorability towards the host +2, current favorability is 82. Chapter 43 Rules of the Elders at Home. After Gao Jing signed the contract, Chen Hai paid the full amount of the Lamborghini on the spot without hesitation. This time, his decision to pay in full rather than in installments did not cause much commotion among the public. After all, in everyone's perception, the wealth of those who can easily purchase such expensive luxury cars is unfathomable. 10 million for them. It is indeed just a trivial number, just like when an ordinary person goes to a supermarket to buy a bottle of mineral water, he naturally won't consider installment payment but except for the poor author. After this transaction, Zhang Lu received a very generous commission. Of course, this is all because of Chen Hai. So he took the initiative to ask Chen Hai, "Boss, let me handle all the tedious procedures, you can rest assured." Chen Hai nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, "Thank you very much." Chen Hai originally planned to stay in the auto show for a while longer to look around and see if there were other vehicles that he might like. Now that Zhang Lu has taken the initiative to help with all the procedures after purchasing the car, it is naturally the best thing. He will also have more time to choose the vehicle. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Chen Hai gently took the hand of the beauty beside him and continued to visit the auto show. Seeing this, the salesman in the auto show gathered around. He continued chattering on and on about which exhibition area he was from, how good his car was, and how great the discounts were. Seeing this situation, Zhang Lu, out of concern for Chen Hai's safety, immediately called several security guards and quickly formed a safety line around Chen Hai. Then, he said seriously to the salesman who had gathered around him, "Please go back to your showrooms first. If Mr. Chen is interested in the cars in your store, he will come over to take a look." The salesman heard that their leaders had spoken. Although they were very reluctant, they had no choice but to return to their respective booths in disappointment. However, he still held a glimmer of expectation in his heart, hoping that Chen Hai would move to his exhibition hall. After all, a super big customer like Chen Hai who is generous and unambiguous is a rare and valuable source of customers for a 4S store. As long as Chen Hai is a little bit interested, there is no need for too much sales talk and the deal will be a natural thing. In fact, Chen Hai came to visit the auto show today not only to buy a car for Gao Jing, but also to choose a car for himself. You should know that the goddess coins given by the system can only be used for consumption on S-level goddesses. He himself could not use the money to buy anything for himself, although the money spent on Gao Jing had already been refunded. However, since he could get the goddess coin for free, Chen Hai would naturally not use his own funds easily. Long before coming to the auto show, Chen Hai already had a clear goal in mind: Rolls-Royce. The reason is simple. He currently does not have a driver's license. Even if he buys a car, he cannot drive it himself and can only hire a full-time driver.
As a result, models such as sports cars that focus on driving experience are naturally not within his consideration. After all, he wants to sit comfortably in the back seat and enjoy himself. Now that we have a clear goal, Chen Hai shouted to the salesman who had not yet dispersed. Who just said he was from the Rolls-Royce 4S store?
It's me, Mr. Chen.
A young man who was not much older than Chen Hai squeezed through the crowd with great effort, waving his arms vigorously at Chen Hai. Seeing several security guards beside him reaching out to stop the young man, Chen Hai immediately said, "Let him come over."
Then he asked, "Is there a Cullinan in stock? The kind that can be driven away immediately?" "Yes, Mr. Chen."
The young man's eyes instantly blossomed with unconcealable joy. Chen Hai asked this, which means there is a great possibility of purchase. You know, a new Cullinan costs more than 7 million. If Chen Hai really succeeds in buying it, he can get a commission of more than 200,000 yuan as a salesperson. If this deal goes through, he can rest easy this year.
So how could he not be excited? Okay, take me to have a look. If there is no problem, I will pick up the car now. Okay, Mr. Chen, this way please.
The young salesperson led the way respectfully in front. Following behind were Chen Hai, Gao Jing, and 4 security guards. With such a scene, those who didn't know the situation would think that some big shot had come in person. Come to the Rolls-Royce exhibition area.
A Ghost and a Cullinan are quietly placed here. Although the price difference between Ghost and Cullinan is not much, Ghost is even slightly cheaper.
But once Chen Hai makes up his mind, he will not change it easily. So, without even looking at Ghost, he walked straight to Cullinan, reached out to open the back door, and sat in steadily. To be honest, Chen Hai didn't actually have a very deep understanding of cars. He just felt that it was fine as long as he sat in it.
Okay, this is the one. Go and prepare the paperwork. Sales are too excited at the moment.
Both hands were shaking a little. He often heard senior people in the store say how difficult it was to sell this kind of product.
But I didn't expect that I could complete an order in just a few minutes today? Thank you, Mr. Chen. Please wait a moment.
The salesperson was quick and efficient and quickly prepared the contract and other necessary items.
Mr. Chen, can you please check if there is any problem with the contract?
After a quick look, Chen Hai handed the contract to Gao Jing.
That's what I said I needed your help with. Gao Jing obviously didn't understand what Chen Hai meant.
A pair of big, watery eyes of Caroline stared straight at Chen Hai, her eyes full of confusion. Chen Hai leaned close to Gao Jing's ear and explained softly.
I can't have any assets in my name, so I want to put this car in your name as well. Ah? Why?
Gao Jing had no idea that Chen Hai had a system, and she really couldn't understand why the car that Chen Hai bought with his own money couldn't be registered in his own name.
The elders in my family have a rule that if I have any property under my name, they will take back my bank card. You don't want me to suddenly become a pauper again, do you? That's okay.
Gao Jing felt that there seemed to be no flaw in what Chen Hai said.
After all, she also knew how miserable Chen Hai's life was during those 3 years as a bootlicker at Nanjing University. I think it might be related to this regulation.
The thoughts of rich people are indeed hard to understand. Gao Jing took the contract from Chen Hai and signed her name. At the same time, Chen Hai also paid the full amount of the car promptly. Gao Jing looked at the contract in her hand and felt like she was dreaming, something not quite real.
Have I suddenly become the owner of 2 cars today? And they are 2 top luxury cars. Not just her.
Even those who came to watch felt that this was too unreal. They never imagined that Chen Hai's second car was also bought for Gao Jing.
Nearly 20 million was spent on flirting with girls? Chapter 44, No Makeup. Chen Hai, aren't you afraid that I'll drive away with your car?
Gao Jing held Chen Hai's arm tightly, and her bright big eyes stared at Chen Hai. There was a hint of playfulness and temptation in his eyes. Chen Hai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and took advantage of the situation to hug Gao Jing's slender waist. Don't be afraid.
Why?
Gao Jing's face turned red at Chen Hai's sudden action.
Who wouldn't trust his woman?
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hai slowly approached Gao Jing in public. Before Gao Jing could react, their lips gradually came together. The crowd around was instantly in an uproar, with whistles and cheers rising one after another. The women looked at Gao Jing with envy in their eyes, secretly wondering when they would also have such a romantic and wealthy boyfriend. All the men were jealous of Chen Hai, who had both wealth and beautiful women.
But everyone has a common idea in their mind: it's great to have money.
Naturally, this extremely shocking scene did not escape the cameras of many people's mobile phones and was recorded. Gao Jing's favorability towards the host +5, current favorability is 87. This time, Gao Jing's favorability increased by 3 points more than when Chen Hai gave her the luxury car worth tens of millions. In fact, it was not because of Chen Hai's bold act of forced kissing that what really touched Gao Jing was his unreserved trust.
Chen Hai registered the car under her name without hesitation.
There are no cumbersome contractual constraints, nor even any verbal agreements. In response to Gao Jing's question, he simply answered, "I believe you."
But there is endless trust in it.
This trust is not only a recognition of Gao Jing's character, but also a deep respect. This undoubtedly became the most solid foundation of their relationship.
Gao Jing is not the kind of person who is carefree.
Such intimate contact in public made her feel extremely embarrassed. A shy blush quickly crept up her cheeks.
She gently pushed Chen Hai, her voice soft and a little shy. "Oh, there are so many people watching here."
Chen Hai looked at Gao Jing, who was buried in his arms, and an irrepressible passion surged in his heart.
He teased her deliberately. "What's wrong? You don't want to?"
Gao Jing raised her head slightly. There was a hint of panic and coquettishness in her eyes.
"No. It's just..." Looking at Gao Jing's increasingly red face, Chen Hai couldn't help but pinch it gently, and then stopped.
At this time, the young salesman who had just successfully facilitated the Cullinan transaction was waiting obediently not far away.
It was seen that the two finally ended their intimate interaction.
Only then did she hurry forward with a smile on her face. He said respectfully and carefully, "Mr. Chen, all the vehicle documents have been processed.
You can drive the car away at any time. Do you want to arrange for someone to drive the car out now, or wait a while?" Chen Hai looked calm and responded calmly, "Someone will come to drive later."
The young salesperson nodded quickly, a warm smile on his face. "Okay, Mr. Chen, let's add a contact method to facilitate follow-up communication.
If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me directly."
Nodding, Chen Hai exchanged contact information with the young salesperson, and then took Gao Jing to continue visiting the auto show. In fact, Chen Hai came to the auto show today for another purpose besides buying a car.
That is to see if I can get acquainted with an S-level goddess by luck. Just walked around the entire auto show. Although each of those car models has outstanding looks and extraordinary temperament, unfortunately, no one's charm value can reach 80 points. Chen Hai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Technology changes the times. Just when Chen Hai was feeling somewhat disappointed, a system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. S-level goddess found, automatically bound to the host. Immediately afterwards, a series of information appeared in front of Chen Hai. Name, Lu Zihan. Charm value, 83. Age, 24. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 91. Number of applause, 2. Favorability, 15. Current consumption, 0 yuan.
The moment he heard the system prompt, Chen Hai's eyes immediately became sharp. He quickly searched for his target person among the bustling crowd. After some searching, Chen Hai finally found his prey. In the Ferrari exclusive exhibition area, a simple woman caught Chen Hai's attention. She wore a pair of big glasses, and judging from her appearance, she was not even as good as the models at the auto show. But the face behind the glasses was not heavily made up like theirs, but was bare-faced.
She's just not good at dressing up. If she were to dress up a little, her appearance would absolutely be top-notch. This person is Lu Zihan.
At this moment, she was staring at Chen Hai intently, her eyes full of earnestness.
Yes, sincere.
Just now, she learned that a generous and magnate came to the auto show today and bought 2 luxury cars worth tens of millions in just a few dozen minutes. Her family had recently encountered a major change and was in urgent need of funds to solve the problem. Therefore, she was eager to seize this opportunity, successfully complete a deal, and get a commission to alleviate the difficulties at home.
Under Lu Zihan's slightly suspicious and expectant gaze, Chen Hai took Gao Jing's hand and walked into the Ferrari exhibition area.
Unfortunately, due to Lu Zihan's momentary hesitation, Chen Hai had already been greeted by her colleagues and began to entertain him warmly.
Lu Zihan felt extremely regretful, but was unwilling to miss this rare opportunity.
But there was no other way.
Because in the sales industry, there is an unwritten rule that you cannot snatch orders or customers. After all, this is how sales works. You need to rely on your own efforts, courage, boldness, and thick skin to achieve good results. Of course, you are not allowed to regret the 2 sets, except, everyone who understands will understand.
At this time, Chen Hai had already been received by her colleagues. This means that at this moment Chen Hai has become his colleague's client. Even if I introduce a vehicle to Chen Hai now and Chen Hai successfully purchases the vehicle, the commission for this order will not be counted on me. This is only possible if Chen Hai takes the initiative to come to me and asks me to buy a car. But he and Chen Haisu didn't know each other and had no connection with each other. Plus, she is not good looking, her glasses cover up her beauty, so that she still doesn't know how beautiful she is. Lu Zihan, it's all your fault for being so dazed. Normally you're thin-skinned, so why are you still like this today? Lu Zihan snorted harshly, then stomped his feet hard. At this moment, she already felt that this business deal was not for her. Unless the goddess of luck favors you. But she felt that her luck was extremely bad. Otherwise, why would both of her relationships be cheated on? In the past, even if she was betrayed, as long as her boyfriend coaxed her and apologized, Lu Zihan would choose to forgive. It was not until later, when the family savings were all swindled away by that scumbag, that she came to her senses. This also caused her brother to be hospitalized for surgery, but he has no money to pay for it. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Lu Zihan's eyes. But just at this moment, a clear male voice sounded beside her. "Beautiful lady, can you introduce me to her?" Chapter 45. Gao Jing's guess is correct. "Ah, Mr. Chen?" Lu Zihan turned around quickly after hearing the voice. When she saw that the person who spoke was Chen Hai, her eyes were full of surprise. "What's wrong? Don't you want to?" "If you don't want to, I'll leave." Seeing Lu Zihan in a daze, Chen Hai couldn't help but find it funny and teased her with a smile on purpose. No, Mr. Chen, please come this way." Lu Zihan came back to his senses instantly, his heart already filled with excitement. Under the envious and jealous gazes of her colleagues, she took Chen Hai to visit the vehicles exhibited by Ferrari at the auto show. "Well, these cars are all good. Which is your most expensive sports car?" Chen Hai just took a quick glance at the exhibits and asked directly. He came here with the intention of buying a car. On the one hand, he wanted to boost Lu Zihan's performance in order to gain her favor. On the other hand, he also planned to buy a gift for Zhou Zi. Like Zhou Zi and Gao Jing, they are both goddesses bound to him. Currently, Zhou Zi's favorability towards him has reached 55, making her the person who was expected to realize the fastest cash return after Gao Jing. So since I bought a car worth tens of millions for Gao Jing today, I naturally cannot treat Zhou Zi unfairly and must buy one for her as well. After all, we have to treat everyone fairly. There was only one Lamborghini Aventador at the show. While no other car at the show could quite match it, the Ferrari was undoubtedly the closest option. And bought a Ferrari for Zhou Zi. Not only can it increase Zhou Zi's favorability, but it might also win Lu Zihan's favor. Even if it doesn't improve favorability, at least Lu Zihan's contact information can be added smoothly. Moreover, Gao Jing probably wouldn't have any idea about adding contact information under the pretext of buying a car. "Hello, Mr. Chen, this Ferrari SF90 Straydale is the most expensive car in this auto show." As Lu Zihan spoke, he quickly trotted to the Ferrari SF90, gently opened the door, and began to introduce it in detail. This car makes extensive use of lightweight materials such as carbon fiber and uses an extremely powerful plug-in hybrid system consisting of a 4.0T twin-turbocharged V8 engine and 3 electric motors. The current price of this car is 5 million. Chen Hai listened quietly to Lu Zihan's introduction. She didn't interrupt the whole time. After Lu Zihan finished introducing the car, Chen Hai nodded with satisfaction and praised it. "I didn't expect you to be so good at speaking. I want this car. But I bought it as a gift for someone. How about cash on delivery?" "Ah, this." Lu Zihan didn't distrust Chen Hai. After all, she knew about Chen Hai's heroic deeds at the auto show today. Such a wealthy man who just bought 2 top-of-the-line luxury cars has strong financial resources and will definitely not be in a situation where he cannot afford to pay. But she was just an ordinary salesperson and had no authority to agree to Chen Hai's request. "No problem, Mr. Chen." At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and with an extraordinary temperament spoke. And next to him stood Zhang Lu. "Boss, this is my father. He has the final say in all the 4S stores in South City." While introducing his father to Chen Hai, Zhang Lu whispered something in his father's ear. "Thank you very much, Uncle Zhang," Chen Hai said with a smile. Zhang Zichang, Zhang Li's father, smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Chen Hai, nodding at the same time. "I often heard Zhang Li talk about how he met an extraordinary person.
Today, after meeting Mr. Chen, I finally understood why heroes emerge young.
I have heard of Uncle Zhang's great name for a long time. Seeing him today, I find that his reputation is well deserved.
Chen Hai responded politely and shook hands with Zhang Zicheng.
The two started to flatter each other in business.
Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Zhang, Chen Hai said again. It's not a big deal.
I just hope that if Zhang Lu encounters any problems in the future, Mr. Chen can take care of him. Now, the fact that Chen Hai invested 1 billion yuan in Zhou Group but gave the shares to Zhou Zi has spread widely in the upper-class society of South City. Even the fact that he invested 500 million yuan in Yu Chaogui was exposed. Zhang Zicheng naturally knew about these things. Chen Hai was able to come up with such a huge amount of money when he was only in his early 20s. In the eyes of these people, the family behind Chen Hai must be an extremely huge existence.
At present, all the businessmen in South City are eager to make friends with Chen Hai. After all, the business world is unpredictable. No one can guarantee that his business will always go smoothly.
People always make mistakes, especially in a complex business environment. So they all hope that when they encounter difficulties, it's a relief to have someone as capable as Chen Hai to help me. Zhang Zicheng told Zhang Lu to take care of Chen Hai first, and then left. He felt that since his son had already recognized Chen Hai as his elder brother, the relationship between the two must be good.
As an elder, he shouldn't interfere too much in matters between young people. A minute later, Lu Zihan's phone suddenly rang.
When she answered the phone, she found out it was her boss calling. The boss clearly told her on the phone to arrange for someone to deliver the car to Chen Hai, and that no deposit was required and the money could be paid after signing for the car. Mr. Chen, our boss has agreed to your request. After Lu Zihan hung up the phone, he said with a smile on his face.
Would it be convenient for you to add WeChat?
I will arrange for someone to send the car to your designated location now.
As she spoke, she opened her WeChat QR code.
After looking at Gao Jing beside him and finding that the other person's expression did not change, Chen Hai replied,
"Sure."
After saying that, he took out his cell phone and added Lu Zihan's contact information.
Lu Zihan's favorability towards the host plus 10, current favorability is 25.
Although Chen Hai maintained the calm demeanor of a big boss on the surface, he was actually very excited inside. After all, asking for Lu Zihan's contact information was part of his plan.
And after the contact just now, he found that Lu Zihan was rather shy overall.
But when he introduced the vehicle, his eyes revealed a kind of confidence and his words were fluent and natural. Obviously he had done a lot of homework in private.
Such outstanding talents.
Even if the charm value is not above 80, Chen Hai is happy to make friends with him. What's more, she is the S-level goddess that he is bound to.
Chen Hai, who are you buying this car for? It's not for Zhou Zi, is it?
Gao Jing narrowed her eyes and asked Chen Hai with a hint of scrutiny. Gao Jing is not like Zhou Zi, who was indifferent to things on campus. So, she naturally knew that Zhou Zi gave Chen Hai a mobile phone in the cafeteria. In addition, her roommates often whispered in her ears, and Gao Jing had already regarded Zhou Zi as her love rival.
Chen Hai never expected Gao Jing to be so perceptive.
He actually revealed his thoughts in one sentence. But since he has decided not to be a bootlicker anymore, there is no need to hide it anymore. After all, the two of them would meet sooner or later. If I were really dating both of them at the same time, then it might be a good thing to let them know about each other's existence earlier.
Hee, my Jingjing is so smart. She guessed it right away,
Chen Hai said with a smile.
You.
Gao Jing stomped her feet in anger, and then pinched Chen Hai's arm hard.
Chapter 46 Favorability decreases, what is coming will come.
Chen Hai admitted that he was still a little worried when he bought a car for Zhou Zi. I was afraid that Gao Jing's impression of me would decrease because of this.
But it took a while. The system hasn't even sent a notification sound that Gao Jing's favorability towards me has decreased. Instead, Gao Jing's favorability towards the host plus 2, current favorability is 89. What's going on?
Chen Hai looked at Gao Jing with confusion, who was pouting and pinching him hard. Gao Jing and Chen Hai had never officially confirmed their relationship. Judging from their current relationship, they are at most relatives and friends, good friends who have kissed each other. So strictly speaking, she really has no right to interfere with who Chen Hai wants to give the gift to.
In addition, the car Chen Hai gave to Zhou Zi was not even half as expensive as the Lamborghini he gave to herself. Moreover, Chen Hai did not hide this matter from him. After such a comparison,
Gao Jing felt that she was obviously more important in Chen Hai's heart. Even because of these complicated little thoughts, Gao Jing's favorability towards Chen Hai did not decrease.
Instead, it increased by 2 points?
Chen Hai, who was still immersed in his thoughts, only then realized the pain in his arm.
So he couldn't help but scream out in pain, "Ah! Let go!"
Seeing that Gao Jing had no intention of letting go,
Chen Hai simply raised his hand and hit Gao Jing on the buttocks, and shouted loudly, "Let go or not?" "No!" Gao Jing replied stubbornly.
When people around saw the two flirting with each other, they all turned their faces away and pretended not to see anything.
Snap! 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 3 more crisp slaps were heard.
Gao Jing then snorted coldly and let go of her hand.
"Okay, stop messing around. Are you hungry? Let's go eat."
Chen Hai rubbed his arm and said with a smile.
"Humph. I'm not going."
Gao Jing pouted her lips high, looking angry. However, his favorability towards Chen Hai did not decrease at all.
So Chen Hai also knew that she was not really angry, but was just acting coquettishly on purpose. "Are you sure you don't want to go?" "Humph." Gao Jing continued to turn her head away and ignored Chen Hai. "Don't you want to experience your new car?" As soon as Chen Hai said this, he successfully attracted Gao Jing's attention.
After all, Gao Jing has never actually driven a car since she got her driver's license. The excitement of driving that I feel like a novice has been suppressed and I have nowhere to release it.
What's more, this time we are going to drive a super sports car like Lamborghini. Okay, let's go." Gao Jing's eyes lit up instantly.
He took Chen Hai's hand and walked impatiently towards where the Lamborghini Aventador was parked.
"Come on, Zhang Lu, let's go have a meal together." Chen Hai turned and said to Zhang Lu.
Zhang Lu shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly, but still followed. Passing by the Rolls-Royce exhibition area, Wang Dong and his friends had been waiting there for a long time. Long before that, they had already taught Zhao Yu a lesson and returned to the exhibition area. They sent a message to Chen Hai, but the latter asked them to wait here.
"You guys drive this car and follow us." Chen Hai gestured to the young salesperson.
The young salesman was very smart and immediately handed the key to Wang Dong.
"Ah? Mr. Chen, are you saying that we should drive this car?"
Wang Dong looked at the car keys in his hand, then looked up at the Cullinan in front of him, which was as domineering as a land tank, his eyes full of worry.
"What's wrong? You don't have a driver's license?" Yes. When Wang Dong heard Chen Hai's question, he nodded quickly.
"It's just that this car is too expensive. I'm afraid it might get bumped or scratched, and I won't be able to afford the compensation." Wang Dong smiled bitterly, looking helpless.
Given his family background, he is indeed a rich second generation in the eyes of ordinary people. But it is still not enough to afford a Rolls-Royce.
The best car in the entire family is just a Mercedes-Benz S680. Of course, the Mercedes-Benz S680 itself is also a luxury car.
But compared with the Cullinan in front of me, what are you afraid of? I just bought this car. If it gets hit, it's my fault. Chen Hai's tone was full of speechlessness. "Ah?
Mr. Chen, yours, okay, then I will respectfully obey your command." When Wang Dong heard this, his eyes instantly lit up with excitement and he quickly opened the car door and got in. Seeing this, his younger brothers begged Wang Dong to let them try the accelerator and satisfy their craving for a luxury car.
Go, who among you is going to drive my car?" Wang Dong said. In fact, Wang Dong's own car is also good, it's a Toyota Prado.
But compared with Cullinan, there is a world of difference. So the younger brothers around him were not very willing to drive his car.
Instead, they all wanted to experience the extremely luxurious seats of Cullinan.
The last few people had no choice but to decide by playing rock paper scissors, and the loser would drive Wang Dong's car. Looking at these funny guys, Chen Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head.
Back then, even buying a second-hand van seemed like an unattainable luxury. I don't even dare to imagine owning a Toyota Prado. But now,
with System Dad, he bought 3 top luxury cars in a row within just 1 hour. The Lamborghini that Chen Hai bought for Gao Jing has been parked by Zhang Lu in an exclusive parking space outside the exhibition area. So the 3 of them walked out of the exhibition area directly. During this time, some sharp-eyed salesmen saw that Chen Hai was about to leave.
They ran up and begged Chen Hai to visit their exhibition hall.
After all, when Chen Hai went to the Rolls-Royce and Ferrari exhibition areas later, he bought the cars generously.
How could they bear to let go of such customer resources? It's just a pity.
When they approached Chen Hai, they were all stopped by the security guards beside him.
Next to the Lamborghini.
Chen Hai naturally opened the passenger door and sat in.
Gao Jing, who was standing by the door, looked confused. Do you want me to drive? What else?
Chen Hai shrugged and said innocently that he didn't have a driver's license.
All right. Gao Jing took a deep breath and sat in the driver's seat.
But when Gao Jing saw the luxurious interior that was completely different from the driving school's training car, she was completely confused.
How do I start this?
Chen Hai didn't have a driver's license and knew nothing about this, so he could only stare blankly. Fortunately, Zhang Lu outside the car had anticipated this scene, so he began to give patient instructions.
The Aventador is an automatic car.
Under Zhang Li's guidance, Gao Jing quickly figured out how to drive the car away.
As the engine emitted a low and shocking roar, Gao Jing drove the Aventador carefully and slowly left the South City Auto Show.
Behind her car,
closely following were the Porsche Panamera driven by Zhang Lu, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan driven by Wang Dong, and a Toyota Prado.
Such a luxurious fleet will quickly attract the attention of people around no matter where it is. At this moment, many people on the roadside took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Chen Hai, who was sitting in the passenger seat, deliberately lowered the car window to reveal his handsome profile.
Although Gao Jing didn't drive fast, only 20 or 30 yards.
But when the surrounding vehicles saw this extremely luxurious convoy, they took the initiative to give way and stay away from it, for fear of accidentally scratching these luxury cars.
Zhou Zi's favorability towards the host 10, current favorability 45.
Chen Hai was humming a song leisurely in the car.
After hearing the prompt sound from the system, I secretly said in my heart, oh no.